think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Recurve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course it has. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a bit.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch to Semien. He cranks one up the alley left center field. Cowser and Mullins go after it. That one's up and out of here. Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run, and the Rangers strike first, and they strike big here in the bottom of the third.
A fun way to start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And I told you in yesterday's tease that Fan Cam records would be set, and he lived up to the billing as RJ Choppy is representing America early.
I know what you're thinking.
Your nipples must be freezing cold.
And trust me, I'm thinking it too. And so is Peyton Russell. Am I naked under this?
Yes.
And I would just say, ask your mom. I can't. You can't. No. I do have underwear on.
Okay.
I do have underwear on. My nipples are not cold, but man, the metal buckle of the overall is right on them.
It feels like one wrong angle.
Oh, yeah, I could snap it in half. Absolutely.
Snap it in half. Now, what was your previous? Now, I can't remember your previous outfit that I was speechless over. I walk in this morning. Bobby's girls are here again, going strong with the morning energy as Bobby is recording an interview with O-line guru Duke Manyweather, which will play related to the Cowboys development up front. And they're like, why is he wearing that? They're pointing. And I look on over in the room and I was like, Bobby in that fan jacket, red, white, and blue himself, myself with the new Texas Rangers cap from the in-laws. And they're like, no, not Dad. Look in there. And then I paused.
Bobby saw me and he rolled his eyes in immediately. Peyton saw me and he goes, "Man, there's kids here today. You can't be then you give me the look that you gave."
And the previous outfit was what?
That was
it was a romper, wasn't it?
No, it was just an American. It was just an American flag shirt that had the sleeves ripped off. That was it. It was a little snug. It was a little snug on me. But this is the overalls. I saw these on the TikTok shop, and the overall shorts. It's gonna be really. I think I have a bathroom coming up here. Oh, that's gonna be interesting because I'm gonna have to disrobe the whole thing up.
Even for pee.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, even for pee. Oh no, there's a fly. There's a fly. I got a fly here.
Where?
I got a fly right.
Oh, you do.
there.
Okay.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would have been. I would not.
That would have been great.
No.
That would have been
Just taking
hilarious.
the whole thing off like I'm a kid in like elementary kindergarten where you pull your pants all the way down to your ankles.
You and the missus are known to get matching outfits. Does she also have one?
No, she does not have a matching outfit. She doesn't like America, I guess.
Yeah.
She's just not really into it.
My wife, for some reason, is up. She's already responded to the Instagram photo. Oh, hell nah. And we'll see how many we can get on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as RJ Choppy is going with the shirtless suspender look.
Yeah, and Aiden gave us a one shot, a full body shot of Choppy a few minutes ago. So anybody who wanted to get their screenshots probably got them there.
Go to the gym right after this and this?
No, you're not.
Yeah?
No, you aren't.
Oh, yeah.
You better film yourself walking into the gym. That'll be enough, but you need to film yourself walking into the gym wearing that.
I had, when I walked to the car this morning, there was a guy walking his dog, and I was like, oh. I'm embarrassed already. I haven't even left for work yet.
Your neighborhood. I mean, that's just like Sunday dinner attire.
Absolutely. No kidding.
So there it is. RJ Choppy representing. Perfect tan to go along with it.
Well, it's a little farmery.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little farmery. I had, the golf from Derek's thing on Monday.
Well,
little farmer's tan. I did work on the tan.
a very fun night for the Texas Rangers as Nate Eovaldi he got in his 5 innings for that win. Nice second start in return. Seager and Semien go yard. 6-0. Chris Young told the G-Bag Nation, I'd like to get 2 of 3. Hopefully all 3, but I'd love 2 of 3 against Baltimore, and they get it in Arlington right here on this station.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we've talked about waiting for Josh Young to come around, waiting for Wyatt Langford to come around, get those different aspects. A lot of that can be covered over. But in fact, almost all of it can be covered over as long as you're getting,
unlike RJ's chest,
Seager,
right.
As long as you're getting Seager and Semien to hit the way you expected them to hit when you brought them here. Now, obviously, there's going to be decline naturally as they get older, but man, Semien this is, I guess, just his MO. He's going to start hitting around June every year. That's what he'll do. And then Seager finally, after you stopped betting on him and jinxing him, after that, he started to like crush the baseball again. So it's encouraging. It feels like, all right, we're getting little clues that maybe the offense is turning things around a little bit.
3 hits for Osuna. 3 hits for Josh Smith. 2 for Osuna. 2 for Jonah Heim. 2 for 2 runs batted in for Zeke Duran.
Look, it's going to be a little bit different with Duran coming in there and maybe given a spark a little bit from at least the base running standpoint. You're going to he'll get on base, create some havoc. I mean, anything could be better than Josh Young the way he has gone. But listen, when you're going to get a start from when Nate Eovaldi comes back, when he's back on the hill, and you're going to start being able to get exactly what you were early on in the year pitching wise, where you're going to. You're not going to kill the bullpen, right? You're not going to wear the bullpen down. You're going to get good starts from Eovaldi. You're going to get good starts from DeGrom, hopefully back-to-back. That's going to give your guys a day off. Like, you're essentially going to give your bullpen back-to-back days off, you hope. That can really kind of extend your rotation.
Are you going to be standing up the majority of the show?
No, it's just it's a little tight in the crotch.
Yeah.
Little tight in the crotch.
It is.
Having a hard time right now. My eye contact with you is going to have to be on this screen to my right where I'm looking at you in
I'll sit down.
in Aiden's video corner. I don't know whether you sitting down is going to make me stare at you in the eyes even more.
Chop, what you should do is you should maybe throw a foot up on the thing and just kind of get some stretches in during the segment too.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even see the bottom part.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
they're just
see.
shorts.
Okay. And you do have underwear on.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your upper thigh with those 3 eggs sitting right next to it. So that's painting a different picture. Dane Dunning gets the save, and Dane was part of some transactions that also saw Josh Young sent down, and this was all building yesterday. Brett Boone was on with us. Evan Grant, you thought was hinting towards this, and Josh Young has been optioned.
Yeah, and it felt like yesterday Booney was kind of talking like he was optimistic, but I remember the last thing he said was like, and we just hope he can turn it around or something like that. That just was like, oh, that sounded more hope for the best, buddy. But this is what he needed. This is absolutely what he needed to do. Evan Grant noted in his article yesterday talking about Young getting sent down. He said that every single category, that June slash line that you read yesterday and talked about how that was the lowest of his career, every single item in it ranked in the bottom 10 among 191 MLB qualifiers since June 1st. And his slugging percentage and OPS were the lowest in baseball. And so you couldn't have him in there anymore. It wasn't functional offensively anymore. Hopefully he gets it corrected. Hopefully he is able to clean some of it up, because when he's on a couple years ago, it looked like, all right, this guy's on the verge of being a 30 home run hitter who can hit 270, 280 for you.
You don't see guys who have been up for this long typically go down. It's just it's not a great time. Look, it's obviously they have the options because of the way the CBA is. You can still have options with these players, but it's just that you don't usually see it all that much. It's not like you never see it. It's just not all that often, because usually if you're able to stay up here for 2 years, you're able to continue. He has fallen into some really bad habits, and Bobby posted that photo over the weekend, the screenshot of all the balls he swung and missed or swung at that were out of the strike zone. That's a guy who either lost his vision and needs glasses, or forgot what a strike is.
There were a lot of people at first jokingly, and then there were people seriously on Twitter going like, does he need contacts? Does he need glass? Like, is there something off with it? Because it's just pitchers now are just routinely going up. I'll go up or I'll go up and in. And
Got the Josh Hamilton problem.
Yeah,
it's
blue eyes, baby.
Yeah, that's what it is.
In a dome.
It's also kind of, I mean, it's the same thing Josh dealt with later in his career where Mike talked about it. Bassick used to say that the scouting report on Josh Hamilton was there's good news and bad news. The bad news is you can't get Josh Hamilton out. He said the good news is Josh Hamilton will get himself out. And that's kind of like Josh Young's got a ton of talent. Josh Young can smoke the baseball. Josh Young just has an awful eye at the plate right now.
I'm making you redraft the Rangers' future today. Give me 1, 2, 3. Young, Carter, Langford.
Oh, Langford.
Langford won still, even though that's been a little dicey lately.
Because wasn't there a point over the past 2 seasons where you felt like Josh Young was locked in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
He
this
made
is a building point.
Yes.
He made it. There wasn't growth or there wasn't a question. It was like, all right, he's good. He might get better. But I mean, even if he's just this is good. You can operate with this.
It was health related with him. It was like can he stay healthy? That was it.
Langford, Carter, Young.
I'm gonna say Langford, Young, Carter. I think look, sometimes when guys get hurt, they fall into bad habits. Maybe he's playing through an injury, or maybe he was and he developed a bad habit. Maybe he just needs an off season. Maybe he's having a bad year. You know, guys sometimes just have off seasons. Like, go look through the history of the sport. You'll see guys who are career 300 hitters have that 1 year where they bat like 260. And it makes no sense, but there it is. So I still think he's better than Carter long term. The back issue with Evan from last year, obviously threw him off a little bit, but I'd say Langford, Young, Carter.
I would agree with that. His best season, 2023, 23 home runs, 70 runs batted in, 266 with the average. He's never hit higher than 266. The WAR was a 2.4 with a 781 OPS.
And that's the thing, too. It's felt like his entire game has been...
Then you get him at third base.
It felt like his entire game has been hampered by this. Because defensively, he's had some moments where it's like, the hell are you doing right now? And I mean, like, you talk about, when you look at wins above replacement this year, he's just basically, last year he was a negative on defense. This year he's neutral. He's 0.0. Carter, every year that he's been up, even last year when he was bad, every year Carter's been a positive on defensive wins above replacement. You know he's going to at least get on base pretty frequently with his eye. And so to me, it's like, I trust that at least Carter's going to get on base. All three of them have their issues. All three of them have had low points recently. But Young is the one who it's like, that's the scariest one to fix right now, is the fact that he just doesn't see the ball well.
There's the fan text bringing up some points. Guys around the league like Corbin Carroll was going through kind of a similar thing in his third year. So he batted 260, and then he batted 285. That was the year that he won the Rookie of the Year, and they went to the World Series, and they lost to some team that we know very well. And then the following year after that, he hit 231. His on base dropped about over 100 points. I'm sorry, his OPS dropped over 100 points. His OPS plus dropped to basically league average. Like, he had that slump in year 3. And we're seeing Josh Young having that slump in year 3. Maybe there's a correlation.
Starters were announced for the All-Star game. We'll run through the American League first. The big dumper, Cal Raleigh, is going to, of course, start at catcher with the record-breaking power season. Vlad Jr. at first. Gleyber Torres at second. Jacob Wilson from the Athletics, his first starter election at shortstop. Jose Ramirez at third base. And then the DH, Ryan O'Hearn from the Baltimore Orioles, making it for the first time. In the outfield, Judge, Riley Green, and the Detroit Tigers continue to dominate with Javi Baez in that final outfield spot. Over to the National League, Will Smith at catcher, Freddie Freeman, Ketel Marte from the Diamondbacks, Lindor from New York, Manny Machado, and then the DH is Shohei, with the outfield consisting of Acuna, Pete Crow Armstrong from the Chicago Cubs, and Kyle Tucker, also from Chicago.
Yeah, PCA, baby. Everybody loves that. Everybody loves that name, Pete Crow Armstrong. But, actually, honestly, they really did. The fans did a really good job. Like, Bobby Witt's a much bigger name than Jacob Wilson. Jacob Wilson has had a slightly better offensive season. Like, it's not a lot better. It's slightly better. Like, they did a tremendous job. Gleyber Torres deserved it. They had a lot of guys that Riley Green over Mike Trout deserved it. They did a really good job.
And ultimately,
proud of them.
Ultimately, the Rangers sneak a starter in there. So that's the positive with Ryan O'Hearn, since he's going to get traded here in about 20 days.
The Dallas Stars have the press conference to introduce their old, brand new head coach again. See how Glenn Gulletson is different from Pete DeBoer, and why is this the over-the-top piece according to three-time GM of the Year Jim Nill. We introduce you to Glenn Gulletson all over again with the Stars press conference next on 105.3 The...
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-33. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
The Tolos are weighing in on the RJ Choppy July 4th outfit. Cover your kids' eyes in case you decide to tune in on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The great Jay Ochoa, of course, is up celebrating America with us early. Middleton says that is an awful lot of skin.
Oh, yeah.
And then Daniel on my Instagram said, I can't hear RJ talking. I only hear bald eagles from his mic.
Oh, baby. I love hearing that. Woo!
So there it is. Yesterday, 11 o'clock. The Dallas Stars press conference to introduce Glenn Gulletson, GM Jim Nill on the search.
The first step was to build a profile, to find the individual who met all the requirements, because this is a unique opportunity, a unique situation. This isn't a team that's was falling apart. It's not a team that's rebuilding, and so it's really important that we build the right profile to find the right individual that met those requirements that we were looking for. We interviewed numerous coaches at all levels. In the end, the process kept coming back to Glenn. It just kept coming back to him. Speaking with people he worked with, he worked for, all I ever heard about is he'll go through the wall for you. He's organized, he's professional, he cares about people, and he'll go through the wall for you.
Neil also added, I look at Glenn, and what ultimately brought me back to him was his leadership and his ability to have a team-first mentality. Now we hear from Glenn Gulletson himself on Coming Back Home.
I'm just ecstatic to be back. I know some of the questions, certainly they're going to come from everybody here. How does it feel to be back? But I'm prepared for those. It's been 12 years. I could give you the Edmonton resume, 5 head coaches in 7 years in Edmonton. I got to work with some great names, some great coaches, John Tortorella, Ken Hitchcock, Dave Tippett, Jay Woodcroft, Chris Knoblaw, great young coach. So I've got to work with lots of people, Mike Sullivan. So all those things have added up to kind of bring me back here, and I'm just ecstatic to be back. It's been a roller coaster. It's a little surreal. A month ago I was on the other side cursing the team out when they beat us in game 1, and now I'm sitting here. So, but for me, it still feels like home, so it's an easy adjustment.
Man, I think one of the things that stands out with what Nil said is he never wanted to fire him in the first place years ago. There was a new ownership that took over, and I think they wanted a splash. They went and got Lindy Ruff. And because, let's be fair, this wasn't, when Jim took over, I think Jim also just wanted his guy, because this was a new and Dyke hire. There's nothing wrong with Glenn Gulletson, the coach. It's just the question of, you move on from DeBoer to go to Gully, or is this any voice, kind of any port in the storm will do? Any voice is different than what we had before.
It still feels like listening to Jim Nill talk, it sounds so much like, again, they felt like personality-wise, like Pete DeBoer was no longer compatible here, and that he wasn't going to work with that. Because when he's talking about, we're looking at profiles, it's like, are you this sounds like psychological profiles, like you're going up to Quantico trying to figure out, all right, we need to profile this coach, what should it be like? This sounded like it was personality more than anything else that they were looking for to coach.
And it's like, a lot of it is, it's clear they did not have a plan. They didn't fire Pete because they had somebody in mind. I think it's the same thing with the Knicks.
Yep.
It's evident the Knicks didn't have a plan. They're just like, all right, look, it's anybody but him.
And they're getting Mike Brown.
And now they're getting Mike Brown. And the Stars are getting another guy kind of who's bounced around a little bit, kind of like Mike Brown, but been around forever. And there's the whole trust in Jim Nill. Jim Nill has made this franchise, I put it in such a great spot. But the trust in Jim Nill, he has not, the one aspect of this that he has failed at is he has not been able to find a stable head coach. I mean, no coach in Jim's tenure has lasted more than 3 years.
And
maybe Lindy did 3.5.
Gulletson was asked about Nill firing him 12 years ago, And he said, quote, "At the end of the day, Jim was right. This is a league where you've got to get some wounds on you, some scars. You've got to gain experience." And Gully was also asked what he loves about this roster.
This roster is tremendous. What I love about this roster, you don't get these chances. Usually, you're starting from the bottom of rebuild. What's different is, I was kind of at the end of an era when I first was here in 2011 and 12. And, obviously the team was owned by the league then. So there was a bit of a transition period. The team now, the team that Jim's built and Jenks and Whitey, this is a real team. Final Four 3 years in a row. This is a real team. I love the depth hikes of this team, the depth, because if you're going to go all the way, you need depth, and you guys have witnessed it. I grew up that way a little bit in Edmonton the last 7 years. We didn't have it, and then we did, and it's propelled them to 2 Stanley Cup finals. That depth helps. It's here. It's here in Dallas. I love the D. I love the goaltending. You got studs on D, studs in net, and depth and strength up the middle. All the pieces are here.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
He does.
Damn it. Yeah. Damn it.
I love the D.
Man, let's not start off like this.
Oh.
We'll never get him on the show. As I think K&C said, they used to have Gulletson on all the time. Corey said every other week when they were hosting nights.
Wow.
And he was the head coach.
I mean, that tells you where the Stars were at when he was here last time, is that he was accessible like that. So this is obviously a different point in his career and the Stars.
I thought a great question at the presser was, what needs to be different? Same Schottenheimer parallel. What needs to be different from even the double-digit win seasons that Mike McCarthy had, and Gulletson went from the D to the P. He says one change he wants to make is upping the physicality a little bit each game so they're better prepared for the playoffs. Says the forecheck is going to change too. Can you change it? Probably. It's probably. All right, there it is. Trying to turn it over to our hockey insiders.
I will say the aspect that you just talked about with Schottenheimer, and that's very similar. It's already mirrored it in a couple different ways, it felt like, but specifically the hitting that I think you're going to see him hit a lot of the points that were obvious. Like when Schottenheimer stepped up to the mic, he immediately was talking about all the buzzwords that clearly were important to the Joneses. He knew, all right, here's what I need to talk about. This is what I need to focus on. Feels similar. Like the thought was we need to talk about culture, and he's talking about, creating that bond, and he's talking about becoming more physical. And it does remind me of Dan Quinn talking about physicality when he sat down with us at training camp a couple years ago, where he said, I think you can usually get one more level out of a guy when it comes to toughness or physicality. He's like, usually you got to have it, but I think you can usually coach one more level up out of a guy, and that's probably your max.
The Dallas Mavericks are bringing in championship coaching experience. Frank Vogel. It is amazing how these just relationships continue to play out in sports and swap, because Jason Kidd was an assistant of Frank Vogel, winning his title with the Lakers, and now Jason Kidd has brought in Frank Vogel to replace Sean Sweeney on the bench as Sweeney heads on over to the San Antonio Spurs. So there it is, Frank Vogel coming on here to assist the Mavs.
Yeah, and he was he had a loose tie with them last year. Vogel was a consultant last year, but he wasn't like on the coaching staff.
I want to be a consultant.
Yeah, I know.
I want to be a radio consultant.
What do they do?
It just sounds like a money laundering gig.
I want to be a PR consultant.
I know my dad was a consultant at the end of his near the end. I don't even think he worked.
Did it seem like he worked or no?
I mean, he would travel, but like he was mostly working from home. Just
would he be on the phone working like throughout the majority of the day?
Yes, he would be on the phone. By on the phone, I mean watching Maury.
Well, this was something that Zimmer talked about when he got here, because Zimmer was a consultant at Colorado, and people were like, "What's that experience like?" He's like, "I didn't do anything. Like, I mean, I wasn't doing anything." And so, but yeah, I guess this was just one of these things. Let's keep him on in a certain capacity, have him in our back pocket. And now that they're able to use him in place of Sean Sweeney, I mean, Vogel, his whole calling card is defensively just being a really good coach.
Some personnel moves. Dante Exum will return to the Mavericks next season on a 1-year deal. Spencer Dinwiddie heads on over to the Hornets.
Cool with Exum coming back. I'm fine with him kind of handling the point a little bit to start games off. If you want Russell to come off the bench and be sixth man and take most of the minutes like Jason Terry would have done in the past or something like that, that's fine. But Exum, I think, just to kind of get you into the flow of the offense is a good fit. He's shown in his time here ever since coming back from Australia that he's turned himself into a solid NBA role player.
Man, people love Dante Exum so much. Like, for the guy doesn't even play like 60 games a year.
Because he looks like us. He looks like he's also just like doing radio or something. And just walks out there.
He's today's Boris Diaw. Plays 18, 19 minutes a night, but people are like, yes, Dante Exum is back.
Efficiency,
Hallelujah.
baby.
Yeah, he can run the point. DeAndre Ayton has given the Lakers their big man a 2-year deal. You go and look at the stats and the numbers, and you're like, oh my gosh, this guy's a locked-in double-double. This is a strong double-double, but the numbers in this case are deceiving. It is a player option, and Shams reports between the Blazers and the Lakers, DeAndre Ayton will earn $34 million next season. Already on his third team, turning 27 on July 23rd, averaging 14 and 10, 56% from the field.
I was surprised he was even averaging 14 and 10.
Me too.
I was even more surprised when I saw that dollar amount. Like, that is insane. Now it's weird, right? Because it's like he's like you say, split it between two teams. It just doesn't seem. The NBA money is so stupid.
It feels like DeAndre Ayton just has loser traits. That's what it feels. Loser traits.
Yeah.
I know nothing. Like, once he left Phoenix, I know nothing about him. Nothing.
It feels like, it almost feels like a Kevin Durant mindset without like the same talent. Like, in terms of just, he seems always unhappy. He seems like he's always feeling like I'm being disrespected, and it caused issues driving him out of Phoenix. And I mean, this is an interesting pickup for LA just because I thought they were looking for, like, they were going to want a defensive heavy big man is what they were wanting. I thought they were wanting somebody who's going to be really strong there, and that's not typically been his calling card. It hasn't been to be like one of the better defensive centers.
Make you feel that much more worried about the Lakers now that they have a big?
I mean,
what happens with LeBron?
He's going to stay.
Anytime,
I can break that news right now.
Anytime Luka,
I'll be scams.
Sources?
Scams, Sharnia.
Scams.
Anytime Luka can have somebody who can roll to the rim that he can get the ball to and they can dunk, that's going to be easy points. So yeah, sure. I mean, they'll pick up a few extra easy baskets every game, but I mean, ultimately, I don't think this is any sort of a difference maker.
And scams, Sharia scammed the internet yesterday. My boy Brian sent me and fell for it that Mike Breen was retiring. It was a fake Shams account.
Oh, God.
That also tricked Ramona Shelbourne and Mark Spears from ESPN. So it's usually NBA Centel.
Yeah.
This was scams.
Scams.
Pretty brilliant name.
What's the Schefter one? Is it Alan Schefter?
Oh, I don't know.
There's a
I've
Schefter
blocked
one.
all of them.
You've blocked all? Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
a
not getting
Schefter one
got.
too. And I hate that. You guys.
Internet loves it.
The internet loves it, but you guys got no respect. You got no respect for the craft, the grind, the grind that we do.
You have respect for the insider grind now all of a sudden?
No, it's about for us because we see this and we get tricked.
Okay.
See that it's about us. I don't care about the insider.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, they're blowing out the entire ESPN booth with Doris Burke and Richard Jefferson and Mike Breen. Bye-bye.
Man, that would be.
Which I would not mind.
They need to do something with that booth. I don't not necessarily change Breen, but they got to do something with that booth. They got to bring back Mark and Jeff.
Only Texas could have a gender reveal like this, and Peyton Russell is asking, if you're washing your hands after the bathroom, why not before? The Payload with a new restroom pressure next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the payload every Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday. And guys, let's talk about weddings. Weddings happen all the time. Mine is in a little less than a year. I've done absolutely nothing to like plan with it. It's been all Mackenzie, so I give her all the credit. She just tells me to show up. Just show up, be nice, be dressed, don't be drunk, and I'll be fine.
What percentage in do you think she is in terms of getting everything done?
I think we're 50 right now.
Okay.
I think, yeah. We
Venue?
Yeah. Venue's down, date. We have our DJ. Tolo DJ The Glow's gonna DJ out there. So once we get some other things done, photographer, all that fun stuff. Then,
In the Rock?
No, not in the Rock. This will be south. This will be south a little bit, around Midlothian area.
I got a Tolo photographer for you.
Ooh.
I got you guys.
Send them my information. Thank you. But yeah, so this is a different wedding we'll talk about here. So Zach Walchuk of the G-Bag Nation is off to a wedding this weekend. And with July 4th being tomorrow, it kind of sparks the debate of, is it selfish to have your wedding on a holiday or holiday weekend?
Ooh.
So I've done 2 holiday weekend weddings. I did a Labor Day weekend wedding and Christmas, December 26th.
What?
Yeah. They did it. Well,
that's selfish.
Oh, it was massive wedding. Like 300 people.
Where was it?
It was in Florida. So now it was cool because they did a Christmas theme. Like it was like the white and silver globes everywhere. That was cool. The Labor Day one was fun because it was like, all right, it was a destination. I think it was in what's the island? Block Island, up by like Martha's Vineyard, right south of Rhode Island.
Alligator Alcatraz.
That's right. So it's cool because you get an extra day off. That's their thought.
Yeah.
I also think it's incredibly selfish because those kind of days, I want to sit by the pool.
Well,
amateur hour out there.
July 4th is worse than Labor Day. I feel like many people have more plans for July 4th than Labor Day. Labor Day, fine. You want to do it on Labor Day? Okay.
Yeah.
July 4th weekend, all the different traveling. Did he say where the wedding was?
It's Austin, but he had to leave yesterday, so yeah. Because, I mean, technically it's like, okay, July 4th is on a Friday, so if you had it July 6th and it's like within the DFW range, then it's like, okay, it's not that bad, but like it's...
Everyone's going to party on the 5th.
Yeah.
5th and 6th.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I gotta throw the flag on this one.
I got married on a holiday weekend. So, but it was still one that everybody parties on generally. It was Memorial Day. So we got Memorial Day weekend. But also we were doing like
Mary and May, Rue the Day.
We did basically like, it was just family. It was small and it was like the people I'm inviting, I also knew it's not like they're going to be out there drinking on a weekend and partying. It was all like gray hair at our wedding, basically.
Yeah, I think if you do this, though, you have to be fine with people not going. I've learned that just because you get the wedding invitation doesn't mean you have to go. It's okay for people not to go, but like you can't expect, 200 people to show up on a holiday weekend like this.
Were you worried at all about the sensitivity aspect of Memorial Day?
No.
Shots fired.
I didn't think about it. I'm giving if people can be there, cool. If not, not.
Okay.
And like I know it's not a holiday, but Valentine's Day. It's not on a Tuesday this year, RJ. It's on a Saturday next year. So like, no, it's not a holiday, but like if people are getting married on that day, if that was the date that Mackenzie and I chose, are you saying no to the wedding invitation or do you celebrate Friday, a little earlier?
That's interesting because I do wonder how many people are actually going to get married on Valentine's Day. Like how many people are going to choose? Like you're going to do the wedding plan. Like, are you going to actually choose that date?
Do you think you get a break?
You might
on July 4th weekend.
Yeah, you might because like I would assume because like what we've been talking about, it's
no one else is doing it.
Right, it's a holiday weekend. Like nobody wants to get married on a holiday weekend.
Yeah, I think New Year's Eve would be a fun one because you're already partying there. As long as everyone's staying past midnight, because it's a big party at the end of a wedding. So I think New Year's Eve you could get, you could get some relief there. I think.
Have you already thought about who you're not inviting from the station? How you're going to break the news to them?
No, I have not.
I'd start thinking about it.
Yeah, can we just start going down the list of people at the station? You tell us yes or no.
I have you three right here, and that's all I got in my list right now.
Damn, Aiden!
No one's sitting behind you in the back.
Aiden, I'll get married again just to invite you. I'm sorry.
No, we'll have to go through the list because again, we're trying to keep it around 150, maybe stretch it to 200. But again, it's like that's a lot of people. Yeah, but again, a lot of people say no. Mackenzie has a lot of family from way out of town. I have some family out of town that will say no, but they're already on our list of people to invite. So the list will go down, then I can invite other people as well. But it comes to the factor of like, does everyone get a +1? I've already said you guys get a +1. You know, I don't want Sean not showing up at my wedding.
Thanks, Zero.
But, you know, not everyone, I don't think I can have everyone get a +1. So, but decisions will have to happen. And I hope no one gets their feelings hurt.
Have you had a say in the registry so far? You have any must-haves?
Cutting boards, man. I need cutting boards. I got one somewhat large one, and then the other two are super small, and I can fit maybe half a chicken on it.
I have like 30. You want one?
Yeah, I have a lot too, and we have a Tola who makes them, or at least got one for you. The Tennessee.
That's right.
Oh yeah. That's
Andy.
That's right behind my stove. It's like a backdrop.
Hook it up, Andy.
I'll find some tools or something I need that I come across. I'm like, all right, I'll throw that on there. But
Look
yeah,
in the
pots
mirror.
and pans, anything like that for sure. But all right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. We go from weddings to gender reveals, and I may have found the stupidest person in Texas. You guys, Sean has seen this video. RJ Chop,
I've
RJ
seen
and
it.
Bobby. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen
Aiden
it.
has the video up on the fan cam right now. This couple in Waco decided to use a rattlesnake to reveal the gender of their baby.
This is such a man.
Oh yeah.
A dumb man, but he's still a man. I can't believe it. He's holding the little balloon in his mouth, taunting the snake, and it strikes right at the face and pop. How did he not know it was going to go through the balloon? How did he know it was definitely going to go at the balloon and not to the shoulder or the stomach? How?
Well, I think distant, like he knows, like it can't strike that far. Like they can only strike like 2/3 of their body length.
Now, this guy is a professional snake handler, by the way. So I guess if that matters to you, maybe he knew what he was doing there. But I'm not taking this. I'm not doing this.
He probably would know.
Is this the most insane one we've ever seen?
I think without question.
And the wife is just sitting there, hand on hips. Yeah, good job, honey.
Yeah, she's like leaning up against the crate with the other snakes in it.
Oh, there's other
about
I think
those,
you know what?
I
mean,
damn
you're
right.
Not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
As my wife would say, quote, that's some white people ass.
This is white people right here. There's not a
hell no.
Not another group of people would dare do this.
Nope.
And it's like, what's next? I mean, a police officer using like a bulletproof vest or something to prove like it's you're messing with death here. I get you're a professional snake handler, it's your job, but like, come on, I don't know about this one.
Are you gonna do a gender reveal whenever you and Mackenzie have a baby?
See, I don't know, because it's like it's only fun if you're like like a baseball player doing the whole bat thing or hockey player smacking the puck, like if it's something like that. But like if I'm just throwing up a balloon or something that pops,
What
like,
if
I don't
Peyton
know.
will throw rolls around his table like Thanksgiving and one of them will have the powder?
What if he does like
throw it to Meemaw over there and she'll drop it?
You could have a balloon filled with it, and you could do like a jump shot from a wheelchair, like you did at Sandler's event.
Yeah, when you lost to the Special Olympics kids.
and then you could break it all over
That
the
guy was
court.
6'3", Sean. That guy was...
I still have those still shots.
Oh my god!
And I've forgotten to post
He
them.
just looks
Please
like
don't. The concentration.
Please don't.
running.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Aiden, we'll have to get up on the fan cam. My goodness, those
His
are bad.
nips were blinging more than Choppy's this morning.
Did y'all do gender reveals though? Did any of y'all?
No.
No interest in it.
I knew what I was going to have already.
Okay, didn't want to surprise either. So like, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, I want to be surprised." I don't. Like, we just want to know what clothes to get and stuff like that.
All right, last story here, guys. So we've talked about, if we wash our hands after we go, number one. But do you wash it, or should you wash your hands before and after you go pee? So I actually don't think this is a dumb idea. This is on the Pat Bev podcast, and he's asking a guy about washing his hands after he uses the bathroom, and things took a little twist, and I might actually agree with this one.
When you urinate, do you wash both hands or only wash the one hand that is used to hold?
Well, what I do is I wash my hands before I touch my penis.
Oh.
Okay, well, we got basketball wise.
Yeah, so Pat Bev didn't want to even touch the idea of it. But, after thinking about it, I was like, it's not that crazy of an idea. Like, I understand, like, if you're out doing yard work, whatever, like, I'll go wash my hands and then go to the bathroom. But, like, if I'm just sitting around the house, clean or whatever, then, I mean, like, if it's been a while since you wash your hands, it's not a dumb idea.
It's not a dumb idea. It actually makes fantastic sense.
It actually does make sense, but I mean, unless I urinate on them, chances are I'm not washing them afterwards anyway. So why would I do it before?
Our Choppy.
Yeah, that's right. Now look, if you're doing yard work, you don't need to wash your hands. Just urinate on your hands. It'll get all that dirt off.
Well,
the build-up, like my hands touching this chair or on this table or my computer.
Oh, it's great. It makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense. No one will ever do it.
No, I'm never doing this. I'll wash my hands leaving and after number one, but I'm not going to wash going in there.
Yeah, it's something I never will think about. Like, I walk right to the toilet when I need to go to the restroom. I pass by the sink, but I'm not washing my hands before. Because RJ, you've said that you jump in the pool to bathe basically at times, right?
On a weekend. If I'm not leaving the house, if it's Saturday, we're not going to dinner, and I've been in the pool, that's my shower for the day. Now, if we're going to go out, then it's a different story.
Gross.
What other activities would you have to be doing to say, I definitely need to wash beforehand? Like, you're going to the gym looking like Jethro.
Wings.
After the show. Wings.
Anything hot, yep.
Yeah.
And wings that's the one thing that when we're at a restaurant, I have to go in there and I'll have to wash my hands off.
But if you have your hands on like the weight bench or the equipment, you're still probably not doing it. The rust on there.
No, you're still probably not. I'm still not.
Yeah.
Now I'll wash it when I leave the gym before I go in the car.
Wings is probably
wings.
Kristen
you don't want that hot sauce on there.
Kristen is obsessive about the handrails on stairs or escalators. If you touch those, she's like, you need to put hand sanitizer on instantly.
You want a vom?
Yes, you just made me.
Yeah.
Take a baby wipe, and when next time you go on an escalator, just hold the baby wipe on the escalator as it rolls by, and just like as it's going through, and it's black. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
I think that's from the actual rubber, though. I think that's coming off of that.
Still. All right, that's a nice edition of the Payload.
Rip it through your radio.
You got the intro, then the outro, Sean.
Peyton Phillip Russell every Thursday at 6:40 here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. We have an NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock hour. And are we getting set for an NFL work stoppage? Bobby's getting a little bit worried about our favorite sport taking a pause. We'll go inside the NFL with a Youngboy ticket giveaway as well next on the
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Thursday to you. No one's celebrating more than RJ Choppy on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif. He is our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. And George Pickens, is this a media watchdog or a minor red flag?
Yeah, we gotta come up with some like title for this, like Picky or Pickens or something like that. Just like find out, like, or is the media just nitpicking him, or is he in the right here?
I like that, Picky or Pickens.
And so George Pickens has another update from Sports Illustrated this time, where they're saying, oh, is this a red flag here from George Pickens? So we talked about it earlier this week. Minkah Fitzpatrick was traded from Pittsburgh back to the Dolphins, where he'd previously been. And that was, of course, a teammate of George Pickens and with the Steelers. And George Pickens went on his Instagram and shared the news story about Minkah getting traded, and he tagged him. And he said, super happy for you, broski. Back to beautiful places in life, LOL. And now Sports Illustrated saying, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but... Is this something he should be commenting on? Should he be taking shots at his former team? So I don't know. Is this something that's legitimately like, dude, just keep it to yourself? Or is like, who cares? He's talking to a buddy of his and saying, you want it out of there just like I did. Congratulations.
That one.
It's exactly, I view it the same way. Does he need to comment on everything? Probably not.
I still don't know where to find Pickens' Twitter. I still have no idea. I know this was Instagram, but I was like, I need to find his Twitter and track him throughout the season. I still can't find it.
Yeah, his name's not even tied to it. It's like when you see...
It's as difficult as finding Peyton's. Underscore and the number 1 and all that.
There's one underscore in there. Just Peyton underscore Russell 1.
He did something about... I've got to find where it is, because he posted something and it got snipped, because his Twitter account does not... You would have no idea that it's him, based on the way that it's... Like with these it's two Pezzy underscore, and so it's like the number 2 PEZZYY or something underscore, and so he makes it, and it doesn't have his name attached to it. So that's the latest George Pickens potential drama. But ultimately, I agree. I don't think it's anything.
Nah, nothing.
I don't think it's anything.
All right, work stoppage. Why are you trying to shut down my life with this, Bobby, as we're getting ready to head out to training camp?
Because this is what we're going to get. We're going to get a work stoppage in the coming years. So the NFLPA for years had a leader there, an executive director named DeMaurice Smith. He went by D. Smith. And D. Smith was a former, like, not right-hand man, but he was somebody formerly that was in Roger Goodell's circle in the league office. So when he was... like selected as the NFLPA executive director, there were a lot of people who were like, okay, this is, a lot of players looked at it a little skeptical and were like, I don't know that this is a legitimate guy to be sitting across from Goodell negotiating. And now we have more evidence of that, because DeMaurice Smith has written a book. It's coming out in early August, and Daniel Kaplan of Awful Announcing had gotten an advanced PDF of it. It's called
So
Turf
who's
Wars.
the PA head now?
Oh gosh, what is the guy's name? It's currently Lloyd Howe.
I thought it was still DeMaurice Smith.
No, DeMaurice Smith left in June 2023, so he's been out for a little bit now. But D. Smith in this book starts talking about some of the issues that he's had with Aaron Rodgers during the 2020 collective bargaining agreement negotiations, which were, I'm sure you guys remember, they were tense from a lot of veterans. There were a lot of veterans trying to tell young guys, hold out, don't vote for it. We'll take care of you if you need money or whatever else, but don't vote for it. And the NFL was really leaning on those young players. Well, DeMaurice Smith writes, the god of Cheesehead Nation was isolated and dismissive. He sat in the back row of the meeting room, issuing loud sighs before standing for a dramatic exit. An incredible quarterback, to be sure, but an even more impressive antagonist. He said, in August 2021, my phone chirped with a text from Aaron Rodgers. Can you call me? It read. He said, could I not run into traffic instead? I understand Aaron Rodgers is a pain in the ass. This is more evidence right here that they had Fox guarding the henhouse. Somebody who's like that dismissive of players and has that kind of mindset, you have to be blindly for the players as the executive director.
Man, this to me is over the line, out of pocket. I'm never hiring DeMaurice Smith again if I am someone in that type of position for a similar type role. I don't think someone in his position can be outing those types of talks, secrets, and behind the scenes stuff. My opinion.
Yeah.
Like that's against the code, man. You broke code.
It is. The one thing though, and I know the baseball is going to have a problem here because they are heading straight for a lockout. Straight for one.
Baseball?
Baseball's the one that's in trouble. We've got, it's a ticking time bomb. We got maybe 2 years. Football, I can't remember who it was. He was the old Giants offensive lineman. He's in media now. It's either Jeff Schwartz or Sean O'Hara. I can't remember. He said NFL players will not miss games.
Generally, they don't.
They know their career is so finite. They will not miss games. They will do whatever they have to. They will take anything that's on the table. They will not miss games. They will never do what we suggest, which is go on strike December 30th and tell the owners this is the deal or you ain't getting your playoffs. And they will never do it because they
would win, wouldn't they?
They would win.
They
would get guaranteed. They would get everything they wanted because the owners don't want to miss.
But here's the problem. This is a new era of players coming into the CBA. This is an era of players that got everything they wanted in NIL and walk into the NFL with everything they want. This is an era of players that willingly says, "Fine, I'll transfer from UNLV in the middle of the season if you don't give me my money." And so that's the kind of perspective that's coming into this now.
And it's the type of money coming in where it's like, I already got a nest egg. Right. I already got a safety net.
I've already made $9 million in college.
So you were out last week, so I don't know if you saw the story. Did you see the Pablo Torre story about the NFLPA?
The collusion?
Yeah.
I saw it. I didn't get into it.
So they basically were exposed. They had to meet 3 definitions to be to get the judge to rule that they had been guilty of collusion.
We talked about it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, they met one of the 3 legal criteria, which is there was ironclad evidence that the league went into a meeting and told owners not to give guaranteed contracts to guys after the Deshaun Watson deal and told them to start lowering guarantees for veterans. And there was text exchanges between the Bidwells and I'm trying to remember who Spanos with the Chargers, where he congratulated him for not getting fully guaranteed money for Kyler Murray. And he goes, that helps us with Justin Herbert. And that's
Pablo Torre got that?
Yeah, he got all these documents exposed last week. And so that right there, now the NFLPA goes, okay, we have evidence exposed in the public that you owners are trying to take money from us and you're celebrating it. And you couple that, you get stuff like this.
Why didn't that story get bigger?
I don't know.
I know why it didn't over at ESPN.
It was big for a day. But even still, it was kind of kept under wraps.
Yeah, because you're right, because in order for that story to get big, you need ESPN backing. You need ESPN to back every story to really get big.
I mean, Florio wrote about it. Florio was talking about how big it was, but it's also, that's the thing. That's setting up for, you're going to make players walk into that going you guys owe us because you guys have clearly been manipulating things for years. So I think we're heading for a work stoppage unless the NFL changes some stuff up here in a few years.
All right, little inside and around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. We are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We have an NBA Young Boy ticket giveaway coming up during the Expressway and an explosive Diamond Calves with RJ Choppy and the Texas Ranger article taking us inside some of the possible problems. But the Lakers go and get DeAndre Ayton. So are the LeBron trades all of a sudden off the table? The Mavericks were installed as the favorite in Vegas if this were to happen. And you got LeBron trade talk dying off now.
Well, it is dying off. Well, at least from the standpoint, the NBA is going to have a real... They're going to have a real problem if LeBron decides he wants to leave because, LA is obviously their cash cow. They have Luka there. They want nothing more after the TV ratings from this NBA Finals to have the Lakers in the finals or the Lakers make a deep run. That's what the league wants. The whole collusion or conspiracy theory, if you will, that they got Luka to the Lakers just for the TV ratings, that would die off if LeBron's not there.
Rich Paul saying 4 teams have contacted him in the last 24 hours wanting to talk trades. Yeah,
is that
right.
allowed? I wouldn't. I mean, if he hasn't been granted permission or anything else, can teams contact him?
How'd the Dolphins know Darren Waller, Delaney Walker was available?
That's right.
Well, if he's if Delaney Walker's retired, I think that's a little bit different. But you got to remember, we also thought Jason Kidd didn't know the rules, but Jason Kidd wouldn't reference a player they knew they were going to pick number 1 in a month.
CBS ranked the categories for a possible LeBron deal. If he's DeAndre Ayton, that's not enough. Luka Doncic in shape, that's not enough. My son being here as the rest of the league parted the basketball seas, that's not enough. Let's go through the categories.
Yep, they have the 29 teams ranked as possible destinations for LeBron James. You got Tier 8, which is he'd never waive the no-trade clause for them. And the very last on that list, who do you think is the least likely team he would go to, according to CBS?
Wizards?
Nope.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wizards are in the tier, but that's not them.
Portland?
No, it is not Portland, but they're in the tier. The answer is Zach Rose,
Utah
Jazz. So the Utah Jazz are the least likely one. Tier 7 is he probably wouldn't waive the no-trade clause, which has teams in there like Minnesota, Orlando, Atlanta. Tier 6, not enough to trade even if he wanted it, which is the Bucks and the Suns, teams like that in there. Number 5, maybe if the playoffs had gone differently, which is the Pacers and the Thunder. And then Tier 4 is there's too much bad blood, which would be Boston and Miami. I don't know that Miami's... I can't see that being just like forever ruined. I know he and Pat Riley had issues.
Well, Pat Riley took his cookies off the plane.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you know that?
You don't take a man's cookies.
Like LeBron had his chocolate chip soft baked cookies every flight. They were struggling, going through a rough period. All of a sudden, LeBron's like, flight attendant, bring me my cookies, please. And they're like, cookies are done. And LeBron's like, oh, okay.
Cookies are for closers. Yeah.
Pat Riley took his cookies.
That's low.
He went back to
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Cookies.
The city basically burned him in effigy, and he went back to Cleveland. So, I don't think that's
People are
impossible.
trying to say Cleveland is the smartest destination, that would make the most sense if something was going to happen.
Tier 3, he might actually consider it, which was Brooklyn, San Antonio, Denver, and the Clippers. And then Tier 2 is we really can see it. So these are the teams that if he were to go, they would choose for him. 4, the Dallas Mavericks. They talk about how there's the Kyrie connection, Anthony Davis. There's things that the Lakers like their first-round pick and Max Christie that they could get back. So there's some angles there that they go with. The top 3, though, the teams ahead of the Dallas Mavericks. Number 3, the Golden State Warriors, team that we've talked about him being tied to recently. Number 2, the New York Knicks, which LeBron with the Knicks, that would...
Mike Brown, Cleveland connection.
My gosh. He can fire him again. And then number 1, the team you just referenced, Tier 1, he's coming home. The Cleveland Cavaliers as a way to just finish his career off, which I bet he would. If he was going to go back to Cleveland, I bet he would try to get Bronny there with him.
Well, all you got to do is just judge his hat, his clothing.
This is the...
his merce.
He was at a golf tournament, and he wore a hat that said... It was a dad hat. Very disappointed. It wasn't a high hat like we like to wear. One of those very soft dad hats. And it just said, welcome home on it. Now, that could mean anything. It could be a hat that they gave him when he got to the course. It could be, we continuously try to conspiracy things in today's world. Nothing is just as it seems anymore.
That man is so aware of optics, though. I wouldn't put it, even if that wasn't his intent, if he saw that, I bet he would think somebody might take it this way. I'm not wearing it. It's like the internet blew up the other day with the 8 and stuff because they're like, DeAndre Ayton just posted himself walking off of a plane and he's wearing a Dodgers hat. So like he's going to LA. And so, people, they all do these little tipping.
Yeah. Is Jake Paul now legit?
He may not be legit, but he is ranked. And that makes him legit. He is eligible for the cruiserweight title shot because he is a ranked boxer. He's ranked at number 14. He had a win over the weekend against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. So the social media influencer turned professional boxer can now challenge cruiserweight champ Gilberto Ramirez for the title. He is eligible for the title. I do not know what world we're living in. This is unbelievable.
A shoddy boxing world that we've always lived in.
Right. His one loss to Tommy Fury. That was his loss. Tommy beat him up pretty good.
Which Tommy's not considered some top-of-the-line boxer.
He's not a top-of-the-line boxer.
It wasn't a beatdown. I watched it like a loser on my TikTok or Amanda's TikTok. It was a double AC, right?
I don't remember where that was.
Maybe, yeah. And look, Tommy's like he's not a great boxer by any stretch, but he's a professional boxer, and he got beat. He got beat
Saudi
by
Arabia.
Oh,
he got beat by him. Now that was what 2 years ago. Jake's 2 years more improved as a fighter. We'll see. He's gonna go for it though, man. He's gonna do it.
Is he
testing himself against who? like how do we know he's improved?
Is he actually going to go for anything?
I think there's going to be money involved. So yes, I think he's going to.
But there has been money involved, and he won't line up anything credible.
Yeah, I mean that's the only problem. Now, I mean the guy I don't know how over the hill this most recent fight he had was. I mean that's a former boxer.
He was over the hill.
Yeah, I mean it's a former middleweight champion, but I mean without looking, I'm guessing this is a middleweight champion from like 2003 because that's typically what he does.
He's almost 40.
Yeah, and so
Julio Jr. is almost 40.
Like have him standing there against somebody who's also 27 and ranked, and I think he probably gets his ass kicked. Like I'm sure he can stand in there, and it's not like he's gonna get knocked out in 10 seconds, but I don't think that he could. Otherwise, he would have.
I mean, cruiserweights are big, man. That's a big weight class.
RJ Choppy says that there's a brand new interview showing cracks at the Globe. We'll play it for you and have you decide on the home of the Rangers next. We go commercial free with the Expressway with our NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
The 1-0 is hit high and deep into center field. Mullins going back, still going back, looking up, it's gone! Just over the wall between the 407 marker and 410 marker. Home run number 11 for Corey Seager makes it 6-0 Rangers.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming!
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a nice shutout victory and Nathan Eovaldi returning to the mound and looking good? And it's like, hey.
He's my new Max Scherzer. I'm in love with the guy.
It's great.
I love him.
Fantastic. And I hope, like selfishly, one of them, DeGrom, Eovaldi, one of those two is going to make the All-Star team. And selfishly, it's like, you know what? I hope they both pitch on Sunday so they can play. Because, I don't want to see it. Like, save him, right? But when you got Eovaldi and DeGrom going back-to-back in the games, I mean, you've got a legitimate chance of leaving. Now, last night obviously didn't happen because they were going to work it back in slowly. But, I mean, you could give your bullpen a couple of days off, hopefully. And that puts you into a good spot for the next three because, with injuries and stuff, you need those guys to be ready to go, those bullpen guys. But all hell broke loose yesterday.
That's the good news.
That's the good news. Now let's get to the bad news. And that is Kevin Pillar. He was on Foul Territory, which is a podcast. It's a baseball podcast that I think they simulcast on MLB Network. But this
Brzezinski.
That's Alec Medford's buddies.
He's tight with AJ Brzezinski?
He's tight with the production staff on that show. He sent them stuff from our interviews before, and they've played it.
AJ's on it. Eric Kratz was a longtime catcher in the sports on it. So it's a good one. It's a good, solid baseball podcast. And they had Kevin Pillar on. Now, Kevin Pillar was here, had a cup of coffee here.
Cup of coffee. 20 games.
20 games. But he got here, in the spring. So he was out there in Surprise. So he was on there, and they were like, tell us, man, what's gone on with the Rangers? So he started to hem-haw, and they're like, dude, no, let's go.
And just to be fair for context, yes, he was only here for 20 games. He was in the bigs for 13 years, so.
Been around.
He's been around.
Played with Atlanta, played with Toronto, played in a couple of different spots.
Got punched in the face here. He was in that Toronto brawl. He was one of the guys who got clipped in the face.
So he's not a hot take guy, right? He's actually, and I think this matters. He had moved his family here before this season. This is where they are setting up shop to retire long term. And I was just at the Derek Holland golf tournament.
No.
Baseball's a very small fan. They all know each other. There's a ton of athletes here. He's not going to go speak out of pocket and then have to deal with these guys for the rest of his life because he's staying here.
Sure.
So I think that plays. So they're like, no, dude, why is it going so badly this year? What's the problem? I went and got 3 answers from him, and here is number one, talking about, one thing that surprised him?
I thought they would be a little bit tighter as a group. I thought it would be like, kind of like my experience in Atlanta. That was probably one of the tightest groups since, I was in Toronto. It's like everyone just, pulled on the same rope. Everyone wanted to hang out. Everyone wanted to do everything together. Everyone, winning was the most important thing every day. And, when I got in the clubhouse in Texas, there's a lot of talent in there, and there's just a lot of individual stuff going on. A lot of guys are doing their own thing. You might not see people till the game goes on.
Until the game?
Guys are kind of just doing their own thing, whether they have their own and there's not a knock against people that have their own routines, right? Some people, have routines where they do like training room and they do their own stuff in the weight room. They have everything kind of timed out. As you get older in the game, you earn that right to kind of like, this is how I go through my routine.
No BP.
Yeah, not a lot of BP, not a lot of, stretching together. And I just felt like maybe for me, just being kind of the outcast, because it's a lot of the same guys there that won the World Series. So maybe I was kind of on the outside. I was kind of looking more of a way to kind of, get in that inner circle. And a lot of that times that comes through, stretch and BP where you talk about things other than baseball. You get to know guys a little bit more. And that would even start like in spring training.
Man, the no BP? There's not a lot of BP? Well, no wonder y'all can't hit. I mean, you're going out there rolling your shoulders and you're out there cold. I mean, truthfully, they're doing BP under the stadium, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're doing cage work probably on their own.
I mean, typically it's like, how are you not out there doing BP?
So I had told you guys this years ago at the beginning of Seager's tenure that Corey kind of off to the side doing his own thing. The other day, I think it was Osuna celebrating his first home run. Corey, you just saw him on the bench, like staring at the iPad. Jeff Passan had the profile of how maniacal and scientific Corey Seager is. A lot of these guys with their own coaches.
They have their own coaches. That's not unique to Seager or anybody in this team. A lot of the big time stars have their own. Not even big time stars. A lot of the players have their own hitting coach that they have used for years. That know their swing in and out.
Yeah,
So that's okay.
I've heard random things here and there. I don't know how up to date it is right now, to be honest, but I had heard some things I wasn't expecting about Semien back in the day because he was brought in to be a team leader. Nate Lowe, I had heard some things, and I was looking at Nate Lowe, and I'm like, all right, that's a glue guy, that's a chemistry guy. I guess the part that I like to focus on is your commentary about chemistry in baseball and how important it is. And I was going to go the direct opposite end because common sense would tell me chemistry is needed the absolute least in Major League Baseball amongst all the team sports. Literally any other team sport you can name. You need it more in soccer. You need it more in basketball. You definitely need it more in football. You need it more in hockey. Baseball to me, and correct me where I'm wrong here, and Bassick, Holland, if you're listening, Sandler, whoever. This is an individual sport in a team setting.
It is.
My pitcher's by himself. Pitcher and catcher, maybe the part where the relationship is needed the most. I'm up there every day with my own 4 at-bats. I'm out there fielding my own position. Yeah, for a double play, I need some chemistry there. But why do I need great chemistry in baseball when it's one-on-one?
Yeah, it's not like the on-court, on-field, on-ice chemistry. It's probably less, like the obviously in baseball because you don't have to work necessarily together. But you are in baseball with these guys more than any other sport. I mean, they're with these guys from noon to midnight every day. The longest road trips. It's more of a comfort thing. And you could tell man, so when I was at Derek's tournament on Monday, a lot of the guys were from that 2010 team that were there, or dude, these guys acted like they never they haven't missed a beat.
Yeah.
It's like the friend you have that you don't talk to, but you grew up with, and you pick up right where you left off with that conversation. And if it's not there, again, it's not a big deal. But I think it just is surprising. It's like there's there's no togetherness, there's no friendship, it seems, or that's kind of what he's hinting at. That just seems odd. Like, no BP?
I think it matters least of the three major sports. The chemistry probably matters the least in terms of play-to-play success, like what you're talking about. Like, because you're in the outfield, you're over here, you got your spot that you're operating with. Besides, like you said, the battery, but it might matter the most from just like a morale standpoint, because, like Chop says, they're around each other all the time. They're basically living together for 162 days together. Kinsler and Beltre getting sideways in 2013, whatever year that was. Like, Kinsler gave that interview where he's like, that's the moment where we were screwed. And we knew, like, our team, no matter how many of the talented guys were still around, people got bitter with Josh at the end, we heard about. And that started ruining chemistry. Nelly Cruz choosing to take that 50-game suspension and then showing up right for the Orioles playing game. A lot of guys, like, felt bitter about it. And so
are the Mets going to fall apart?
Yeah, right. And I think, and also, like, if you enjoy the people that you're there with, maybe you get to the ballpark earlier. And if you're at the ballpark earlier, maybe you're getting your workout in. Maybe you're getting your extra BP in. If you don't really love the guys you're playing with, maybe you stay at home till 2 o'clock in the afternoon instead of getting there at noon. I mean, I don't know if that matters.
In a better mood during the game.
Right. Maybe that matters. Maybe it doesn't.
I like G-Bag. Other than, the shots that they take. I like G-Bag. I like the interactions we have with them. They genuinely don't really affect what we do segment to segment here. But, like, in general as a whole, like, the fact that we get along with them and we can play, like, fun take shots and stuff like that makes, I think, everybody better. And it makes us, like, it makes morale better.
This is Kevin Pillar on the Foul Territory TV podcast. So one of the things we talked about is, individual winning. He talked about guys winning, but not really enjoying it even when they were.
To me, the reason I think a lot of guys just got off to a bad start individually, and the pitching was so good, and they were still winning games. I guess it was we at the time. They were still winning games. The winning didn't seem – a lot of guys weren't, like, enjoying that we were winning games. A lot of people got caught up in their own failures, and just – it wasn't even like we had an aircraft. It wasn't like one guy was carrying the team. They were driving all the runs. It was like – we managed to get a couple guys on base. Someone would come with a big hit. You'd win 2-1, but they'd be 1 for 4. Everyone else, 0 for on the day. And that just happened for, pretty much the first month of the season. And then it just kind of felt like there was a lot of panic setting in. There was things that happened, behind closed walls. Things were getting taken away. Things were being, forced upon. Things were becoming mandatory.
He didn't really go into what was forced upon, what was maybe BP, maybe they mandated, maybe that was mandated.
You have to hit to practice.
You have to warm up. You got to throw. You got to stretch. I do find it interesting because baseball. I tell my kids, baseball is the ultimate game of failure. Like, if you can't deal with failure, you can't play this sport. And football, Patrick Mahomes is going to go out there and have basically the same game every time. He's going to have a good game. Shohei Ohtani might go 4 for 4. He might go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Like, you have no idea. And you're still going to win that game, and you're still going to be happy if you won that game. And he would continue with guys just not being...
This is kind of, to stick on this point, this is kind of like a Micah thing, right? You destroy the New York Giants, Micah gets shut out, and he's not happy.
Right.
It's so hard, though, because I was thinking of the same thing when he was talking, because I was like, what do I want, though? Do I want the offense happy with how they were hitting? I don't. Nobody wanted them to be like, yeah, but at least we're winning games. Yeah, but you're not going to keep winning games if you keep hitting like that. But also at the same time, you don't want them dragging it down because you didn't play well.
Yeah.
I
imagine the nerves. I mean, they're playing okay right now, but the nerves and the tension during the deadline.
Right.
These guys are all sitting here like Adolis Garcia or different pitchers, and you're looking over your shoulder.
Absolutely.
With all these rumors.
It's got to be tough to deal with. He would continue talking about guys not being necessarily satisfied just with winning.
A lot of guys were trying to make up for a bad start. They were trying to get it all back in one day, as opposed to being like, I kept trying to remind guys, I'm like, there was a point we were like 13-6 and we had like the worst batting average in baseball. I'm like, collectively, we have hit rock bottom as an offense, but we are winning games. Like, this should motivate us. Like, we should be thankful that our pitching staff is so dominant and that we're finding ways to win games. And like, day by day, we're going to get out of this. And it's just kind of been that trend all year. It's like guys are trying to get above water. And it's a hard thing to do. I mean, I've been there too. I think that's the hardest thing about baseball. Baseball, I've always said this, baseball is the ultimate team sport, but it's also the ultimate individual sport.
That's what Sean was saying.
Well, back to what you were saying. Let's not compliment each other too much here, Bobby.
We're about to go on holiday. We're all happy.
Yeah, it's got to be a really, really difficult thing that you win, but you're mired in a 1 for 20. In basketball, you can defend or grab an offensive rebound. But in baseball, your struggles are going to be highlighted more even while you're winning.
Yeah, because
football, you can block downfield if you're not getting the deep ball. And you can play defense. I get it in baseball.
But you also might get one ground ball to you the whole game.
Yes.
Like Josh Young could be hitting 170 and go 0 for 4, but make 3 diving stops down the third baseline. And be like, you know what? I stood to the plate. I contributed. But the very next game, he might have the same offensive stat line, get 0 balls hit his way. It's possible. And you feel like, what did I do here? I did nothing.
So put this on the something to nothing scale.
It's something. This would help explain some of the issues if they've got chemistry issues. And I think it's easy for a lot of people to, it's important to, I think, hear that instead of just read it. I think it's important for a lot of people, if they read that, are maybe like, is he whining? Is he bitter? He was let. That sounds like a dude
He's
who's
not
like,
aggressive whatsoever.
He sounded like a dude who's genuinely upset that he didn't get to make a connection with people. Like, I was really looking forward to like getting to know these guys, and I couldn't. And it made me think of years ago when I had Rangers season tickets. We were out there at batting practice, and I remember must have been 2010. They were playing Hey Soul Sister over the PA.
Hey Soul Sister.
And David Murphy's like in the cage, and he swings, and he goes, Josh's favorite song messed me up, because he like hit one and like had fallen short. And Josh goes like, ugh, like Hamilton rolls his eyes, and everybody's like, oh, come on, that's your favorite one. Like, can we go talk to them? Can we have put it up again? And it's like, there's just this camaraderie there where they all know, like, apparently Josh hates that song, and they all know that, like, oh, let's mess with him on this, and they're all just loose, and that's better than everybody's isolated and doing their own thing beforehand.
It's look, I mean, this is a guy, like I said,
it's like what we talk about with Schottenheimer. Like, all this culture stuff may not matter, but it's better than not getting along.
It's absolutely, and one of the really good point in the fan text for the 956. You fail so much in the sport if your teammates are not uplifting, like you're not in it all together, you can feel like you're on an island and you can spiral out of control. It's a great point.
Yeah.
And that's right, and like Pilar, again, he moved here before the season, before he even signed here, he wanted to move to DFW. So it's like, again, he's going to be seeing these guys around town. Baseball's a small circle. So it's not like he's can just never see any of these players again. He's going to see them because these athletes live in like 4 different neighborhoods around town, right? There's only a handful of spots where you have they have so much money. They're going to live in the same, their kids are going to school together. I don't think he's just going to speak out of pocket and lie about this.
I don't think Pilar, the final thing I can add to this is I don't think Pilar was necessarily well received here while he was here. He wasn't a loved guy in the 20 games. I do know that. So there it is, some Diamond Calves. RJ Choppy going through the Kevin Pilar interview, something or nothing, on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Also the number to call to win these at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
Keep that man with me. Hold on, check out house.
All right, Tolas, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Choppy is putting the 3-time General Manager of the Year on the hot seat in DFW. That's coming up at 8 o'clock. Let's go local for the 4th.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
To firework or not to firework? That is the question. Are you generally, before kids, I know now with kids, I'm sure you are on fireworks, but before kids,
I'm not.
You're not?
Nope.
You're out on it?
right now, my kid, I don't know. My daughter has her ear appointment today for these ear infections. That's not a well. It's a suck. But my son will cover his ears with some noisy moments. That's not concerning me, but I'm monitoring it. And I'm like, maybe his ass needs to go. And I think last year he didn't want to run outside and look at the fire. I'd like to take them, although I also don't want to be in 98-degree weather outside amongst a bunch of people. I'd rather find a view in my backyard and look at it. So I'm not fireworks yet. My daughter is not allowed to go anywhere in public if it's not daycare after what she did to us while traveling. So I want to be fireworks eventually, but not right now. And I'm still scarred from living in East Dallas when I thought I was
the gunshots.
Dodging gunfire.
We can. We'll probably do them. The Roanoke does them today. So I don't know if we're gonna do them tonight or not. Trophy Club will do them tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see what we decide to do.
I want to be on a boat. It's like going to a game where I only want to sit in the first 5 rows. I think I want to be on the water. I want to be on the water out there for the fireworks.
Okay.
I've got the play for you because I was just thinking about this. This is the perfect spot for Ollie to get the fireworks and then not have his ears blown out. Just bring him up here. Like I bet you can see him over here.
Yeah, probably.
Like we got a nice open view. He could see him without all the loud noises and stuff like that.
Yeah,
wouldn't be a bad spot. Yeah. Some of the fireworks shows that are going on around DFW right now, and let us know on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. Yay or nay on fireworks? In fact, Sean, you'll be very happy to know.
And I am the oldest man when it comes to getting fireworks. Like driving by a fireworks stand, I'm like, no. I'm just thinking of Jason Pierre-Paul. I've set off like the little stupid ones. I've never set off a serious firework. I'll never let my kids set off a serious firework. I'll never go buy the fireworks. Never.
I have zero desire.
Really?
To do fire. None. I have zero desire myself.
I think if someone tuned into the fan cam today and looked at you, they would not envision that.
Yeah,
explosives.
The only explosive thing I like is my diarrhea.
Gross. Why?
Mark that.
My goodness.
Mark that. Why? Are you afraid of it?
No, just not. Never had an interest in it. Not
Your
afraid.
boys just don't want to go out there and set them off and then sprint back.
No, never had an interest. Like I've seen too many videos of what's Steve-O. Sticking a bottle rocket in his butt. And
you don't have to do that part of it, though.
No,
you can just light the fire. You don't have to put it there.
Yeah.
What about you,
Steve-O? I've never been a huge fan of them. They're fine. I do want to be removed.
Like setting them off or watching?
No, I've never set them off. So that's the funny thing. It's always so unclear of who can shoot them off in their community and who can't, based on are you in the are you rural enough to be able to do that, or will you get in trouble for shooting them off? So because of that lack of clarity, I just remember when we would drive around and we would see people on the side of the road selling fireworks. I just used to look at them almost kind of like as if they were selling weed on the corner or something, where it's like, I don't even know if this is legal. Are you supposed to be buying those? Or is that even legal here? Are they going to come and get shut down here on the corners? But we would never ever shoot them off. We couldn't. I grew up in Farmers Branch. They wouldn't let you do them out there.
Yeah, I loved it as a kid because I had grandparents that had lots of land, so we were able to shoot it off there. No well for that. Well,
by the way, somebody just texted in and said, I thought you guys have been saying whoa all these years. I just realized you're saying well.
But yeah, as I grew up, it wasn't a need, a necessary. I didn't have to go shoot off the fireworks, but I love watching it, though. I'll go watch it every year at least.
940. Apartments don't usually allow for it, Bobby. Thank you for clarifying for me. 940. I appreciate
for
that.
The 856. Today's the last day someone will have all 10 fingers.
That's true. Several someones. It's several of them.
Yeah.
Some of the events going on around DFW, of course, the big one, Kaboom Town, Addison, which they've started charging for that. That used to be free. It was just, you'd pay for it and being stuck in 2-lane traffic and not being able to go anywhere if you were in Addison for several hours. But you've got Kaboom Town. Arlington's got stuff the next 2 nights. Bedford has July 4th Fest, as well as Burleson. Coppell did some last week. They're doing some again on July 4th. And then if you miss all that, if for some reason you just happen to miss it this week, no worries. If you go to Crowley, July 12th, they're doing Celebration of Freedom with a bunch of fireworks. So you can wait a little bit.
Clouds today and tomorrow. So keep that in mind. With about 30% chance of rain.
Worst fireworks show I ever went to. I was in college. It was in Knoxville. It was overcast. It was Labor Day. It was overcast. So the firework smoke didn't have anywhere to go. So it just kind of stayed below the clouds. Very low cloud cover.
Was this your Labor Day wedding?
No, this was not. Very low cloud cover. So as the wind starts blowing the smoke towards us. It felt like we were like in a volcanic ash plume. Awful.
That's not good. Here we are doing Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Some sad news. I saw this on Instagram yesterday. It was actually, I'd seen it shared by one Ryan Cottrell, our former video operator. WFAA meteorologist.
Is he failing yet, hopefully?
No.
In that job to come back here with Aiden? No offense, Aiden. Aiden's doing a nice job.
Yeah, we need double the work. Yeah. That's what we need. No, he's having success. I'd heard about something around Dallas a couple weeks back, and I was like, hey, if you're looking to get back to Dallas, he's like, I'm happy, thanks though. And I was like, screw you, Ryan. Stay out there with the cartel then. No, this was an announcement yesterday from WFA meteorologist Mariel Ruiz. She announced that she has breast cancer, triple negative breast cancer, which is a very aggressive form of it. Apparently, she just turned 33. So she said that she got the diagnosis about a month after her 33rd birthday. She's the one that normally, like when we have like just the various news channels up, whatever, she's around this time. She's the one that's up there on WFAA doing the weather and stuff like this. But this is the kind of thing where it's like she looks completely healthy on the surface. She looks like you wouldn't think there'd be a single problem with her, and now it's like she's fighting.
Are we ever going to solve cancer?
I mean, do you buy the conspiracy that they already have a cure? They're just hiding it to make more money? I mean, that's...
I used to not buy it, but I don't know. How much money has been poured in and how much more is it going to take?
Yeah.
Kristen,
it sucks, man.
Kristen always says the line that she got convinced by years ago was there's no money in cures. And so she's like, nope. She's like, and so I don't think they have a cure, but I mean, like, because I would imagine if they had a cure, they would just start charging through the nose for you to get it. And so I would just think that would be what it is. But that's awful news. So thoughts and prayers with WFA meteorologist Mariel Ruiz as she goes through that. Gateway Church.
What I would say to her and others, having gone through leukemia stuff myself, there have been, even though not a cure, amazing advancements.
Sure.
Amazing advancements with much greater hope to solve things.
Yeah, and she says that, she's got doctors have a really good treatment plan. They're positive right now, but it is, I mean, it's one that is considered one of the more aggressive forms of breast cancer. Over at CBS, they covered the news of Gateway Church, which we had talked about. They had gotten in trouble when their pastor, their founder, Robert Morris, had gotten in trouble when a decades-old story about him, allegations of him, basically sexual misconduct, sexual abuse with a teenager had come out. And he ended up leaving, or he's not preaching anymore. I think he's still technically part of the church on staff. But now with their decline in attendance and all the bad publicity that they've had, Gateway Church is announcing that they are cutting services amid their decreased attendance and challenges. Have you ever driven by Gateway over in Southlake?
Massive. You've
probably driven by it and had no idea it was a church.
Right.
It's huge. It's a campus. I don't like any church that needs cops to get you in and out of church.
Dude,
if you require police escorts to get people in and out, I'm like, all right, that's just too damn big.
Dude, when you're driving down there on a Sunday, if you're driving on South, like you're going on 114, it's exactly right. They have traffic cones. They're basically having to direct traffic onto the highway because there's just so many people there. Like, I'm trying to see if I can get a picture up and show you what this looks like, because it's absolutely massive. And they had all this money flowing in there. And it was something, and that's like one part of the campus. There's another building behind it. But they had all this money flowing in there and kept expanding, kept growing. They were one of the largest churches in the country. And now they've seen decreased attendance. They're having to cut back service times because of this story involving Robert Morris and the abuse allegations. It is getting hotter. We are in summer. So this is the time of year where we get reminded consistently, hey, remember to look in your back seat when you're riding around with kids. Texas authorities are having to remind people of this again after in the last 4 days, there have been 3 deaths of Texas children left in cars. I don't ever want to judge forgetfulness. Parents get overwhelmed all the time, but like I've just never understood you forgot somebody in the car, like completely. You just got out of the car and forgot somebody that was sitting back there. I've never understood it.
Look, I forget things all the time. I don't forget my kids generally. But like this is awful. Like and there's enough, I guess, plausible deniability is not the word, but like there's enough like where you could say, oh, I forgot, and it's a way for mischievous things to happen.
Maybe
with this.
people are high.
I was gonna say I don't think it's malicious, but I do think it's so negligent and inexcusable.
It's exactly
what will cross my mind. I haven't done it. Therefore, I'm admitting to the darker thought. Do you ever wonder to yourself, okay, can I go in this place and get away with leaving them in here for like 30 seconds? Like tomorrow, I'm going to have to go pick up Ice. Or Saturday.
Ice is usually picking up you.
Could I go leave my kids in there? And I'm not going to do it, but I think of it.
Yeah.
Like, could I go run in there and get the Ice versus get them both out, carry one, have them follow me, back out? The Ice thing is right outside. I got to do is go inside to pay. That's all I got to do is go inside, give them the 20 for the gas. Could I leave them in the car for that moment? Could I leave them at home if I go out to the mailbox? I'm not talking about at the end. My stupid neighborhood put it by our like entry. So I got to get in my car to go get the mail.
Oh.
Could I leave them here by themselves to go get the mail? I haven't done it, but I think about it.
I suppose like if you leave the car running, obviously it's different. Yeah, you know.
But still, I'm just talking about theft.
See, so that's my concern. It's not they're going to get overheated in 30 seconds. I think somebody may just walk over, open the car door, break in, and then they're driving off. That's if I do that one time, I know that's what would happen.
My dad yelled at me twice. His Tesla was running low. I've never been, driving a Tesla. I'm tired of hearing about the bitching. I'm going to go fix this myself. I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, found a Tesla supercharger station, sat there for 45 minutes of my time figuring out how to drive this car, how to charge it. I had no idea. I'd never sit there and done it before. I get back home. He goes, "You left the front door unlocked." No, thank you. No gratitude. Your daughter. I said, "So what?" He goes, "Your daughter's in the other room. You want somebody to just come in here and take her?" I said, "Amanda's sleeping in the room. She's in there. Doesn't matter. The front door unlocked at the house or not the alarm on. We're putting her pack and play downstairs. We're upstairs." "No, you can't. You can't have her downstairs." I'm like, good gosh. I thought I worried. No, nothing.
And he's always been a worry ward, hasn't he?
But I'm married into a family of worriers. At my parents' OC place, we put Ava in the room that was like closest to the hallway of the apartment. My father-in-law, she can't sleep in there. Someone opened the window. I'm like, "Rudy, it's so rusted over 40 years. No one could get that open. You have to shatter the window." "Nope, got to move her to another room."
Oh my God.
Psychos.
Who is the baby, the Lindbergh baby? Like your father-in-law just thinks Lindbergh babies are getting snatched out of cribs everywhere. Last one really quickly. Dallas Pro Museum. Nice, awesome partners of ours
Very
over
nice.
there. Gavin Spittle yesterday when he was talking to the girls, he's like, "Hey, have you guys been there?" They love it. It's great. Luckily, they weren't there last night or a couple nights ago when I guess this guy's never seen Night at the Museum. 34-year-old Jimmy Frost was caught running around inside the Perot Museum after hours when no one was there. Police showed up. They arrested him. They escorted him out. They're not sure how he got in there yet, but he was in there with no shirt, just running around the Perot Museum at night by himself.
No shirt?
No shirt, just like Chop.
Jimmy Frost?
Jimmy Frost.
Jimmy Frost. I got to tell you, starting to get a little chilly.
Uh-oh.
Starting to get a little chilly here.
Who needs a bottle opened? There we go. The Neighborhood Watch with Roberto. Congrats to the NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway winner. Another one in the 9 o'clock hour before you officially start your holiday weekend with Sean and RJ. RJ Choppy is putting the 3-time GM of the year on official notice after the Stars press conference yesterday. That's next.
If it's happening.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Thursday edition, like that announcer guy said. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Happy July 4th week and weekend. And no one showing that more than RJ Choppy on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I had to use the restroom here just a moment ago.
Yes.
It was difficult. Because I had to basically disrobe. I'm in a romper. American flag overall romper. And it was tough to go to the bathroom. And one of the side buttons came unbuttoned, and that took a minute to button back up.
Are you going to wear this to your party Saturday?
Oh, I plan on wearing this all weekend. I'm taking this thing up. But yes, I am wearing this to the party.
Nice.
Wear it at the gym today as soon as the show's over.
That I need a picture of.
Yeah,
I need a picture of you lifting a weight. I need proof. I don't believe it.
I'm gonna see. Maybe I get a tripod out there. The tripod currently is set up in the bedroom. So we'll see if we can get this thing taken out of there and go into the gym.
Yesterday, the Dallas Stars introduced Glenn Gulletson, and three-time GM of the year, Jim Nill, explained why Glenn was the guy again.
The first step was to build a profile, to find the individual who met all the requirements, because this is a unique opportunity, a unique situation. This isn't a team that's was falling apart. It's not a team that's rebuilding. And so it's really important that we build the right profile to find the right individual that met those requirements that we were looking for. We interviewed numerous coaches at all levels. In the end, the process kept coming back to Glenn. It just kept coming back to him. Speaking with people he worked with, he worked for, all I ever heard about is he'll go through the wall for you. He's organized, he's professional, he cares about people, and he'll go through the wall for you.
Okay. Glenn Gulletson, why were you the best guy for the job?
I've checked the boxes, right? We've won. We didn't win the Stanley Cup, been to the finals twice with the Stanley Cup, coached some of the best players that are ever going to play this game, worked with them closely, built relationships with different people throughout the games, worked with coaches, 3 possible Hall of Fame coaches that you learn from, and you look at and you can say, I can take this, I can take that. So all those little experiences help you. I've got over 100 playoff games now, and or around 100 playoff games. You kind of lose track, but those playoff games you might as well be 5-1 because everything is dialed in. You've got to make adjustments. I was a younger guy. I didn't make many adjustments. I knew one way to play. All right, I knew one way to play. You're self-taught, you're self-learned. Now you bring in all that experience. You check a lot of boxes. So players are the most important part of this game, no question. It's not us coaches, but you got to learn how to deal with them. You got to learn how to motivate them. You got to deal with star players. You got to deal with guys that are getting 7-8 minutes a night. So you have to deal with all those situations.
I think Kevin Hagelin will be very happy to hear you're putting Jim Nill on notice.
Yeah, it's not. He's not on the hot seat as a GM. He's not on the hot seat as a GM. He's on a legacy hot seat. Right now, when Jim Nill passes away, he is going to be and have on his tombstone the words "Trust in Jim Nill."
Very dark.
Okay, it's going to be "Trust in Jim Nill." If he blows this coaching hire, it's going to say "Great talent evaluator." So it's going to be a very big headstone because it's going to have a lot of work.
This is very wordy. Those are very expensive.
Great talent evaluator. Couldn't spot a good head coach if Scotty Bowman was on the other side of the desk. It's going to say, somebody's going to need more brevity. It's going to say that, though. Because he is on the legacy hot seat, the trust in Jim Nill hot seat. Like we said, the Panthers have set themselves up basically to be a dynasty. They've won back-to-back. They somehow locked up everyone they wanted. Ekblad, Marsh, everyone. Bennett. Bennett took a... I think people thought after he won the Conn Smythe that Bennett might have been able to get $10, $11, $12 million a year. He went up signed for like $8. Like they're just getting such amazing deals down there. Like Ekblad took a discount to stay 6.1 a year. Marchand 6-year deal. He's late 30s though. And then you see, Mitch going to Vegas and Vegas getting a little bit better. And, I don't love Murray. He's a choker in the playoffs. Maybe getting out of Toronto is good. I mean, that's like they're like the Cowboys or the Yankees of hockey where they just have so much pressure on you. Bouchard goes back to Edmonton. Big deal. They're thin, but the Stars have no money. They've got barely 3 lines. Can they take the same team and be good? Can they beat Edmonton and Florida with this group? Those are questions they got to answer. Like, if they're going to be a good team again, yes. But if this hire doesn't work of Gulletson, like, he's going to have a major stain on his resume of being unable to find a head coach. Because go back and look. I mean, he's had like 5-6 head coaches in 12 years.
And I'm already looking at year 2. I'm like giving him a pass for year 1 because of what Mac Engel said, the law of averages. The odds of them getting back to the Western Conference Finals are not in their favor. So I'm already eliminating them from even getting that far. So I'm looking at year 2 already.
Yeah, and that's obviously the thing that you look at and go like, all right, are you going to be the Bills of the conference finals, basically? You're just going to show up 4 years in a row? That's not likely. They're obviously banking on this is so refreshing, and guys are going to play looser, and they're going to achieve heights that they were limited by, like that they should have gone further recently. But like on Nill, Nill's got this is, like you said, this is 1, 2, 3,
6.
4, 5, 6. This is his 6th coach.
And it does it 12, 13 years.
But
that's a lot, man. That's a lot. Now, look, again, he's a...
Context matters, though. Like, I don't remember people killing the Lindy Ruff hire.
No, Lindy was fine.
Ken Hitchcock, nobody killed. That was the Joe Gibbs hire around here. It's like it's nostalgia. You're bringing back our guy. The Jim Montgomery had, he's a good coach.
Yeah.
He had personal problems, and then Bonus quit. And so
Bonus was going to get fired anyway.
But I mean, Bonus
never should have been given the long-term extension.
But regardless, Bonus did get them to the Cup, even if it was in a bubble year. He did get them to the Cup, and they were in the playoffs the year that he quit. But he did quit. So I think that there's been like one hire that's gotten short because DeBoer ended up getting them to the conference finals every year. It just fell short.
And honestly, I remember being on the air that day when they hired him. I was like, man, this is a DeBoering hire. It was a boring. We all wanted Paul Maurice, but now he was a guy that was, thrown around the league. I mean, he was a big nothing burger too, right? Because he had never won. Doesn't mean it's gonna be a bad hire. I just think Jim is an elite Hall of Fame general manager. He is gonna go. He's an elite talent evaluator. Again, his one stain is that he has not found that coach.
So Gulletson also said he wants to up the physicality a little bit so they're better prepared for the playoffs, and says the forecheck is going to change as well. Gavin Spittle, the hockey hawk, with the exact explanation of the forecheck It's when you apply pressure in their defensive zone to create turnovers, equivalent of a full court press. With 2 of your players in basketball, Edmonton was very effective with creating turnovers against the Stars. Fresh Spits and Suds is available today. Top Stars podcast in town, I'm being told.
See, I told you, Chop. I told you that's what a forecheck was.
Yeah.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Franco and Franco injury attorney text line. What has been the tone of the Tolos on the text? A lot of T's right there in regards to this swap. Is it excitement? Is it Is it downgrade that you all been seeing over the past few days?
Look, it's an eh. It's an eh. Again,
fans. There are fans on there who really like the hire.
There are people who like the hire. There are people who hate it. It's like, so I think you're looking at kind of a middle of the road type, and it's. I think that was going to be expected when you decided on Gulletson. I mean, this is I don't know who else was out there. They were very late to the party. Like, remember, because they went so deep in the playoffs, I think there were like 8 teams that had already hired a coach. Right? They were already going to be late to the party. That was a problem.
Me and Bobby are trying to communicate here on what to do for the rest of the segment. I thought you had an NFL predictions.
Oh, the bold ones. Okay, yeah. I've got the bold predictions here from Jeff Chadia over at NFL.com. So these are all ones that some of these I don't know how bold these are. It's always funny whenever there's a bold prediction and then you see them go like the first one. And here's the Buffalo Bills will win the Super Bowl. I'm like, okay, the guy won the MVP last year. Everybody's felt like the Bills need to win one. I don't know how bold that is. But there were a few in here that I thought were actually bold that I figured we could go over. Let's go over the one that's actually related to the Cowboys first, because he's got 10 in here. But the one specifically related to the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb will break the NFL record for receptions in a season. He says the Cowboys receiver will have an easier life with the return of Dak and the arrival of George Pickens via trade. Lamb already was one of the best receivers in the game, but those two factors will make him one of the most historic. Lamb produced 135 receptions in 2023, which was 14 shy of the league mark of 149. That feels like a lot.
Who has it?
Michael Thomas. So 149 catches, I think he had 700 yards on those 149 catches that year.
No, that's not happening. I hope Pat Doney's not listening. This is my one only fight with Pat Doney. Amari Cooper, I think, versus Michael Thomas. And I was praising Michael Thomas, and then he quickly disappeared while running his mouth. Michael Thomas sat there and ran 4-yard curls and stops.
Linehan was just like passing out at the routes. He was running like, oh my gosh, this is a dream offense.
That curl. Yeah. CeeDee Lamb is not going to be doing the amount of that. I don't believe. So no, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and having a guy like George Pickens will not help this.
Right.
No, in fact, it'll probably take away.
It's going to take away.
Yeah. Yep.
Because he's going to get his looks.
Next one here. The Broncos will snap the Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West championships. Boy, I'd love nothing more.
No, the Chargers will.
Ooh.
The Broncos are not the...
I thought you're Mr. Justin Herbert doubter.
I think Justin Herbert is getting he gets way more praise than he has earned. Not deserved, but earned. But the Broncos are the second best team in that division.
Broncos finished the year really strong. They had the best defense in the NFL. People liked what Knicks did in the second half.
I still don't know what Knicks is. I need to watch him even more.
Well, whatever he is, he's a guy that's never going to get credit because the media is going to suckle at the teat of Visor Man.
Brian Schottenheimer?
No, the other one.
Yeah, come on. That's the Visor Man. I'm working on a metric right now to judge quarterbacks by era and versus their league. So far, what I've got, which is 5 years worth of data.
Have you put in Elway?
I have not yet.
So I can dominate and dunk on you guys again?
I'm telling you, I started looking it up last night. Just generally, I don't think he's going to score as high as you want him to. I think Aikman's going to score higher, but
as he should.
When you look at it, oh my God, Bo Nix was for last year was dead. He was the median. This was the league average guy was Bo Nix in terms of relative to touchdown percentage, interception percentage, just the efficiency stuff. He was dead in the middle.
I can't wait with your little thing.
Boy, you've got a lot of drops today.
Your little list there. I can't wait.
Your little list.
I can't wait for you to find out that Brady's 2007 season was not his best season.
It might be. It's going to be really hard to top that.
2010, when he had the long flowing hair too.
Next one here. Daniel Jones will win Comeback Player of the Year.
Wow.
That's strong.
That's dumb.
That's strong.
Man, what outlet is Chahida writing for?
The NFL, NFL.com.
See, that when you go to a league website, you lost your career.
No, it's a little bit like DallasCowboys.com where
Exactly.
they will.
Yeah,
careful with your shots there.
over there. You lost your career.
There's some great folks over there. If you look at the way that generally they're allowed to kind of just write whatever, they're allowed to challenge. Like same sort of thing. The NFL's writers are allowed to challenge and be aggressive with things, but man, Daniel Jones, I don't know how you could watch anything related to him the last few years and think, oh yeah, he's going to just be great in Indy of all places.
No.
Again, that quarterback metric, the worst season I've tracked so far was Anthony Richardson last year, by far, like far and away aggressively the worst season any quarterback's had that I've found so far to this point. And then one more here real quick, Caleb Williams, who they said it's do or die for already. Dan Graziano said that earlier this year. Caleb Williams will throw for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns. Boy, for a team that's never had a 4,000-yard passer, if Caleb Williams went out there and did 4,535, he is going to be crowned the next Messiah.
The greatest meme is Chicago got a Pope before a 4,000-yard passer. It's the greatest one, man.
So I don't know about the touchdowns. I won't laugh at the yardage. 3 guys threw for 4,500 or more last year. Burrow, Goff, Baker. So could Caleb Williams have a Baker Mayfield type season? I mean, that'd still be a super long reach, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Yeah, and I mean, as a guy who was brought into the league with the hype, he better do that at some point in his career. He better throw for 4,500 yards. I just don't know if it'll be this year. That'd be a jump for the Bears in history.
All right, there it is. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got a special Cowboy interview for you at 8:40 to focus on that offensive line that Corey Major said will decide the season yesterday on the KNC Masterpiece. But Choppy and Bobby have all of your rules, food included, for July 4th weekend. See if you agree with them, because everybody loves lists.
Everybody loves lists.
Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Franco, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214 or 817-333-3033. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Was anybody else glued to the coverage of the Diddy verdict yesterday like I was? The news broke during crosstalk that he basically dodged all the major bullets. A minor prostitution charge that some people thought with time served would have Sean Combs walk out of jail yesterday, but the judge said, no. We're denying you bond because of your violent history. I don't think they're going to deem him as a flight risk. People were showering each other in baby oil outside the courtroom in New York, but Diddy wins big, but he's still not out.
No, they said they're not gonna let him out until sentencing or whatever during the whole process. They're denying the bail bond, whatever they want to call it. So he'll get out eventually, real soon. And the baby oil scene was a wild scene. Spraying people with baby oil. That is a wild scene.
Justice is expensive, I guess. I don't know. Like, I thought he was going to get convicted. The fact that he didn't.
I think they charged him for the wrong things.
Yeah.
And they overcharged.
They went sensationalism. Everybody, all the legal experts said they saw this verdict coming a mile away because
racketeering, I think they were saying you have to establish like a criminal enterprise.
Right.
Not just like random girl
mafia.
here and there.
It's for mafia. It's for drug lords, man.
It's really easy to look at his history and the money he had through Bad Boy Records and the way that he funneled it and the way he was using it and saying it's really easy to make the connection, I think.
You had a better chance of getting him convicted on Tupac's murder than you did on racketeering.
You had no chance of getting him convicted, I guess, because like they give him the one little slap on the wrist and then he'll be free to walk out there and blow up more people's cars and abuse other people and terrorize individuals. Cassie stood up there on the stand, had to unload all of this, and now she's going to be
fearing for her life,
walking around and in the same free space that he is. And it's it's disappointing, but
very disappointing.
That's what it is.
But yeah, but like all the legal experts were like, man, they just simply they went for the
it makes them
headline.
It makes the judicial people seem like sports and media headline writers.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that's why all the defense attorneys make the big bucks. And then you have the federal prosecutors are out there, trying to get reelected. It's just like it sucks.
Yep,
it sucks. It really does. But I mean, this is why you have a judicial process. This is why we could say, hey, this is what we think happened, but this is why I got a legal system. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
RJ Choppy is representing like no other today with the July 4th outfit on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And RJ is also here to police your July 4th party.
Yeah, so those blind ranking lists where like you have like 1 through 10, and then there's a bunch of photos over your head, and then it shows up, and it's like you got to rank them. So they rank the states I want to visit, and the first one that pops up is Ohio, and you got to rank it 1 through 10, right? So people have been doing this for 4th of July foods. Okay, 4th of July outdoor cookout items. And these are the candidates, Sean Sharif. Burgers, hot dogs, beer, baked beans, corn on the cob, barbecue ribs, potato salad.
Slow down.
Fresh fruit, coleslaw, and barbecue chicken.
All about the tuna.
Burgers, dogs, beer, baked beans, corn on the cob, barbecue ribs, potato salad, fresh fruit, coleslaw, and barbecue chicken.
Last is easy.
Right off the bat for me, potato salad's number 10. Okay? Oh. That's disgusting. Nobody A likes mayo, and nobody B likes cold potatoes.
Love mayo.
It is a disgusting side dish. It's a disgrace. If you're a barbecue joint and you
Hurtado,
if you serve potato salad, I automatically dock you 3 points.
Oh, man.
Okay.
You don't go to any barbecue place in Texas that they like all have potato
I still
salad.
go, but now the highest I can give you is a 7.
But
you're docked.
So you're totally out on macaroni salad, coleslaw, potato salad.
Out.
All gone.
Out.
Do you eat anything mayonnaise based like egg salad? No way.
Out.
Tuna fish with mayo.
No, out.
Deviled eggs.
Out.
No mayo on a sandwich.
If I'm gonna have it, it's very light.
Yeah.
We go to a sushi spot. We don't want any of their sauce. Out of the mayo because it's all mayo based.
Oh my gosh.
Out. It's disgusting.
If this is the case, shouldn't you have coleslaw last?
A potato salad.
But the potato salad is sometimes mustard based.
But he doesn't like the cold potato.
Yeah, I don't like the cold potato.
Coleslaw is last here by a mile.
Oh, that's number 9.
Lettuce and mayo, like mix it. That's
I love
disgusting.
coleslaw.
Ugh.
To me, coleslaw is my grandmother. She used to call it depression food. All right, if it was around during the depression, like why don't you just eat porridge?
Yeah,
I
need my last is last for me. I need it at the kids' parties. Man, I don't eat any fruit, man. I've banished fruit. I like it. Like if I'm cutting it up for the kids, I'm like, oh, this watermelon, it's fantastic. Some grapes with cheese. A sweet piece of cantaloupe. Like I don't dislike any fruit. I just don't eat it, and I'm for damn sure not eating it at a barbecue party.
Man, we went to I can't remember the last party we went.
Mango. Oh, my dad had mango. It's incredible.
Americans spend $167 million every 4th of July on watermelon, according to Good House.
Watermelon's probably the one seed.
Watermelon, pineapple, and really good strawberries. Like you get that, I could just sit there and I would just crush. So we're going We'll go to a 4th of July party this year. If there's fruit, just give me all the acid in my stomach that I could get.
Oh no.
Give it to me.
Ugh, no. Yeah, coleslaw's last. That one's easy. Fruit's going to be definitely in the back half because that's not what 4th of July is about.
Right. Baked beans, I like. I like charro beans better.
I don't.
Baked beans.
I love baked beans, but I don't love the charro beans.
No?
That's all Texas serves.
Oh yeah.
Charro baked beans.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Give
me some
barbecue Joe with the big bake with the charro bean pot. I'll just sit next to that. Just give it to me, baby. Not white people beans. I want the good charro beans. Okay.
I want some Bush's baked in a can. Bush's beans.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah.
To me, meats have got to be 2, 3, 4, and 5 on this list. Cold beer's got to be number 1.
Ooh, see, I'm going to be very controversial here. Beer on 4th of July is not a thing for me. I know it's for everybody else, but I'd rather do the cocktails. The beer just, like with all the food I'm eating, I feel like it's just it's weighing me down too much.
It's a long play, though. You don't believe in long drinking plays.
Yeah, you don't lose it. But, you can't have a 4th of July party without beer. Like, even folks who quit drinking drink beer on 4th of July.
Yeah, you
have to have
Gavin
it there.
Dawson just fires it up.
Yeah.
You don't fire up his grill, so hopefully he does with beer.
I'll drink whiskey. I'll drink beer and I quit drinking.
That's smart. You'd be passed out way before the fireworks.
I have barbecue chicken way down on the list too here too.
Oh,
really? Oh,
I like barbecue chicken.
Messy?
I like barbecue chicken.
Messy.
It's messy, but like
below ribs?
Yeah, I want ribs at the top. Like the very top for me is going to be burgers, hot dogs, or ribs.
Like I'm making chicken tomorrow. I want like grilled chicken.
And 4th of July,
I want it grilled. I want to burn it. I want to get some crust on there.
I would have barbecue chicken over ribs for this day.
I would too.
It's good.
Maybe in general. I don't know. I have to think about that.
I'm not serving ribs to a large party because they're too expensive and too much work. I don't trust people to eat them all.
Yeah, they're gonna leave some on the end.
Joseph Randall meat bone it.
Yeah, that gets me worked up.
Mm-hmm.
That gets me unless it's like, a food appreciation group. Man, I ain't serving shrimp. I ain't serving crab cakes. I'm not serving brisket. I'm serving you some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
No, not happening.
No brisket on 4th of July specifically. or just a gathering?
Amanda gave me the green light. She gave me the green light to cook and smoke. That's when I thought it was a small gathering. As she's now lied to me 2 straight parties. She's now fibbed to me. The other day, she goes, I think I've gotten the list up to about 50. 50? Oh. He don't have 50 friends. I said, she's like, yeah, so maybe can the green egg fit 2 briskets? And I was like, I'm not making briskets for 50 people. I'm not letting these little runts come in here and eat this brisket and throw this expensive meat away. Are you crazy? We're ordering pizza. So I need a pizza deal out there. Someone please. 2 for 1s. A large cheese is $20. $26 for a large pepperoni out in the streets. I need a pizza hookup badly for Saturday. I am not cooking brisket for these little runts.
Gotta go to Italy. Go to Italy. $9.
Go to Italy.
Just fly to Italy. Fly back. Bring the pizza.
I know
home.
it's not Italy.
Not Italy.
I know that.
$99.
$99.
I think I would go beer 1, burger, barbecue chicken, barbecue ribs, hot dog. I'm not a hot dog guy.
You're missing out.
I just don't like them.
4th of July and baseball games. That's when I eat them.
Yeah. It really is.
I'm not eating them otherwise throughout the year. Not like I'm against it. It's just like, I don't know. It just feels like, and that feels like a very specific thing that I eat.
Pepe, where are you on this food list so far?
Yeah, I mean, burger was the immediate 1 seed. I'm all about the barbecue chicken, everything like that. I have hot dog a little bit down. I grew up with the hot dogs and hamburgers, everything, but I've loved hamburgers over hot dogs. Fruit, I'm kind of like Bobby. It's in the second half. It's like it's there, but it's like after I eat the meal. But I agree with RJ. You got to go beer on 4th of July.
No dips.
No
chips and no dips?
You got to have good dip. You got to have good chips. Got to have good dip. But whether it be queso or guac or sauce, you got to have
the sour cream dip.
What is it? The 7-layer or whatever?
No, just like the white that you dip in the Lay's potato chips in.
Not in on that.
Too mayo-y.
It's too sour creamy, too mayo-y, too white.
Cream.
Yeah, I don't need white things.
So no sour cream. No sour cream on the potato.
I got a baked potato? Absolutely not.
Wow.
Butter, bacon, pepper, some chives, maybe some onion. No sour cream.
I genuinely think there would be so many things I eat that would be ruined if I wasn't allowed to have sour cream with them. Like,
Yeah, baked potato. I'm not eating a baked potato without sour cream.
baked potato, sour cream,
Nachos.
chili with sour cream's good. Nachos, quesadillas, you got to dip those in some sour cream. Tacos, it's all great with sour cream.
Yeah, when I was Taco Bell, Nachos Bel Grande, no sour cream.
The great Jesse Holly just sent me a possible pizza deal.
Ooh.
I still need some more suggestions, but thank you, Jess. Appreciate it.
I don't have rules for food. I got 4th of July fun facts if you want them, though. People, we talked earlier about fireworks. And
You know what? Let's save it for crosstalk.
Okay.
Let's save it for cross. Corey Majors was walking by. I almost pulled him in here for the barbecue conversation. I just wanted to see on the fan text if there was anything else that we were missing. What?
It sounded like he was starting to play a song. I was like, the hell was that he was playing?
If there's anything else that we were missing. And would you substitute brats or sausages for the hot dogs?
Brats and sausages would be below coleslaw.
Sausage?
Sausages?
I would absolutely do sausage.
Links?
Little Smokies?
Mm-hmm.
Little Smokies.
Yeah, I would.
Man, you sounded hardcore right there. Little Smokies.
I would absolutely do sausage. I won't do a brat, though.
Why?
It's not American.
What else on that list?
We already
cross-check.
We already beat them in a war once.
Yeah.
Again. Twice. Right?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Bobby, set us up for the special interview.
Duke Manyweather, many of you are probably familiar with him. He is the offensive line guru that trains all of the college elites and the pros, including the entire Dallas Cowboys offensive line. He's got a summit coming up. We're going to talk to him about it next here on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, we're going to get you healthy. We're going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Will the Cowboys' offensive line be improved this season? I got the guy who can give you the answer. Duke Manyweather. He is the offensive line guru of the NFL for the stars of both college and pro. He's very busy. Morning workouts every morning, 6 to 10 a.m., which is when we're on. So I got a hold of him. I said, hey, we jump on.
He's got a great beer, doesn't he?
Dude, yeah, he does. It's the Hop and Sting beer that he does, the old Masterminds beer. But he's so busy, I reached out to him. I was like, hey, can you just give us a few minutes before your workout? And so he said, yep. And so I got on the phone with him at 5:40 this morning, and we talked about OL Masterminds, the Cowboys' offensive line, and sort of the expectations heading into this season. Joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline is offensive line guru and the creator of the OL Masterminds Summit that you hear so much about. It is Duke Manyweather. Duke, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. Now, first off, I just want to know, everybody has seen this OL Masterminds and some of the clips that come out of it. Every year there's viral content from it, and everyone sees, like, this is the collection where offensive linemen get better. Can you just talk about the purpose of the event, what you guys have coming up here soon, and how it all came to be?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think what people see is only a small glimpse. We put out publicly what we want you to see and not what the event fully is. And I think that exclusivity makes it even more special, because once you're in the room, there's just a whole nother dynamic on the learning, the collaboration, and just the spirit of offensive line. But we started it, really it started in 2017, but we officially organized in 2018. 2017, we just did it on Saturday mornings at the gym, and it was a matter of the veteran guys taking the young guys and myself, and we just walked and talked through the game. Fast forward to 2018, I was watching the NFL Top 100, and, Lane was on there, and Lane said, man, these pass rushers are getting so good. I think we need to figure out how to stop these guys. We need to get in the room and figure out how to stop these guys. So I immediately hit up Lane, and I said, listen, you said that you want to figure out how to stop these guys. I said, let's put together a big O-line room, and let's figure it out. Let's break down these pass rushers. Let's talk O-line. Let's talk routine. This year I wanted to the goal wasn't to have a whole bunch of people in the room. We've got a lot of college guys that come down, but we've got some really good pro guys coming this year. Of course, a ton of the Cowboys will be there. Tyler Smith, Tyler Booker, Guyton, Terrence Steele, a lot of the backups that are fighting for their place on the roster are going to be there. But then we've got Joe Thomas, we've got Tristan Wirfs, we've got Lane, of course. Every year, we just try to make it the largest aggregation of O-line talent and experience in the world. And 2 days, we talk everything under the sun, from breaking down these defensive phenoms that are in the NFL now, to the lifestyle of what it takes mentally and physically, and having a routine, and the way you prepare and the way you handle different coaching, So that's really what it's all about, man, is just getting in a room and fellowship and making the position better through collaboration.
Well, and I know, you mentioned there how a lot of this started with kind of, word of mouth and guys talking to each other, and then this brotherhood came together. Tyler Guyton, I know when he was drafted, he talked about how that was the how he first became familiar with you, even before he came into the league, was that he had gone to OL Masterminds the year before. Guyton obviously was a guy who had a little bit of a tough rookie season, but he's gotten a lot of praise for the work he's put in this offseason from new head coach Brian Schottenheimer. What is your outlook for Guyton moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you this. I think it's really funny. There was this whole thing on Twitter this off season about how me and Guyton had some type of beef and moved on. It was weird. Me and Guyton would send each other the tweets all the time and just kind of laugh at it. But he's doing really well, man. He's doing really well. As I said earlier in the off season, he had a lot to figure out, and it was going to be up to him to figure that out if he wanted to make a next jump. And we're still there. And I think he is figuring it out. Highly competitive, really doing things with intent and deliberateness. I expect for him to take a jump, man. As I said last year, I thought that him and Cooper Beebe were going to be fine, man. I thought that those guys are going to be really good, and I still feel like that. And you got to understand that development is not linear. And there's going to be a new coaching staff. I like what Connor Riley's doing, and then Coach Chen as well. We met a couple of weeks ago for about an hour and a half. Just got on the same page with everybody in that room that I'll be working with, which is most of them, almost all of them. And really my whole goal for not only Tyler Guyton or Tyler Booker or Tyler Smith or Terrence or any of those guys, Cooper, is just to help make them be the most efficient, effective, and consistent player that they can be within their skill set. And that's really what it's all about, man. What I try to do is identify what makes each individual special and, help them develop a skill set around those special qualities what make them unique. Because I think if you can really focus and hone in on that, it allows the guys to have a skill set that they can replicate down in and down out, day in and day out. And I think that's really what it's all about, man. I'm excited, for this season. I think that not just with the Cowboys, but, other guys that I work with, we really added some new tools to their toolbox. I'm excited to see, and the guys really have gravitated towards, spicing up certain aspects of their game that, hey, I'm really good at this. What if I did this off of it? And I think that's going to be a really cool thing to see, the maturation this season of some of these players.
Duke Manyweather from OL Masterminds joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned meeting with Connor Riley a few weeks back. I know that there's, in some instances, coaches will maybe get a little territorial, and they'll say, no, I don't want somebody from outside the building doing this, and they start drawing unnecessary lines. How encouraging was that to you that, Connor Riley, Coach Chin, that they looked at and they said, hey, no, we want to be in front of you, and we all want to talk and get on the same page and value what you're doing with these guys?
Well, I think it's highly valuable for everybody involved. At the end of the day, for me, it doesn't change my life any. I'm going to be who I'm going to be. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But as I've said and always said, I've said to you personally, I won't work for anybody, but I'll work with whoever wants to work, with versus for. And I think that is very encouraging that, again, I gave this example. I did an interview with CBS Sports, and they kind of talked about how, Tyler Smith and Tyler Guyton kind of learned from Zach Martin. And the conversation came up, and I said, listen, in 11 seasons, Zach had 7 offensive line coaches, and a lot of those guys, like Terrence, has had, I think 3 or 4. So when you look at that, not that I am the voice in the O-line room and their O-line coach, but I'm a consistent eye and ear for them, and I think that's important because, if you have a coach that's new every single year, they're going to be asking you to do new things every single year. And sometimes you lose yourself and you lose what makes you good. And I think I'm just kind of the eye and the ear, and that's that constant reminder for these guys, hey, this is what you do really well. Let's not get too far away from that, even within the context of what these coaching staff may want you to do. So me and Connor kind of talked about that, like, hey, this is what this guy does really well. And we're just on the same page with everything. So I think it's very encouraging. One thing that I will say is Cowboys specifically, I think that they've got a plan in place that can really change the culture of this team. And I think that, still within the organization, there's some aspects that need to be addressed that can fully change the culture. But I think for sure, like this staff is doing things a little differently. And I think there's a lot of energy around what they're doing. And the most important thing about the staff doing things differently and the energy around it is that the players are bought in to that. And I think that's important. If the players are bought in to the energy and into the difference in coaching and the way that players are handled, then that's half the battle. And then you got to start winning football games. So once you start winning football games, then the buy-in becomes even more. If you don't win, that's when things get tough. But I think that really the key is going to be up front and then making sure those guys stay healthy up front, and then making sure that as they find their groove and find their stride, that I think that offense will start to go.
Last couple of minutes here with Duke Manyweather. Duke, you mentioned Tyler Booker. Give us just a quick snapshot of what kind of player Cowboys fans can expect.
Physical mauler, is highly skilled individual, skilled in pass protection, earth mover in the run blocking. And I think once you get to know Tyler, the accountability he holds to himself, the accountability that he will hold to other people. And I think when you lose what the Cowboys have lost in the last couple of years in terms of leadership with Tyron Smith, and then Tyler Biotish, even to an extent. And then, of course, now this year with Zach Martin, you've got some guys in place that can be leaders. Tyler Smith is going to have to step up and really be a leader, which he has been. But then you got a young guy in Tyler Booker who will 100% lead naturally. That's who he is. He's going to lead naturally. And, of course, you don't expect him to lead that room as a rookie right away. But I think as he starts to find himself and figure things out, along with, him learning from Tyler Smith and Cooper Beebe with a year plus under his belt, playing next to Terrence. Terrence had a great offseason this offseason. He's looking back to normal. He's got that spring back in his step, which is good to see. I think that you're going to get, again, a really, really good addition to the Cowboys' offensive line room in Tyler Booker, not only on the field aspect because of those physical traits that we just talked about, but then eventually also in a natural leadership role as well.
Duke, thank you so much for joining us. OL Mastermind's coming up soon. You can follow Duke and get all those updates over at Twitter. You can look at BigDuke50. Duke, we appreciate you, man.
No problem. Have a good one.
Duke Manyweather, he is absolutely fantastic. You heard a lot of the excitement there for Terrence Steele, Tyler Guyton, both those guys. If they're able to bounce back, it's going to be huge for the Cowboys.
Corey was hyped up for that. Thank you for the nice tease and promotion, Corey Majors. This is your official home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. Awesome game yesterday. Not great news for one of their cornerstones. Is Brett Boone's brother lurking around the corner? And is baseball officially taken over now over basketball? Diamond Cavs, final hour of the week on the home of the Rangers, next.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
flow of B products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, look, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch to Semien. He cranks one up the alley left center field. Cowser and Mullins go after it. That one's up and out of here. Marcus Semien. A 3-run home run. And the Rangers strike first. And they strike big here in the bottom of the third.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Dear Rob, take the deal. Take the deal. I'm freezing. I'm so cold right
You
now.
are?
I'm frigid.
Have you gotten on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube and checked out the RJ Choppy outfit? The new big dog in the building. A lot of Corey Majors ties today. He was fist pumping for the start of the 9 o'clock hour. And we had said, when Corey goes with his sleeveless cutoff Thursdays, probably don't want the new boss in here to see it for the new impression. Well, RJ just got it. I got the thumbs up. Bob McKay just walked by. People are hearing about this somehow. Dan Brunoff came upstairs. I thought he was coming to tell us there was some July 4th storm we needed to know about. He goes, "Can I get a pic?" I saw. I've heard about this picture. And then McKay clearly had heard about it because he came right to the window just to give you the thumbs up.
Man, it was good. It was good. I was worried. He was the one guy I didn't want to see today. I was like, I don't know if I want to see the new boss.
No, I think it's
the new big dog.
I think it's a win.
Yeah, it's like Bob's like, what a fun guy. What that's a morale booster right
That's
there.
what RJ Choppy brings that no one else can. That's the value.
That's the value.
The hard nips.
I've got
Peyton really is like him, so I mean.
There we go.
So you are getting a little cold?
I'm getting a little cold, man.
I know.
I went downstairs to get some beef jerky. Nothing's more American than American flag overalls and beef jerky.
Brunoff wasn't pointing at a green screen. He's like, as you can see, we have a cold front moving in.
And it was chilly when I got down. I was like, whoa, is it December again? But Rob, dear Rob Manfred, please take the deal. So there was talk of NBC getting involved with Major League Baseball, right? They're obviously getting involved with NBA. If they could find a way to get on that, use the NBA finals as a marketing arm for them. But you've got to find a way to stay on ESPN. ESPN's marketing arm is the best in the business.
Well, I want to focus on the ratings because I've seen 1, 2, 3 different. Now, maybe these are, Bobby has been very skeptical over NBA ratings releases and how they trick them up and everything as of late. But I'm seeing a ton of evidence that baseball numbers are all up. I'm impressed and I'm curious why. And our numbers here, we always take you behind the scenes of the station. The Ranger games, even though they've been a frustrating 500 team, have been really, really good. Maybe that explains G-Bag's numbers, kicking ass everywhere. But the Ranger ratings have been up, and all throughout baseball, they're up. Why?
Well, I think I know it's. We always talk about the year after. So the year after the team wins, that's when you see season tickets jump, right? The year after you get all the changes to the pitch clocks and stuff. Now you get a couple years in, word gets around, people start, and then don't forget, Shohei's healthy this year, the whole thing. Aaron Judge is having a great year again. Trout's back playing. You've got some new teams, like the Tigers are good again out of nowhere.
I mean, how much of this is Bally issues aren't hanging up for a lot of people in local markets now? Like, I mean, here locally, I mean, I assume Rangers games are easier to access this year, which probably also then does help us. People are following the Rangers more closely. They're able to keep up with them more, and they're more interested in talking about those things during
Chicago is big.
Chicago's big, yes.
Detroit's not. Toronto doesn't help.
Nope.
But Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, the armpit, New York in second. Those are your top teams.
Yeah. I mean, both.
But still, there's no change in the game and the sport. That was an injection, no pun intended, like we got a couple years ago that had all of us raving and talking about the new pace.
Right. It may just be the changes. Did the changes start last year or the year before? I think they were last year, right?
I thought that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I don't remember.
But I think what Bobby says may make a lot of sense. I don't want to say does.
May. But here are the numbers. Fox is up 10%. ESPN's up 22%.
Like the Sunday Night Baseball ratings are really good.
Yeah,
We're
so
up.
we just had, it was Minnesota and Detroit. Yeah. It averaged 2 million viewers. It was up 66% between last year's game of the Rangers-Orioles same time. And that Rangers-Orioles game was a rematch of a playoff series. So the game peaked at 2.3 million. Sunday Night Baseball is doing well. They're averaging 2 million viewers for these things. It's like, that's pretty good. And then you go down further, it's TBS is up 16%. MLB TV is up 27%. I don't know what MLB Showcase is. That's up 13%. And MLB Japan is up 22%. Networks don't run from those numbers. So ESPN sees this, and, they see, the WNBA's having much better numbers, and it's like, all right, would you want to get in bed with this? And if I'm Major League Baseball, I'm like, dude, find a way to stay on ESPN. If you're on ESPN, if you notice, ESPN talks about the programs they have on their the sports they have on their channel. If you find a way to get on Get Up,
it's not going to happen. I'm staying off. I'm getting away. I need to. By the way, who did I say was the best texter in the building now? Alec Medford with Jeff Passan a minute ago. Guardians right-hander Luis Ortiz is under investigation by baseball, has been placed on paid leave. Baseball did not release specifics of the investigation.
It's former Ranger Luis Ortiz, I think.
I'm figuring out how close the ratings are between FS1 and ESPN. If it's gargantuan, which I'm going to guess it is. Yeah, I can see. You're never getting on Get Up, and you're not getting on First Take, and you're not getting on McAfee. It's not happening. So, can my inclusion into the other shows, are they going to include me? Like, I don't think, no offense, Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce and
they're not talking
Michael Irvin.
You're talking
Chris Broussard, Mark Schlereth. I don't know if any of the shows are going to break it down, but FS1 probably more inclined if you have a bigger deal with them.
Right.
You're never getting on these shows.
The only time you're getting on First
Aaron
Take,
Judge breaks a record.
The only time you're getting on First Take is when Russo's on.
And the Yankees in the playoffs. Yeah.
Or which is what, Tuesday, Wednesday? Whatever day he's on, that's when you're getting on First Take.
Wednesday, I think.
And or if something crazy happens, like Shohei does something or Aaron Judge does something, and it's Yankees-Dodgers World Series, then you'll get on there. But you're right, you're not going to get on there because guys don't know how to break down base. It's a difficult sport to break down if you don't know it. It just is. So yeah, you're not going to get on there. I think the NBC, if they can find a way to get on network TV, if they can find a way to get on NBC, use the promotion of NBC of the NBA Finals, which they're going to have, right? NBC's eventually going to get the NBA Finals. Say, hey, you know what? NBA season's over. Go right into baseball. You can start watching it, and then you use Tirico in the fall. Hey, World Series, NBC or whatever coming up here after Sunday Night Football the next day.
Any other explanation for why numbers are up?
That's the thing. I was just looking this up. I was like, were they down last year? I was trying to remember. No, like Sunday Night Baseball had its best year in 5 years last year. So they're up from a year where they were already up. They had a 6% increase last year. So no, ratings were up last year. They're continuing to go up. I can't figure it.
Diamond Cavs here on 105 to the Fan. So a couple of weeks back, we had I kind of railed against certain lists that did not have any Rangers in the Cy Young race. Well, finally, we're seeing some in the Cy Young race. Jake DeGrom is fourth in odds at BetMGM. He's 10-1 to win the Cy Young. I know Scooble's great. I do not get this is a no doubt slam dunk Cy Young winner this year, best pitcher in the game. I mean, his numbers are right there with DeGrom and Max Fried, and how you can differentiate the two. You just can't.
Bobby Ken, he hates all Ranger pitching.
Yeah.
I mean, you know you can.
But look,
you can't do it based on ERA alone, which is like I'm saying ERA is great. I'm
What
saying
about whip?
there are all the other aspects of that you can count and look at, and like Skubal is ahead of him.
Okay, so he's got more strikeouts, but whip and ERA they're all right there. And if you just want to go based on strikeouts, cool.
It's not just based on strikeouts.
By the way, Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young, and nobody struck out more guys than he did.
Right. So that's exactly the point of why it's not about strikeouts.
Then what is the differentiation between Skubal and DeGrom and Fried? Because it's not ERA.
He's about to tell you. He's about to
not quality
unload.
starts. It's not whip.
Yes, it is whip. He leads the majors in whip. Tarek Skubal does.
Okay, by what? A tenth or a hundredth of a percent?
I mean, like, what do you? He's literally he's at 8.35. DeGrom's at 8.88. And
no! Oh my God!
This is one of the worst takes you've ever had.
But he's trying to say it shouldn't be a slam dunk.
It should be minus 250 for Skubal and 10-1 for DeGrom and 14-1 for Fried because they're all the same.
If you look at fielding independent pitching, he's a run better than DeGrom. His strikeouts to walk is double DeGrom.
Wow,
double.
cool. He strikes guys out. Wow.
Okay, like what do you want as the differentiator?
I don't know.
Like, you can't
runs allowed. Like that's the goal.
Which is tied. So then you go to tiebreakers, which are all Skubal.
Okay, it doesn't mean that it should.
How
be
are you
that,
missing
it
this?
Shouldn't be that big of a gap.
Are you like Samson? Do clothes give you your brain power or something, and you just don't have it today?
That's what it is.
And he's using analytics against you, Chop.
Well, you know what? I've turned. Okay, I've turned.
Wait a second. Your whole 7-year identity.
I use analytics when they suit me. Okay, when they suit my argument.
Well, I mean, that's always been true.
Yeah, that's what I use them. But look, to me, when 0.83 versus 0.89, I mean, we're circumcising mosquitoes there.
Okay.
All right, that's what we're doing.
Full run and FIP, though, and a 9 strikeout to walk to 4 when all the others are tied. That's the differentiation right there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. But it should not be, what I'm saying is it should not be minus 250 all the way to 10-1. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You want to say he's the favorite? I'm not going to argue with that. I'm just saying it should not be that big of a slam dunk.
It's probably everything combined, though. It's the fact that he's got all those breaks going his way on the peripherals, and then Detroit's playing like they are, and Texas is playing like they are.
John Boy.
Yep.
Our buddy John Boy. He's got his podcast. And
is he our buddy?
Well, we were trying to get him on the show. Doesn't
sound like a buddy.
So he's more like a friend who doesn't respond. That's what he is.
My buddy Michael Jordan. I've tried to get him.
I have his number.
MJ?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He doesn't
gambles.
I don't know that he answers it. I don't even know it's his, but it says Michael Jordan on the content.
That's awesome.
Anyway, John Boy. So he does a podcast, and it's he's a Yankee fan, so it's largely Yankee heavy. But you know, he did with him and his co-host suggest that the Yankees should try and trade for Josh Young, and Josh Young obviously just sent down to AAA Round Rock. And I just threw Josh Young's name into Twitter yesterday into the search box. That's where this thing popped up. Said they would want to trade hit for him. Is he a guy you would be willing to give up on? And what do you have to get in return? And what is his value? Because he's a young guy with a ton of team control who has shown he could be an all-star in this league.
Real quick, how old do you think Josh Young is?
27.
Josh Young is what? 22 is when he's drafted, so he's 28.
He's 27. I was thinking he was like 25.
Yeah, so
24.
Forever to get up here, yeah.
When he becomes a free agent, he'll be 30.
He's been here for 5 years.
Right, so he'll be 30 as a free agent.
No, 4 years.
Up at the bigs.
Yeah.
So it's and I think the first year I don't think he accumulated any service time, so I think he still has
26 games.
What's that?
26 games.
Yeah, so he still has 3 full years after this year of eligibility before he gets to be a complete free agent. So he'll be 30. So, you know, at 30 years old, a guy who already has injuries, you know, do you go and give him a mega contract, or do you see, hey, we've gotten things out of him. We won a World Series. He can't figure it out. He might need a change of scenery. We actually might, because of his age, his talent, his position, and his contract and controllability, we actually might be able to get a top 3 prospect from another team.
Bob, how we looking in the minors there at third base at that position?
No, I mean, you don't have anybody who's close to coming up right now, period, in the field. Like it's all pitching that's coming up that's close. So, I mean, they're like, I don't know, do they want to play Walcott there eventually? Do they want to put, Walcott's at shortstop right now, but I mean, I have no idea if they think he has any viability at third. Foscue would be like kind of one of the immediate, all right, let's try this, but he's struggled to stick too.
I mean, the other question is how long is Seager going to play short before he moves to third, if he does? You know, shortstops will oftentimes move to third just because they get older.
Walcott is projected. I'm looking at it now. They say he is projected to where he could play third too. So I mean, you could bring Walcott's your number one prospect.
I need to figure out the size of Josh Young's bat. Sandler, find that for me.
Too big?
You got to come back with a little league bat. You can only come back up to the bigs if you're using an Easton 33, whatever.
33-27. Back in the ultralight days where you were allowed to do drop 5.
I feel like he's carrying a hacksaw Jim Duggan 2x4 up there.
It's very Odor. It's an Odor bat.
So there it is. Josh Young sent down. Awesome night for the Rangers. Brett Boone has to be happy. Nice bounce back for Eovaldi. Semien and Seager go deep. 6-0. Good guys. Day off today on your home for Rangers baseball. An NBA Young Boy ticket giveaway is next, and more love for the Texas quarterback. The Red Zone, your football fix after this.
Let's keep it.
truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Good morning, Metroplex. In case you did not know, this is Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We are your official home of America's team, and every day at this time, except for Brett Boone, it's the Red Zone. Get it? 9:20, 20 before crosstalk, Red Zone.
Yeah.
It's your football fix. And it's also your final time this week. Are we doing it tomorrow, actually?
Jake and CA will do it tomorrow.
Your final time today to win these.
Keep that man with me. Hold on, check out how.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
More love for Arch Manning. Paul Feinbaum was on TV yesterday saying that he was attacked by his own network and the entire country for saying that Arch is the best college quarterback since Tim Tebow in 2007, and now Bobby's new media favorite is adding to it.
I never wanted to like Cam Newton. I didn't. And I'm not liking Cam Newton just because he's talking. He's not even glowing necessarily, but he's giving the Mannings and Arch Manning credit for some of the stuff we were talking about yesterday, which is the idea of committing to a system, not getting impatient, not looking to bail right away, just saying like, all right, this is the plan. We're sticking to the plan, and we're going to be best prepared to get to the next level. And I think Cam's really good talking about the game now. He's become really interesting. So this was him on his podcast talking about the Arch Manning development, the hand the Mannings have had in it, and why he thinks that's the way that you get yourself ready to play in the NFL.
They went into the University of Texas with the understanding that they're trying to put Arch Manning in the best situation to be developed over time. It's not about playing. That's going to come. But who's going to develop this specific talent to be the best talent by the time he's eligible to go to the next level? A lot of these parents and a lot of these players get so jaded off of the fact that, hey, I'm trying to play early. No. Scratch that. Go somewhere that after 3 years, you could put yourself in a position to go to the league. That doesn't mean that I'm going somewhere where I could play early or start. Just because you're starting doesn't mean you're getting developed. I've always felt like I was more talented than Tim Tebow, but I needed Tim Tebow to show me what I lacked. Tim Tebow is an unbelievable leader, verbally and by actions. Arch will be a fool if he has not learned anything from Quinn Ewers, how he prepared, how he lead his team, and just how he handled and managed the expectations for being a quarterback at a university like Texas. You are a freaking fool if you don't think Cooper Manning, Archie Manning, Eli Manning, and Peyton Manning has any type of involvement with the decision-making of their nephew, their grandson, or their son. Because with a name like Manning, it holds a lot of weight in this football world.
That's great.
I love Cam.
That's great.
And he's right. He's so there was so much about him that as a player like just used to drive me nuts and irritate me. But when he talks his X's and O's, I think it's really interesting. But that's the kind of stuff that I'm more fascinated on when he talks about it, is just the idea of like, this is how you handle yourself and get to this level and have success at this level on things that have to do with out just the X's and O's.
He's right. He was more talented than Tim Tebow. But Cam didn't play till his junior year. He went to Blinn.
Yeah, I mean, he was basically a 1 year.
He was
player.
a 1 year. He popped. He was one of the first guys that popped it for 1 year. You didn't see that. You didn't see guys go 1 year, get drafted, and then have immediate success of the NFL. It's still the craziest stat. The craziest stat I've ever seen is Cam Newton had 2 400-yard passing games, and they were the first 2 games of his career.
Wow.
And he never had another one.
Wow. I know I shouldn't do this, but we're talking about college quarterbacks. Number 1 picks, Cam Newton. ESPN just dropped a summer filler topic on their main page. The main page. The best NFL draft pick ever at every slot from 1 to 262. Gosh. I'll just blow it up. What the hell? Let's just do it. The best number 1 pick ever
is
going to be between...
And this is Ben Solak.
Oh, I know Ben.
Wow. Is he good? Legit?
Yeah, he's good.
It's going to be between Elway and Manning.
Peyton.
It is Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because he's good.
Keyshawn would disagree.
I don't think he would. He'd be it.
I think
Even he wouldn't disagree, I don't think, after his career.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of the good number ones that aren't quite like Orlando Pace is an all-time great.
Yeah.
That was one of the greatest number one picks of all time. But you're quarterback heavy.
Number 2, you're gonna have to try to remember number 2 picks.
Can you give me a position at least?
Defensive pass rusher.
Was Miles 2?
No, Miles was number 1.
Reggie.
Kind of.
Bruce Smith?
No, kind of.
Okay, so same position. I guess what he's saying.
I have no idea.
LT.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Lawrence Taylor.
Damn it.
Number 2.
Who won that year? Was it Herschel? Let's go look.
Would have been 81. Those too early for Herschel, I think.
Number 3. Local college, kinda.
Local college. Gerald McCoy.
Greatest freaks of all time.
Oh, Boz?
No, Boz. Stop it. I have no idea.
Greatest moves, jukes of all time.
Oh, Barry.
Oh, yeah, Barry.
Barry Sanders.
Number 3.
Number 3. Number 4. Same position.
Number 4, running back.
Zeke, man.
No, there's no way. It's, Walter Payton?
Yes, Walter Payton. Number 5.
One good year.
Same position?
Nope.
I was thinking of LaDainian Tomlinson.
Was a Cowboy.
You're not going to give me a position?
Oh, wait. No. Oh, Dion.
Well done.
Very good.
Number 6, offensive lineman. Pretty obscure, really good player.
Walter Jones.
Well done.
Wow.
Number 7, running back, local ties.
Eric Dickerson?
No.
That's a good guess.
Earl?
Adrian Peterson.
Good job.
Oh, nice.
Who's getting ready to maybe have a boxing match. Man, Adrian Peterson he's a mess. He is a mess off the... Bobby, you weren't here for this, but we were just like randomly, trying to call big dogs at the time. I think it was a Cowboys-Vikings preseason game, and we're like, here's a number for Adrian Peterson. Let's just call him. And he came on. It's like random.
What a stand-up guy. You missed last week. We did the top 25 college players of all time that The Athletic put out.
Oh,
there was
God.
of the last 25 years, no Adrian Peterson.
It was one of the dumbest lists. No, there was no Tim Tebow either.
No, there's Tebow who's just way down on the list.
Okay.
Well, okay, Tebow was not on the one.
Was ESPN.
Explosive or the dynamic one or whatever.
Number 8, defensive player, secondary, legendary dynasty.
Number 8, legendary dynasty, Mel Blount.
No.
Ronnie Lott?
Yes.
That's good.
Ronnie Lott at 8. These are the best players. You want to keep doing this, or should we abandon?
I'm kind of interested.
I think I got number 10.
So
number
9.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Number 9, offensive lineman in like all-time Iron Man.
Bruce Matthews.
Well done.
Wow.
Are you looking at the list?
No.
Number 10, Peyton.
Patrick Mahomes.
Well done. Number 11.
Anthony Munoz.
No.
What
I just
position?
keep saying him.
RJ Hatred.
Kevin Garnett.
Hatred. Oh, JJ Watt.
JJ Watt at number 11. Number 12, defensive line, one championship. Trying to think of a tie here. I think there's a Rod Marinelli tie.
Simeon Rice.
Close.
Close.
Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp.
I thought Sapp went, or no, Sapp fell because he had issues leading up to the draft.
Sapp down to 12.
I know who 17 is going to be.
Who's 13? Recently retired.
No position.
D-line.
D-line.
Oh, Aaron Donald.
Well done.
Damn it.
RJ is really good at these. This is why I lose in high-low to chop you in these types of things. Number 14, me and RJ have always agreed about this player. In the secondary.
Rod Woodson.
No.
Revis Island.
We disagree over him.
Revis.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Peyton Russell.
Thanks,
Revis
Alec.
went 14. Alex said it?
Alex said it, yeah.
Nice job, Alec. I don't even think, I've never heard of number 15.
What position?
D tackle.
Does it say what era?
1967.
19 Merlin Olsen.
Alan Page.
Alan Page, Vikings.
Oh, yeah.
Purple People Eaters.
Hey, wasn't he on Led Zeppelin?
Yeah, that was him. Alan Page. Jimmy's
16.
brother. Zach Martin.
Receiver.
Jerry Rice.
Yep. 17.
This is interesting because this is Randy Moss or Zach Martin.
Zach Martin was 16, I think.
Was he 16?
Mm-hmm. So it's Randy Moss.
It's not.
It's not? What position?
Running back.
Emmett Smith. Yeah.
Emmett Smith. Number 17. 18. I think Choppy's the one who would make fun of him as an overrated wide receiver member in our division.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jerry Rice. In our division, Art Monk.
Yep. Well done. Yeah. Member of the posse.
The Michael Thomas of the 80s.
Number 19. Scariest player off the field that none of us would have ever expected.
Marvin Harrison.
Yep. 20. Old school 1970 D end.
Was it God?
LC
Sounds
Greenwood.
like a badass.
Deacon Jones?
Jack Youngblood. 21. Receiver.
21. Straight up.
21 receiver.
You guys have already guessed him.
We did.
Randy Moss?
Randy Moss.
I thought he was 17. Huh.
22. Current receiver.
Justin Jefferson.
Peyton Russell.
I knew he had to come up sooner.
How are you getting these right here? 23.
Michael Jordan.
DB that haunted number 1.
Oh, Ty Law.
24. Member of the secondary. You've already guessed.
Earl Thomas.
Ed Reed.
RJ on fire. 25 is Dante Hightower. That's probably the weakest name on the list of
That
anyone.
can't be the best 25 ever taken, is
No Hall of Famers at pick 25. No one has ever been a Hall of Famer at 25. They've been left between Hightower, Ted Washington, and Stanley Morgan.
Wow. Cool.
26. Linebacker.
Linebacker. Bobby Wagner.
Ray Lewis.
Ray. 27. Quarterback.
J.J. Stokes.
Documentary.
Okay. Corner.
Quarter.
Oh, Marino.
Well done. 28. Linebacker. Rod Marinelli.
Derek Brooks.
Yes. 29 is Steve Wisniewski.
Okay.
Drafted by the Cowboys, I think.
30. Corner in the NFC East.
Darryl Green.
No.
Troy Vincent.
NFC East.
Close. Darius Slay.
Eric Allen.
Ralph. 31 is Cam Hayward.
He's still playing.
And 32 is Drew Brees.
Oh, okay.
33 Favre, Jack Ham, Kevin Mawai, Chris Jones, Singletary, Ed White, Strahan at 40, Gronk at 42. So there you go. We blew up that list for Chris and Jake tomorrow.
I know the best number 199 is.
Brock.
Brady.
Oh.
199.
And then,
199.
the last pick has to be Brock. There it is. Little red zone action. Your football fix on a Thursday as Bobby lays out everything you need to know about your July 4th celebration with the KNC Masterpiece next.
V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
New Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
What was happening in the commercial break? The number one question on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We were teasing tomorrow's show.
Who do you blame it on?
The rain.
I want to blame it on Peyton.
Yeah.
Because
he seems to disagree with that.
We oftentimes have multiple mics on, I think during teases. But for some reason today he said only mine. So when Bobby and RJ gave their Reetma and Chris Arnold impersonations, it went live over the air.
I'll take the blame.
Dallas, score! Yeah! I love lists!
Yeah, that was
so like commercials were playing, then he got Gully Gully on there. So,
well, why were their mics not wired?
That's never happened. We've never had, or if we have, I've always been told that. And I've turned them off.
Okay.
This has happened one time before.
Bobby.
Yeah, it is me to blame because literally as we were about to open my mic, which by the way I did not get recorded on there. It doesn't sound like, so it doesn't sound like my mic was even up at that point. But
I'm not doing another tease.
No, that's fine. I don't want to.
KC can do it.
When I had this happened once when I was filling in for
or
RJ.
I'll do G-Bag and say, coming up Wednesday.
That's what I was.
I'll just go backwards in time.
I was filling in for RJ, and you wanted me to do the hump day, and I didn't know that Choppy just yells it from the over here, and so I potted on my mic, and just hump day randomly went out over the commercial break. So I was thinking through that. I was like, "Ooh, that's gonna happen again, isn't it?" I was like, "Nah, he probably knows." And I didn't realize he didn't know we weren't doing it. So I actually thought of that happening, and that's what happened. So it is my fault.
Your thoughts and reaction to RJ Choppy's July 4th outfit?
So I had a question and a statement. Question.
I am wearing underwear.
That was not my question. Question. Did you change into that at the studio, or did you wear that in the car?
I wore this in the car. I was a little embarrassed when I walked out my house. There was a guy walking his dog.
Did he salute you or anything?
He didn't even acknowledge you?
I tried to get in the car as fast as possible.
Right. Also, statement. I respect you for not even having like a T-shirt or an undershirt on under there.
A little chilly. Yeah,
Good
I
job.
got pretty cold in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
And the metal for the what are these called? The brackets? Oh, right on the nipples.
Yeah.
Right on
He's finding out what Tank Top Tuesdays.
It's not even a Friday night for you. Huh?
He claims he's going to the gym like this. Is what he claims.
Will you take a video there?
Sure. I'm not a big gym video guy. I got in trouble for that once in the locker room, but I wasn't
Hey, mister, I take pictures of men in the locker room.
Hey, he asked me to take a picture of him.
I was taking a picture of the TV for it was a list. It was I can't remember if it was a first take list or a McAfee list. I was just taking a photo.
Joey Swole came up and yelled
no photos of the locker room, you son.
Is it
and
like
I'm like,
a big
yeah, just dry your.
Wait, who
you know
said
what?
that? Some old guy?
Some old guy. Well,
Okay.
meanwhile, he's foot up, blow drying off his jump.
Oh my god!
Take care of your raisins over there, old man. Senior.
I was not prepared for that.
Is there a big sign up saying no?
Yeah, it says it's right next to the sign that says don't take steroids, and which is also right next to the
There's a steroid sign?
There's a steroid
Why
sign.
do they care?
I don't think they want to promote
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
And then that's also right next to the sign that nobody under over the age of 6 is allowed in the other sex's locker room.
Oh, 6+.
Do you wipe down the machine?
No.
Every time? Okay.
Absolutely not.
I mean, I listened to
doesn't even wash his hands.
I heard the hand washing conversation.
Is that rude?
but-
No, I think it's no, it's not rude. When a woman leaves the machine and she's got her little sweat stain down there, I'm like, let me sit on that thing.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Call that next.
I call next. No, I don't wipe down the machine.
So you think people are thinking that about you? They're like, "Oh, I want to sit there next." Yeah, let me get some of that shop.
it's a
RJ
gym.
also says he doesn't like to sweat at the gym.
I don't like to sweat at the gym. I welcome staph infection. Like, bring it on.
Gross.
Bring it on.
I just feel
Why
pressure.
do you
I feel
go to the
pressured.
gym then? You don't want to sweat?
No.
Cardio.
I want to get a good pump.
No cardio. Didn't you say, speaking of like that musty, dusty, people are getting busted for that at the airport?
Oh yeah, this is disgusting. There was a story about this yesterday that somebody had gone on Reddit. This was actually over at TechCrunch, but somebody had gone over on Reddit and said, "I got popped at TSA and wanded for something in my crotch region.
Oh, yeah.
There was nothing
Parker.
there." The only thing they said, and other people were like, yeah, I've had this happen before. And they all realized throughout their conversation thread, oh, the only thing we had in common was we were a little heavily sweaty down there. So apparently there's a theory this can set off the TSA alarms, which the poor agent standing there who all day has to hear beep and they go, you got to get like right down face level, wand it. Ugh.
With sourdough bread.
Yeah.
Bacon.
So we traveled with Parker Hillis, who now runs radio. In
The whole
Houston.
radio?
Yeah, all the radio.
He's in charge.
And I remember he got stopped by TSA, and I was like, "You're not Sharif. What's happening here?"
Wow.
And he came over and he was like, "This is the third time this has happened to me." And I was like, "What happened?" And he says, "Every time they say they think I have a weapon in my pants."
Man.
Wow.
Good job, Mrs.
And I heard them say it the second time when we were coming back. I was like, "It happened again." He was
Parker
like,
would
That's how it got to where he was. It's so young.
Parker would be the type to be
Joy
carried around a
Taylor.
hammer. It looks like Opie Taylor.
He's 6'2", 130.
Yeah.
Show me your
Just
meat.
And just
whap, just slanging
whap,
it.
whap, whap.
And they sell him at Jimmy's food store.
And today they're doing a radiothon down there. They're doing 12 hours of radio
swagger
to raise
jacket.
money. Raise money for the Houston Food Bank. So, Reggie, I think today is at noon o'clock. If you donate $50 to his cause and prove it, he will say anything, any message on air that is
Really?
FCC viable. So if you want to get that done,
Bobby's got something to do at noon today.
Really? I'm gonna text Reggie see if this offer's open to me.
His cause.
it's open to everybody.
I don't
Does
think
Reggie
it
have a
is.
different cause?
the Houston Food Bank.
Okay, I was like,
Reggie's running an alternate charity. They're going head to head.
Reggie comes in during Peace-a-thon and he's like, just the Sandlot segment is mine here.
Reggie's just trying to fund NPR. That's all he does.
hijack
Oh my gosh.
the charity. What's coming up on the program, Corey?
Guys, it's going to be a very fun show. Kevin told us yesterday I don't want to have any serious topics tomorrow, so I'm pretty sure nothing's going to be
No
serious
Diddy
today.
reaction.
We did that in crosstalk.
That would be a
yesterday.
serious
no
topic
bond,
for
no
sure.
no bond, no bail.
That means
The
he's probably going to get some prison time, right?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, because you would think if he wasn't going to get any,
Yeah,
if they
so
suspend
they
the
just
sentence,
bond
we
him
just let him
out,
out.
we do dive into yesterday. We asked about Josh Young, and Bochy gave us a pretty important answer there.
He gave us
and
a
then-
Stephen Jones answer.
He gave all of us the answer. They sent him down. He's not here anymore.
No, I mean, but
You
like,
didn't get any hint from him that it was happening?
No,
Well,
yes.
we
When he says these are the things we look at and talk about every day, me and Maddox or me and Boone, when he says that, you know something's about to happen. Just make sure you listen because he's saying we've had this discussion, but I haven't had the discussion with the player yet. Wait until then. Once I can tell him face to face, then you'll know.
because like usually he'll answer the question straight away,
Yes.
but like when he gives the Stephen Jones answer 24/7, 365 always, you're like, oh, okay.
All right, Bob, set us up for our July 4th.
All right, we got some fun facts courtesy of Babbel. And these are 4th of July fun facts for you. First off, this is we talked earlier about do people actually like fireworks? Are you guys fans of fireworks?
Fireworks are awesome.
I go because my wife wants to go. They're,
I like
they're
to set off
fine.
fireworks.
They're fine.
I would be fine if I could be in a place where I didn't have to hear them. I'd like it more,
or get
like removed from it, and I could just see
by
it.
mosquitoes.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a dramatic issue back in the day. In 1884, miners, not miners like small people, but people who work in mines, miners in Swan City, Colorado, weren't
Miners
supplied
are
with
small.
fireworks
Okay.
to celebrate Independence Day in 1884. So their response, logically, was to blow up the post office because
Oh
of it.
my
They
gosh.
said, you're not going to give us fireworks for Independence Day. We're blowing up your post
Do
office.
you
So
think,
that's what they did.
though, It was a mostly peaceful fireworks show.
Next.
Wow.
Independence Day came close to being on a different day because John Adams was really fighting with people. You know what day he wanted?
July 5th?
July 2nd. He's like, it should be the day we voted on it, not the day that we signed it. Like, we all agreed on July 2nd.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
It's
I
like
don't
me
wanna
and my
do this.
anniversary. It's like, is it the courthouse day because we had the early child? Is it the COVID day?
Which
it the
is
other
it?
day? That day.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't official
June
until
5th.
they signed it. Like that makes sense to me.
But
I'm
he is,
all right
man,
with
he's very, like, John Adams is trying to put up a bunch of fights,
he
is
can't
what we're
argue.
He wants
learning.
the anniversary on the engagement.
that. Yeah.
John Adams is trying to put up a bunch of fights, is what we find, because he wanted it on July 2nd. They were like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, that's why Sam makes a better beer.
He wanted to,
Harder
to,
keep
when,
his presidency.
so the end of it, life, liberty, and
Pursuit of happiness.
pursuit of happiness. No, that is not what John Adams wanted.
Life, liberty, and property, right?
John Adams wanted life, liberty, and the pursuit of property.
Dang.
He's like, screw happiness. Like, happiness
Creative
is
property tax.
owning stuff.
Property's important.
And it was apparently Thomas Jefferson who went in there was like, no, we're going to say happiness. That sounds like more inspirational. We're going to do that. The United States isn't the only country that celebrates the 4th of July. Specifically, Denmark and Norway, because thousands of their citizens moved to the United States at the turn of the last century, thus connecting the countries to American culture. So they celebrate it all the time.
Is it Bastille Day like coming up here like tomorrow or 2 days from now?
Chop, I honestly
Couldn't
don't know.
tell you. That's in France.
Isn't it Canada?
That's the day after Christmas, right?
That's
Best-
Boxing
Oh, it's Monday.
Day.
It's the 14th.
Jake Paul Day.
The 14th is Bastille Day. And what are you going to wear on that day?
Obviously, it is
The same overalls I'm wearing now.
Eiffel Tower.
it is
They're
the
51st state.
it is the day where the most hot dogs are consumed in America every year. Would you like to guess how many?
Bad day to be a hot dog.
600 million.
Ooh, I was going to say 400 million.
Throw out a guess.
$100 million.
Yeah, I'll say 75 million.
Oh, Sean wins because he didn't go over by Price's Right rules. It's $150 million. $150 million hot dogs consumed on 4th of July every single year.
That is amazing.
Doesn't seem like enough.
It's a lot of hot. How many people are in the U.S.?
100 million on a day?
How many hot dogs do you eat?
400 million?
So yeah, it's like 3.
Good?
No, When you get your plate, do you just get one hot dog or do you get two?
Two. I need to change up the toppings on each one.
Now,
I want different. Toppings.
If you hear Mike Bassett call me out on the Rangers broadcast for not putting toppings on my hot dog.
Well, I heard him almost call you out. Like, is Mike too good to say your name?
I asked him about that. He goes, I really wanted to say your name, but I don't quite know the rules yet. I was like,
when he was on radio, he just abandoned us at Sandler's event to go run around with Dave Raymond. He can't just shout out a name or something like that. By the way, there are 350
Here's
million.
a peach cobbler, Dave.
There are 350 million Americans. So we're talking about like 1 out of every 2 people in the U.S. tomorrow are supposed to be eating hot dogs, basically on average. That's nuts. That's like Super Bowl numbers.
Yeah.
When you get if you know there's an option of burger and hot dog, do you get both or do you just get one?
Oh, if you have to pick one, you're getting a burger. Unless they're like the real cheap Frisbee burgers.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the cheap hot dog than the cheap burger.
Ooh,
I've thought a lot about this.
Yeah, like a nice, good, thick, juicy hot dog. Yeah. Like that, I can get down with that. You know, like the.
Thought we were talking about Parker again.
Just the good, solid foot long one, right? You know, one that would be in the bedside table. That's the kind of one that you want.
And the meat splits
that your kid
if you
finds.
char it too much.
Yeah.
Are you texting Reggie or are you going to finish the segment?
Yeah, I was texting Reggie. Apparently that wasn't supposed to be out yet, Corey.
Wow, we blew up his radio thought here in DFW.
Oh, my God.
The food bank will starve now.
Got that, Reggie?
All right, everyone have a happy and safe 4th. The KNC Masterpiece is next, and tomorrow, Reetma and Chris Arnold.
Dallas.
Barbecue list. It's going to be great. Teddy Pendergrass.
Use that as a tease paid, and we're out.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has run.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What is it?
Laser babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg
girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
On 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Normally I'm against this, and I hate all of this. However, today, I might make an exception. Gentlemen, from the 817, woo! It's a fry slay kind of Thursday.
Yes, it is.
Alec, how do you feel about that? I'll tell you this. We have a lot of content. Like a lot. Like we could do like an extra 2 hours today if we needed to. But there's also this part of me that's like, might we indulge in some nonsense as well?
I think you just answered that question with how you started the show off, if we're being totally honest. But that's just me. That was my take on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one more thing then. As we're asking the questions that matter. Do you think that the creator of The Last of Us also watched season 2 and that's why he quit before season 3? This is just a question. So you got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And you have the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I'm broken.
Oh, you're moving? Is that what you just said?
I said I'm broken.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. You're already in the mode that I wanted to be in. I came prepared today.
Okay.
I was trying to think of a movie joke for what you just said. I was like, oh yeah, they went Back to the Future 3. They don't care anymore. But I was like, oh man, actually I kind of like Back to the Future 3. So anyway, I'm doing really well. I had a good drive in this morning. Had one of my favorite moments, Alec.
Was it in crosstalk when you blew up somebody's spot?
That was sorry about that, Reggie. You know what? Raise some money though, y'all. Good luck to y'all. I was driving down the highway and I see somebody in the HOV lane go at a pretty good speed.
Yeah.
Not the speed limit. They're going at pretty good speed. And somebody behind them is on their butt in the HOV lane flashing their lights at them. And I'm like, that's not cool. I don't like that at all.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Was the HOV lane that's blocked off by imaginary stuff?
No,
or was it actually blocked off by like poles?
It's kind of become a fifth lane now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right.
one of those like in Arizona.
Yes.
Where you can kind of travel in and out.
Because sometimes I'm curious when they're like, move out of the way. And I'm like, do you see all these like bars, even if they're the rubber ones?
Yeah. I just run those over. So I see that. I look in the car as best I can. That person is in the HOV lane solo. And so at this point, I decided I'm helping. And so I just stayed the same speed as the car that was in the HOV lane in front of that person so they couldn't get over behind me and they couldn't get over behind anybody else. And I just hovered right there. And I was like, you know what? You're only one person. You follow the rules whenever you're doing something wrong. All right? You're already in a lane you're not supposed to be in. Now follow the rules and be courteous to people. So that's the way I did it this morning. I'm in a good mood.
That brought up an interesting conversation that we were having, Alec. Is there a sign? It doesn't necessarily have to be driving. Is there a sign that you don't acknowledge or respect? Because, I know this was for driving, and it can be for driving, but every day when we walk in, there's a sign on the front door that says, please use the revolving door.
Yep.
Almost every single person breaks off to the right and does not use the revolving door. So whether it's that, whether it's, I'm not going to lie, for me, it's the no right turn on red that I don't really respect here. I'll be cautious about it. But sometimes I'm like, I think you unnecessarily put that sign up. But to Corey's point, if I'm behind somebody at the no right turn on red, I will never honk at them because they are following the rules.
Yeah, I'm following the rules.
And I think it would be inappropriate for me to do so because I was like, they're a good, upstanding citizen, and I am not. Good for them.
During school days, can't turn right on red until 8:30. All right, so that's what I always sit. Usually, I don't
know if we have one of those.
It's right next to the McDonald's over by the middle school. But what I try to do is I try to avoid that lane if I can. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stay out of that lane anyway, just in case somebody does want to turn right. But if I'm there, do not honk at me from behind. I might stay through the next green light, and you might be stuck behind me. Good luck. Or I'll wait till the last second and then drive through it, and then now you're stuck at a red light. Even though it sounds like you're going to turn right anyway, but I'm going to waste your time as best I can.
That is a good point. Alec, is there a sign or whatever that you just don't seem to respect? It's the no loitering sign, too, for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, that
I wasn't going to
is.
hang out at that sign, but you know what? Now I am.
On the way home last night, went and hung out with some buddies. There's a little parking lot by our community gym, and they probably don't want that. They got signs up, but I had to take a phone call, so I did the responsible thing and pulled over, into a parking lot and sat there for 20 minutes on the phone, and I didn't actually go inside the building, so they probably weren't happy about that. You're welcome, Grand Prairie. But the one that I typically ignore, especially when it feels like it's not as aggressive as a curve, is whenever you have a curved road and it says speed down 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's the speed limit is 60 going through the street and you want me to go 25 miles an hour around this curve when there's a median and everything and we're literally on a bridge. Nobody can cross over to the opposite way of traffic. It's the curve isn't even that aggressive, but you're telling me to slow all the way down. I'm trying to get home, man. I'm tired. I got places to be.
So while you were saying that, somebody texted in and said the suggested speed limit on the curve. Now, on the turns or the curves, somebody brought up the yield sign.
Yield sign's confusing at certain areas.
I agree that people do not always yield properly on highways. I'm hoping that we can come to this agreement. There's a yield sign on the right side. And so you have a lane that does not have a stop sign or the light is, or there's not a light there or whatever. If there's nobody coming whatsoever, I'm not even saying, like, if you want to use your discretion, that's what the yield sign is for. I'm saying there's nobody on that road you're connecting into. You do not have to stop your car.
That is true.
That is not what the yield sign is for.
A lot of times you do have your own lanes. Down over there where you make the turn, and I always look at people. I'm like, did you stop at the stoplight? Mine says yield. Yours says stop. You did not stop. So I'm okay. And I'm turning in my own lane. You're turning across 3 lanes. You've already done that wrong, too.
Do you think there should be a sign above the yield sign or a sign just on the right side that says you have your own turn-in lane? Because there are some where you have to turn and merge with traffic, and that makes it significantly more perilous.
It's the people that are like, I can't go yet. You're like, you have 200 yards before you even have to get over.
You have your own lane. I think we would actually be better off putting up some signs that said you have your own lane to turn into.
But as you pointed out, Kevin, people ignore signs. The sign that I ignore is her passive aggressiveness. That's the one that...
Yeah, you got that from tonight.
If you want to give me, like, if you want to tell me, just tell me, all right? Don't go about the house dropping little hints, okay? I'm going to ignore that. I'm just going to completely act like I didn't hear it and be like, I'm moving on about my business because you didn't tell me, all right? Or I do ignore the HOV lane. But if I get in the HOV lane, I respect the people in front of me, and I go as fast as I can when there aren't people in front of me.
Yeah.
Because that's what the HOV lane's for, is to go faster than everybody that's sticking around in the left lane.
Is that specifically what it was designed for?
I thought it was an acronym.
Yeah. So from the 817, I hate when people don't realize they get their own lane. And so I will admit, I hate it too. But I understand the problem sometimes. If you're new to a city or you're going a different way, you might not see it or you might not understand straight away that you get your own lane. And so the problem is people who they drive that way every day to get home or go to work or whatever. They're like, you have your own lane.
From the 903 return carts here, people ignore those all the time.
Okay. So one thing about that drives me the most insane.
I do like the guy that carries the zip ties around and then zip ties the cart to that person's car door.
I have never seen that happen. That's
so
amazing.
The people that park out of lines, they'll just go get a cart and pull it over and zip tie it to their car.
Okay.
Their handle.
I would love to see that, honestly. I don't understand the person who goes most of the way with the cart and then gives up. Like, look, I get it. If you leave the cart right outside the store, I do not approve of that. You should put the cart back where the cart goes. But at least I get it, because you're telling the world I'm lazy or I just don't care and I'm not going to do that. All right, I don't approve of it, but at least I understand the thought process. The thing I don't get is the person who takes it almost all the way down to the metal bars or wherever you are, and they just kind of put it in that general vicinity. I was like, you did it. You made it most of the way.
You just decided.
Why not just finish the job?
The re-racking of weights at the gym. Did you already say that one?
No, I did not hear that
it one. It says right there, re-rack your weights when you're done. And that's why I asked about wiping down. They suggest to wipe down the seats.
Yeah.
Most of the time I'll look, and if I sweated, I'm wiping it down. Otherwise, I'm moving on to the next machine.
I do it every time.
You do?
Yeah, because
I feel pressured to do it because of the other people that do that.
Social contract.
Yeah, you said doo-doo. That's great. No, I saw a video the other day, I think it might have been last week, where someone was like, there's a lot of fluids that come out of the body that you can't see or really feel.
Interesting.
So they're like, just please take the 5 seconds to wipe down the bench after you're done. Ever since then, and actually reading about some of those fluids and stuff, I'm like, that's gross. I don't even know. So I'm gonna play it safe. And I saw Sean Sharif texted us. He said jaywalking.
Really? So I don't even know what jaywalking is, honestly. I still do not know.
So, that's what the walk and don't walk sign is for, right?
I thought that was just for our safety.
That's true, but it's also so you are not jaywalking.
Yeah. But
and for the cars as well, so they don't have to just slam on the brakes.
So, where can I get a jaywalking ticket?
See, I have never seen a jaywalking ticket given out, and I will tell you this: when we went up to New York for the Cooper Flag extravaganza, you know what I loved about New Yorkers? This is all they do. Most New Yorkers probably don't either have a car or really use it a whole lot. they know exactly when it's about to turn. So they look at the countdown of the adjacent crosswalk, and they're like stepping out like 1 second before it flips to you can walk. And because they just know. And I'm not saying one person, like you're in big groups, they all know. Step now.
Time to go.
Yeah, and it was terribly impressive. I've never actually seen somebody get a jaywalking
Yeah, me
ticket.
either. I've been told you're going to get one, but then I'm like, I don't care.
Did you really? Was it a cop or
No,
just
by,
some
like,
guy?
my mom.
Okay. It was Sharif. He's like, I'm going to give you your ticket, citizen's arrest.
Let's do it together. The Hickson just texted in, and he said, and I agree with this, I always ignore the random in the middle of nowhere construction sign speed limit. The one that's like, hey, you need to slow down to 50 because there's construction. Then you're like, there's no construction. And you just keep cruising at 65 or 70.
Yeah.
I always die. And that's usually like on the other roads, like going through Glen Rose or something like that.
Okay.
Glen Rose is awesome, by the way.
Yes.
Run their speed limit.
Yes.
It's a good speed limit through that neighborhood.
And now, and another person pointed out, and this is a great point, and I think this might be what agitates Sharif and so many other people, is not crossing at the crosswalk. You're not actually supposed to do that. I don't want to sit here and tell you like you're a bad person, because I've definitely walked across the street at a time that was more convenient for me than going down to the crosswalk. I do apologize.
That's
for
how
that.
I got hit by a car.
So yes, it is for your safety.
Second grade, my
my God,
the lady that dropped us off at school one morning, she was in a rush, and she said, "Can I just drop you off over here instead of around the corner?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, that works for me." I did not go down to the crosswalk. I decided I'm just going to go across. I'm going to wait here. Well, there's 4 lanes of traffic to get across.
Yeah.
Lady is pulling up in the right lane. She stops and goes, "Go ahead." So she gives me the go ahead. So I start going across. Another car whips around her and hit me. And
oh no!
I just jumped. I like popped back up and ran over to the blacktop to play because they were playing wall ball, and I wanted to hit that one dude. You know, everybody wanted to play some wall ball. So I didn't even think anything of it. I had burns on my arm and stuff. It was scary.
Oh no!
Yeah. So y'all be careful out there jaywalking.
By the way, I
think I want to learn my lesson.
How is your takeaway not don't jaywalk?
Mine was actually just be better at Frogger.
Be careful when you jaywalk. From I think it was the 903. This is off topic, but are we doing Masterpiece of the Week today? Because it is Most People's Friday. You know what? I bet that does happen today.
Are you talking about the Masterpiece of the Week?
Yes.
Somebody was suggesting to me to come to Glen Rose and catch a walleye out there, and I absolutely am down. My son wants to come out there right now. I'm looking forward to Masterpiece of the Week.
Okay,
because I said something that I can't remember what I said, but I know it was funny yesterday, and I think it might have made it.
And I did see a couple people say F all the roundabouts. And look, I've told
roundabouts
you.
are stupid.
I get nervous. But what I've learned is if I'm already in the roundabout, I'm good to go.
I think roundabouts are stupid.
Why is
However, I think they're brilliant. I think they're stupid because they're not stop signs. They're not stop signs. But they're brilliant because they kind of help you from having to stop completely. You can just if there's nobody coming, you can just go. And so that's brilliant. It's just stupid that nobody knows how to do it. Everybody's just kind of sitting there going, what do we do? This isn't a stop sign. This isn't France.
How do the police sirens sound in France? Have you heard me? You've heard that. Yeah, Alec, you know that one.
Sadly.
All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time for real, probably. Rangers win. Josh Young set down. Kevin Pillar drama. We got lots of baseball to talk about next right here in The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can...
this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First pitch to Semien. He cranks one up the alley left center field. Cowser and Mullins go after it. That one's up and out of here. Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run, and the Rangers strike first, and they strike big here in the bottom of the third.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation, we got a lot of Ranger stuff to get to from last night, especially. Do you want to start with the game itself or all the outside chatter?
Yeah, let's start with the game itself.
All right. So when we talked with Boach yesterday, I have to admit, I was a little surprised when Nathan Eovaldi was out there for the fifth inning because Boach said, you know, we're going to stretch him out, kind of like you do spring training increments of stretch out. And so it looked like 60 pitches, probably give or take. No, he ended up at 72, so it's not like he threw 88 pitches or anything like that. But I was a little surprised he went out for the fifth, pleasantly so, and he had a just dominating outing.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons, too, that they were like, hey, let's see if we can get him through 5 innings.
Fair.
He's clicking along here.
Yeah.
It's not like we have a bunch of runners on base at all, and so let's just give him every opportunity to get them to max it out, and then let him maybe tell us if when he's comfortable.
Yeah.
Hey, look, guys, I know this is my last inning. Let me take care of these 3 batters, and then y'all can take it from here.
And I think he only threw 11 pitches in that inning.
Yeah.
So it's not like he went out struggling.
Yeah, he's everything we know he is.
For sure.
And knowing that he should be healthy for the remainder of this season, like this is kind of the best version of him. He goes through this where you start off strong, take it feels like a 3-4 week break of some sort at some point in the early June, and then all of a sudden he comes back and he finishes out the season for you. So hopefully that's the case with him this year. But also it was nice that he got pretty immediate run support too.
Yep.
Like that was the big factor, was he knew I can go attack this strike zone in the 4th and 5th inning because I got a few runs on the board. I just got to give them a couple clean innings before I hand it over to the bullpen.
Yeah, and we talk about this all the time, stress versus low stress to non-stress pitches, and I imagine that in the 4th and then definitely in the 5th, significantly lower stress for Nathan Eovaldi, and you got more offense than we've been used to, and you've seen some flourishes here and there.
I don't know, Kevin, I don't know if it's just that it's Baltimore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to say this right now. Oh, it's Baltimore. And you get San Diego this weekend. I think there's a little something else to it right now. I think when CY dropped that, I got to see it, and the heartbreak that was, and I think they've collectively said, no, we're going to find it. The guys in the middle of the order, we asked Bochy that yesterday, who are the ones that are contagious? And the guys in the middle of the order yesterday were the ones that were contagious. They were the ones that got that thing started offensively. I like it. I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you get another win. You're within one game of 500, which I understand is probably not going to be good enough for people, and it shouldn't be good enough for people. We went through this stretch, and one of the things that we talked about was you want to go at least 12-6. They went 10-8 in that stretch. So personally, and this was and going into it, none of these teams were above 500. None of them. And you went 10-8. So unfortunately, the logical response is you're getting closer and closer to really having no choice but to accept that this is kind of what this team is. Not that good, not that bad. They're right in the middle with all of those other teams that weren't above 500. And you have a tough schedule to finish it out, but if you could put together some momentum following the Baltimore series win, put together momentum in these last 3 series, maybe you feel different going into the All-Star break, and you're going to have about 2 weeks to decide what you're going to do with the trade deadline.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. I think it was on Twitter yesterday. So this team's going to do just enough to make themselves and CY believe that
I can see that
they can go on a run and then falter in the back half of it. And I think my personal opinion is because they've been so blasé most of the first half, the energy is going to kick in the second half. I think there's going to be a different mode in the second half. But hopefully, like we were saying, right before this break, they do give CY a reason. He asked for it, right?
Yeah.
Like he said, prove it to me. Just like a parent tells their kids, prove it to me so that I can be happy for you whenever we get this and we can reward each other.
Now, I want to go to this because, I just don't always understand when people say this. From the 817, y'all won't read this. If it's logical and it fits in with a discussion we're actually having.
I didn't see part of what this person said.
Okay. It says, Kevin Pillar mentioned yesterday the lack of community among the Rangers, and he was dead on. Did any of y'all notice when Osuna hit his first home run, Seager didn't even look up from his friggin' tablet to acknowledge Osuna? That's really lame from a veteran like him. I also believe maybe morale has tanked since Adolis Garcia had to fight in arbitration to get a measly raise. I'm sure his teammates weren't happy about that. All right, so there's some things I agree with in there. There are some things that I definitely do not agree with in there. So
I didn't see Seager. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
So but we know, just being around the club, Seager this offseason did learn Spanish so he could talk more to the Hispanic side of the clubhouse. We did hear that.
Right.
But we also have known over time, Seager shows up, he has his own hitting instructor, he focuses on that stuff, and he isn't the party guy with the group. And I don't know that he connects with a lot of guys in that clubhouse, but they all look at him as he's the dude that can change the team.
Yeah.
They all know if he's hot, this team can be something different. So that is one of the kind of, then if one guy is going to be an outsider, do all the rest of the guys just follow the lead? Or do they say, well, we're all going to be tight and we're going to include him when he wants to be?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about this for a really long time, how Corey Seager, like you said, he does his own thing. For the Adolis thing, and also, I'm just personally offended by, you won't read this on air. Okay, why not?
Man.
We have honest conversations and negative conversations about the Rangers all the time. As for the Adolis thing, though, I disagree with that very much. The 2 years before, he made approximately $1.4 million total. And the Rangers offered him a 2-year, $14 million deal. So he got 10 times as much money as he was making. That's not a measly raise to me. Now, was Adolis sad?
He expected more.
Yeah, he thought he was going to go long-term
He's like,
contract
I just won you a
extension.
damn World Series.
Yeah, well, that's great. Show up consistently throughout all the seasons, and we'll give you a consistent contract. Make no mistake about it. That's why he didn't get a consistent deal, is because he's so up and down. When he's up, I said this yesterday, I think he is the best player on the planet when he is hot. And yes, that includes Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, at least at the plate. But you get way, way, way too many downs. And I don't think the Rangers trusted his production consistency with a long-term deal. And if you look at what's played out in the last couple of years, that is absolutely factual. As for the Kevin Pillar stuff, I told Corey, we talked about this before the show. I'm surprised this got so much traction from Kevin Pillar, and we'll throw to that in just a second, because we've talked about this time and time and time again, and it's not just Corey Seager. Look, we've talked about it, how there have been sections in the locker room in the past that, like, these are where some of the not as fluent in English people kind of click together. And we've talked about how Corey Seager seems to be an island upon himself at times. So I feel like we've had these conversations going all the way back to even when they did win the World Series. But let's go ahead and go to cut number 4. This is what Kevin Pillar said on Foul Territory that really stirred a whole lot of people up.
I thought they would be a little bit tighter as a group. I thought it would be like, kind of like my experience in Atlanta. That was probably one of the tightest groups since I was in Toronto. It's like everyone just, pulled on the same rope. Everyone wanted to hang out. Everyone wanted to do everything together. Everyone, winning was the most important thing every day. And, when I got in the clubhouse in Texas, there's a lot of talent in there, and there's just a lot of individual stuff going on. A lot of guys are doing their own thing. You might not see people till the game goes on.
Until the game?
Guys are kind of just doing their own thing, whether they have their own and there's not a knock against people that have their own routines, right? Some people, have routines where they do like training room and they do their own stuff in the weight room. They have everything kind of timed out. As you get older in the game, you earn that right to kind of like, this is how I go through my routine.
No BP.
Yeah, not a lot of BP, not a lot of, stretching together. And I just felt like maybe for me, just being kind of the outcast, because it's a lot of the same guys there that won the World Series. So maybe I was kind of on the outside. I was kind of looking more of a way to kind of, get in that inner circle. And a lot of that times that comes through, stretch and BP where you talk about things other than baseball. You get to know guys a little bit more. And that would even start like in spring training.
Just for the record, I don't think he's wrong at all. I don't think it's because he was an outsider. I just think that maybe the team doesn't click across the board as much as the Braves team that he was talking about.
Yeah, and it seem like through that run in the playoffs and World Series, that team was tight.
Yeah.
Obviously, because now they have a different focus. But and Austin Hedges kind of made that possible. He's a personality that brings he walks by. He's not ignoring you. He's talking to everybody in the clubhouse is getting talked to by an Austin Hedges. And I don't think they have that personality in that clubhouse right now. I was hoping that Josh Young was that personality, but he's got to be so down on himself right now.
Yeah.
That he's not having a good time and doesn't as we know, nobody wants a Romo Cabo moment in their career.
Sure.
Nobody wants we were having fun and we lost. So like that's not a good thing. But we see that clubhouse. We've walked around and seen how those guys go about their business. Doesn't necessarily mean everybody has to be best friends and spend the night with each other. Like that doesn't have to be the case.
Neat, though.
But it does feel like you build that team chemistry that I'm pulling for you even when I'm not at the plate or I'm not playing today. I'm rooting for you because of the relationships that you build in the room. I mean, we built some relationships with our co-hosts at this station that I'm rooting for those guys because of what we've done over time. And Kevin, I know you don't think that it's necessary to have a team dinner.
That is fair.
But you do see the value.
Sure.
In it. And you're like,
because everybody is different.
And now
because
I'm there.
Everybody is different.
And then you go and you enjoy your time, and now we have a new story to tell. Like, you're going to get something out of it. So I understand what Pilar is saying, and I've seen I can see clubhouses being like that. And that is one of the reasons I think Brett Boone was brought in too. They recognized that there was something missing that was connecting the guys. And Brett Boone's said many times, I got to get to know these guys. And once I get to know them, then I can help them. We got to stop with the tablets. Guys,
Sure.
y'all be up paying attention to the game, rooting for each other.
But when it comes to Corey Seager, you can see specifically how he would be like, but why? Like, I have made
Barry Bonds-ish.
I have made a lot of money in my career,
Yep.
and unlike Barry Bonds, he's won the World Series twice.
Yep.
And so I can see how Corey Seager's like, this is what I did with the Dodgers.
Show up and do your work, and we'll win.
Yes, I think Corey Seager, like, I see the process of Corey Seager where he's like, no, I'm trying to be the best possible person that I can be for you guys. And the best possible worker, player, however you want to put it. And he's like, I won the World Series MVP. Both times we won the World Series in two different franchises. My method works.
Yeah.
But to your point about the team dinner, that's why I've started to do a significantly better job. I admit I used to not be very good at this.
He was a bum.
At showing up to the team dinner, because I know for a lot of people it's super important. And that's how you have to kind of compromise, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and this year's team dinner in Oxnard is going to be awesome.
I have no doubt about
You and
it.
me are going to eat so much pizza.
Okay, I need to know what level of volume Bobby is going to be at ahead of time so I can sit
It's going to be
accordingly.
me and you, Kevin. It's just going to be me and you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because we're going out at different times. That's right. I forgot about that. I love Bobby. One dinner, he talked to me like I was where Alec was and behind a pane of glass as well.
was sitting next
And I was
to
like,
him.
I'm right here. I can hear you just fine. And then, by the way, the other thing is Josh Young got sent down to the minor leagues. And I know we talked about this in crosstalk to a certain extent, but in case you didn't hear that, Bruce Bochy gave us what I think we agree is a Stephen Jones answer.
Yes.
And what that means is whenever we ask Stephen Jones like about a particular player, we usually get the, we're always looking to make the team better, talent acquisition 24/7. And it's like a vague answer that doesn't address the specific question that you asked.
But when he answers it that way, he's not giving you any truth.
That's just the way he talks.
When Bochy says it, he says the same thing every time, Kevin, because this has happened multiple times where a player's been sent down or an injury's happened or something's changed where you or I have asked about that specific thing, and he says, well, those are the things me and Maddox talk about, me and the coaching staff sit down and talk about every day.
Yeah.
When he says that, be prepared to see whoever you just asked about, something's about to change. That's his cue. Stephen Jones just says it as a way to answer the question without answering it.
And within 3 hours, Josh Young had been sent down to the minors since June 1st, so last month-ish. He's hitting 158 with an OPS of 429.
Oh.
Like, it is brutal, and it was time.
He looks like he can't get out of his own way either.
Yes, and it was time for a change, and here comes Jake Berger, and we'll see how that all works out. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where I got all-star game starters for you. Spoiler alert, no Rangers. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a July 3rd show, full show.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Semien sisters?
Asian Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Deep out to right center field. Does he get enough of it? Yes! Number 33, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, I might try to make this case, and you guys might think it's ridiculous and shout me down. We'll see how it goes. But right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Could you guys envision a world where Cal Raleigh can pull the MVP upset?
Okay.
Now, it feels like everyone has presumed it's going to be Aaron Judge, and as we've discussed many times, I definitely get that.
Did you see that home run he hit last night?
Okay, and so I do want to talk about that. So he is on pace to hit 363 for the season with an OPS of 1.205, 58 home runs, and 132 RBIs. That is obviously absurd. And we'll talk about that home run in just a minute. And then there's Cal Raleigh. The reason why I wanted to bring up Cal Raleigh is Aaron Judge is preposterous, and he's already a Hall of Famer. But you look at Cal Raleigh, and he's doing things at the catcher position, at least like the majority catcher position, that we haven't seen in a while, and he's on the cusp of doing things season long that we've never seen from a catcher. Like, this is an example, and I love it. Catchers with multiple calendar months in which they had 10-plus home runs and multiple stolen bases. Cal Raleigh, May and June this year. Ivan Rodriguez, August 1999 and June 2001.
These catchers can't run, Kevin.
That's true. But, like, think about it. Ever.
Yeah.
Pudge did it, and now Cal Raleigh did it in back-to-back months. And then I'm going to take you to Randy Rosarina. He said everyone is just kind of amazed at what he's been able to accomplish. He's a great batter. If you ask me, I was surprised. Not really, because I get to see exactly the work he puts in behind the scenes for him to have the success that he's having now. So I get it. It feels like an uphill battle, especially since yesterday, you brought it up last night, Aaron Judge hit the ball, I don't know. They say 400 and whatever feet. It looked like it went 500 plus feet. And that tied the Yankees game. They were losing 8-0, and that tied the game at 9-9. Now, they did go on to lose that game eventually 11-9. But I get it. It feels almost impossible to knock off Aaron Judge. But I think the unique nature of the position and the numbers that Cal Raleigh is putting up, I wonder if it will keep him in that competition.
Did you say he's 15 home runs away from tying
for the record? Yeah. And we're not even to the All-Star break.
And I believe, Kevin, if you go back and look, Salvador Perez only played 33 of those games as a catcher.
Yeah, I think the actual record is like in the low 40s for like a real catcher most of the season.
And how many? He's catching a lot, too.
Yes.
So, like, this is where you brought this up. I think we were at, what, 22 or 20 at the time? And I was like, man, that's great and everything, but let's see him do it for the rest of the season because his legs are going to die on him at some point. The fact that they haven't yet, it's going to be tough on the other half. Those 15 might become like a mountain to him.
You could be right. More than, by the way, I double-checked it, more than 3/4 of his at-bats this year as a catcher.
There you go. So that's going to be a ton by the end of the season. I just hope that he's able to do it, and that would be a really awesome thing to see a catcher do that. Absolutely.
Cal Raleigh was elected as the American League starter at catcher. And you get Vlad Guerrero, Gleyber Torres, Jacob Wilson. By the way, he's had a phenomenal year. And he finished ahead of Bobby Witt Jr., which, you know, that might have surprised some people. Jose Ramirez and Ryan O'Hearn at the designated hitter, with the outfielder being, of course, Aaron Judge, and then you got Riley Green and Javier Baez. So, look, we talked about it going in. The Rangers didn't have any finalists for all-star starters.
You're kidding me.
On the offensive
side,
side,
know about this.
I feel like you definitely knew about this.
I'm shocked and hurt and offended, and everybody out there should be offended too right now.
Hurt?
It's the most ridiculous claim.
No,
in
John
the history of
Smoltz, it's
baseball.
not.
I think you're right, John Smoltz.
Hurt? Maybe. Shocked? There's no way you're shocked that the Rangers offensively did not have any finalists for a starter. Who's your finalist?
Josh Smith.
Okay, look. I put forth the idea at what position? You want him at DH?
Utility.
Okay. So he would have to overcome Ryan O'Hearn with the Orioles and Ben Rice. You can't, just you shrugging your shoulders is not a counter argument.
I don't know. I've seen Shane Gillis' stand-up. I'm pretty sure you can just go, and that's a joke.
It's a great point.
That is, you know what? That's a fair counterpoint.
His eyebrows tell the whole story. Well, okay. What about another player? They've had a bad offensive run to start, but Marcus Semien's back, baby. So
okay, and I do agree with that.
It feels like he is right now.
But like, even if you're going to say shortstop, remember the runner-up was Bobby Witt Jr.
And dude, Seager's not having a good year. Yeah. Like, this is a down year by his standards for sure.
Absolutely.
And hopefully that turns around in the second half, because it does look like they are starting to find their timing.
Yes.
Like, if you're watching them hit right now, Adolis hit one that looked like it was going to go 700 feet last night, and then died at the warning track. And I was like, but Mike, you could hear Mike going, "No, I really like the contact on that, was good." They all look like they're starting to find their timing, and that's a positive thing because the barrel of the bat is really starting to make contact.
Look, we've talked about this numerous times with Semien. If you want to focus on the batting average, still a stat that probably makes some people feel warm and fuzzy on the inside. Since the end of May, he's improved his batting average 45 points. But then since the end of May, his OPS has gone up 142 points.
Nice.
He had a tremendous June, and obviously it's just been a couple of games. Yesterday certainly didn't help, but he's off to a hell of a start for the month of July. So absolutely I'm with you, but I could see those being things that factor in at, like, if the Rangers went on a run, do you get any MVP votes at the end of the year?
There you go. I'll rather have MVPs than Cy Youngs.
For sure.
Maybe multiple Cy Youngs, Kevin.
I think you could just...
You have co-Cy Youngs on
You know
our
what?
team?
You can.
Has there ever been that?
I believe there has. Who would be your co-Cy Young? Would it be Eovaldi with DeGrom?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's just based on toughness.
Okay. Okay.
You know, like he's just a bulldog, dude. He's that guy that you have to have him in your rotation. And it was fortunate during that World Series run that you had two of them, because Jordan Montgomery was a bulldog during that World Series run.
All right. Do you think there should be a Nolan Ryan or like a tough as a leather strap award? And like that would go to Nathan Eovaldi? Like, you just to display the toughness. I think he would win that award.
I didn't know leather straps were tough.
You didn't?
I've never heard this before. But
oh my gosh.
Is that why? I don't know.
Yes,
I had no clue where I was going with that.
Yes, that's why certain people, maybe some people in our generation, have been hit with a leather strap for being bad. And so he would win that award all of the time. All right, couple more things for you. Spencer Schwellenbach, he went on the injured list due to a fractured right elbow. The Braves have had a catastrophe of injuries this year. It's been a rough season for them across the board. Francisco Lindor, he was taken out of the leadoff spot after making 191 consecutive starts at the top of the Mets lineup.
Evidently in 24, Kevin, the voting results for the AL Cy Young were so close that Chris Sale and Tarek Skubal were effectively recognized as co-winners.
No, they weren't.
That's what the internet says.
The internet is wrong.
Well, I think maybe it was a fan site that said that.
Yeah. What?
Uh-huh. That's what it says on MLB.com. Southpaws Skubal, Sale add Cy Young to mantle after Triple Crown seasons.
Wasn't that in the AL and the NL?
I guess, yeah. The internet's wrong, dude. I don't know what they're doing here.
Yeah.
They're ridiculous. I'm done with the internet.
Okay.
I don't know, man. It started off hot. We're only an hour in. And I made my first mistake.
It's okay.
That was my first mistake was getting up this morning.
All right. I was just going to say, I thought, well, not that. I thought it had happened. I just was like, it didn't happen last year. I feel like we remember that.
I still don't know the answer to this question now.
Okay.
Now I'm furious. Well, I can't trust the internet.
That's true. You can't. By the way, Clayton Kershaw yesterday, he did get to his 3,000th strikeout. Honestly, I think he's at 3,000 right on the nose.
That's awesome.
Which obviously you can't retire with that because there could be a Bernie Mac situation, Mr. 3000. If you've never seen that movie, they might take away some of his strikeouts and he has to come out of retirement and throw some more strikeouts to make it happen.
Did they just do that with Pop? They took away like 77 of his games because he didn't coach in any of them?
Yeah, which that at least makes sense. Like, you didn't coach that. So that at least, I've always thought it's weird when they're like, yeah, you're going to fill in as the coach. But the other guy still gets the wins and losses. And you're like, what kind of sense does that make? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm so excited about this segment. Tim the Pirates fan, defective unicycles, and NHL teams that sign stars free agents. Probably Corey, too. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Forgiveness not quite Friday. Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are the Semien sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, I forgot to mention Cal Raleigh was just named the AL Player of the Month. Juan Soto, the NL Player of the Month. But right now, 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line or the YouTube or the Twitch. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Because it's time for Forgiveness Not Quite Friday.
Kevin, forgive me. I need to interrupt real quick.
Oh, no.
Today, from 11 to 1.
That's now?
Yeah, 3 minutes ago, started 11. At AT&T Stadium, which Kevin's mom built.
That's not. That would be neat.
Chris Arnold will be at AT&T Stadium from 11 to 1 for the Cowboys and Carter Blood Care Blood Drive. He's at the fan tent.
Ooh.
Cowboys cheerleaders, $50 gift cards, and tickets to Cowboys versus Ravens preseason game for the first 1,000 donors.
Oh.
Holy cow, that's a lot.
That is.
It's like $500 million in gift cards right there, it feels like.
That's, no, but okay.
50 times 1,000.
You really should be able to do that.
So if you want to go see, I think just go see CA first.
That's the best part.
That AT&T Stadium, which Kevin's mom built, and give some blood. Be a donor. First 1,000 donors, $50 gift cards, tickets to Cowboys versus Ravens preseason.
Okay, I like that. I like that very much. Now, do you mind if I start with a story for Forgiveness Friday?
Yep, go ahead and do it.
Alec, side note, you should ask Corey at some point in the segment if he has a story that he wants to share.
Oh.
I honestly don't know if he will. All right, let's talk about Tim the Pirates fan. So there has been a couple of changes in this story along the way, but at the beginning of the week, so what you can do with the Pirates, and we've talked about it, they've kicked some of their icons off of the back wall and offended families. Remember that?
That's right,
the
yeah.
Clementes, and they're like, oh yeah, we totally didn't know.
One of the most important baseball players in the history of the game.
And they're like, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. So you can donate $40, I believe it is, and get a message on the board back there.
That's interesting. I know a friend that's doing that with $50, and he'll say any message you want. I can't tell you who, though.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
It's a secret, right?
Maybe in an hour or so. Here's the first one. Cheryl, please take me back. I'm sorry I kissed your sister.
Oh, no.
From Tim. And people were like, man, look at this Pirates fan swinging for the fences. And lots of people had lots of thoughts about whether she should take him back or whatever. And then I believe it was the next day. If it wasn't the next day, it might have been 2 days later.
He spent $80.
I don't think this person was involved at all.
Oh, okay.
So here's the next message. I'll let you decide for yourself. All right. So the first one, Cheryl, please take me back. I'm sorry I kissed your sister, from Tim. Next message. Tim, Cheryl won't take my calls. Did you tell her something? ? Signed, her sis. Now, the lack of use of the name is, so everybody thinks this is like on the level. My belief is that the second one is somebody who, as Alec, as you've said before, just loves bits. And they decided for the low price of like $40, I'm going to get involved in these shenanigans with a very logical follow-up message.
I like what you're thinking, Alec. I'm going to take it one step further. I think it's the Pirates advertising group that's done this.
Ooh.
They are trying to establish bits
see that.
And saying, hey, it's only going to cost you $40 to put a funny message up on the board. Let's do a bit. So they're getting interest in this. Like you wouldn't have known the kiss cam was there had people not been laughing about it. So now that attention has been brought to it, that's the best way. They're like, hey, how do we get people to know that we're doing these messages?
That's an intriguing
and get them to buy
hypothesis.
messages? Because now I can buy a message.
Yeah.
I can say whatever I want. Kevin's a huge Steelers fan. Whatever it is.
Dang it.
And people will know. And it's in Pittsburgh, so that actually is like relevant.
Would you put a message up there that says, Tim, hope you and my sister are very happy together, signed, Cheryl?
Oh, yeah.
Now, because I do not believe that message has been used. But, okay, I'm intrigued by your hypothesis. So, but it's not the actual sister, right?
I like it more that Tim and Cheryl, I like the idea.
Yeah.
I love the idea that Tim and Cheryl have a situation. This is just what I'm kind of thinking. But yeah, there should be back and forth. There should be a lot of this going on. And we get this on the fan text all the time, right?
Yeah.
Where Steve Stevenson is working at the ketchup factory and he's like, yeah, no, Kevin. And so like we have this all the time. Oh, my
And he was
gosh.
running behind and somebody yelled at him, hey, Steve, catch up.
Yeah, and then Jim Johnson texts in. He's like, no, Steve Stevenson is not actually where he works at the mustard factory. Don't let him lie to you. And we're like, oh, my God. We get texts that are stories that are all going back and forth. It's hilarious.
Now, Alec, this leads to a mini moral compass inside of Forgiveness Friday on July the 3rd. If you were married to somebody and then you found out she made out with your sister, would you forgive her? Either one of them.
She made out with your sister?
No, with his sister.
That's
Hold on.
tough.
So he's married.
Correct.
The woman he's married to
Correct.
makes out with his sister.
Correct.
Your sister married?
No.
All right. So not breaking up a family, so that's okay.
I mean, they're breaking up his family.
Yeah. But that's the thing that I'd be upset about because I'm not hooking. Like, I can't. If it's some other lady, then I have a shot, right?
You really were trying to not to say, I know.
Yep. But if it's my sister, then it's like,
All right, fine. I will change. If this is the only way you're going to understand it, Corey, I'll change it. Alec, pretend you have a brother. All right.
Oh, my God. I'm furious.
Alec, you're married and your wife kisses your brother. Do you forgive them? Is that an easier idea for you to fathom?
Yeah, much easier for me to conceive.
I think
her too.
Men's teeth. I feel like I would forgive the brother easier.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I don't know.
Because he didn't stand in front of God and everybody and make a pledge to you.
Yeah, it probably because I feel like we would be close enough to where he's not the one inciting it. You know? Like, she is the reason it happened. So I'd be like, yeah, I would have done the same thing in that situation. Good job.
What if he was inciting her?
Then
wait, hold on. I don't think I don't think I said that right. I do not. I don't.
Inciting is what you said. Yeah, no, I heard it.
I don't think I said that right. All right. So let's go from that to I'm the fall guy for this from the 214. Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness from the fans that voted for John Wick. Kevin broke the rules. If a vote off happens, host votes that happen after shouldn't count. Here's Rambo lost
true.
to John Wick. Here's what I want you to consider.
It's true.
Are you going to say no to Lucius?
What about Earl?
History says probably not.
Yeah, what about Earl? No, yeah, most people don't say no to Lucius.
Yeah. And then Gavin Dawson jumped in there. And then Earl called in. And they were all Rambo.
Yeah, we couldn't. I mean, we could have just stuck to what it was originally.
Corey told me to stop the count.
This is true. Guys, do I deserve forgiveness for the story I'm about to tell?
Alec is going to tell us.
And I know she's in the office today, too, so I'm really...
She's not listening.
She might be. She might be listening.
She knows.
Yesterday, I got a text. My wife works. She's now the executive director of Jared Sandler's Sandlot.
Well,
and so they work together on a lot of different projects now. And they were on the phone planning something out. And Jared said, "I have to go. Josh Young just got sent down." And she was like, "Okay." So immediately she calls me. I'm at the gym doing, leg day or whatever, and leg extensions. It was leg extensions, and I'm on my third set. This is irrelevant to the story, honestly. But she calls me, and she says, "Corey, Josh Young just got traded to the minor leagues." And I sat there in my seat, giggling out loud about how cute it was that she was trying everything she could to break news to me. Not that I would already know, but she was trying to break news to me that I might not know already. And she used one wrong word, and that was that he was traded, not sent down to the minor leagues.
You know how women are.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. It was very cute, and I was very appreciative of her. And now I made her look bad, and I don't want to make her look bad, but because she did ask me not to tell the story on air, but I just couldn't resist. I love her so much. That's so sweet of her. For getting that wrong, though, that's just, that's how a woman would be.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
I don't know about the
that
last
doesn't
one.
pay attention to sports that much, She has a lot of things on. Where did I go wrong with that?
Women, right?
Okay, Mike.
What does Sean think about women, though? That's always been one of the thoughts that I've always had, is how he feels about women.
Stop what you're doing.
Women are the worst.
Okay, Sean.
What is this station doing?
Man, that feels like it's gotten so progressively worse.
So, do I deserve forgiveness for telling that story? Because I thought it was a funny story. And again, she's so cute and sweet, for trying. And I appreciate it. I love her.
I think you deserve forgiveness except for that last part. I think you deserve forgiveness.
Open your eyes, women.
Okay. Why do we have so many drops of Mike potentially stereotyping or saying things like that to women? Guys, do faulty unicycles deserve forgiveness? Because it turns out that Red Panda has fractured her wrist.
Oh, no, but does she need her wrist? Doesn't she kick bowls up on her head?
Yeah, but don't you think you use your arms to keep your balance pretty good?
You can't do that with a broken wrist?
I don't know.
All you're doing is sticking your arms out. It's not like you're grabbing anything. I'm sorry, you haven't even finished the story. How's she doing?
I just told you how she's doing.
She's sad. Oh my God. Broken wrist. Both of my kids had fractured wrists. Carter, that summer, had a broken wrist down in South Padre. Picked up a jellyfish. He was walking around the beach going, "This is my broke hand and this is my jellyfish hand." Poor kid.
The internet needs forgiveness because I did type in Red Panda wrist bone.
No.
And here's the top thing that came up. The panda's thumb isn't actually a thumb. It's an elongated wrist bone.
What?
It poses the 5 true fingers of the panda's hand.
My life is a lie.
This is like when we found out that penguins had knees.
What?
Yeah, okay, we did it again. They have knees. I think we've
This is
talked
like a
about
whole
this with your sister
thing.
before.
Yeah.
We found out.
I remember this.
We found out penguins have knees. I didn't know it's not a thumb. Yeah, look at it. That's amazing.
So she said
part of its wrist
that the unicycle was damaged, and that's what led to the fall. So not cool, damaged unicycles. Get it together. Also, I don't know if you care about this, but good job. Does PETA need to ask for forgiveness for just really never appreciating fun? But they're going to crash the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest. And one of the things, I'm going to read it kind of how I think it was probably said. Vegan hot dogs are delicious and kind, and who really wants to support slaughterhouses? Look, if you're going to protest the killing of animals for food, I don't know if the hot dog is where you should draw your line, okay? There are plenty of other things that I think have a more tangible link to meat and animals than hot dogs. I don't know. Do they put an old chunk of a boot in there probably at some time? And nobody really knows what the hot dog is made of. Could it just be rolled up bologna? Probably. But you don't want to know. Pick something else that you're like, I get it. That's really, really meat. Hot dogs? I don't know. And also, let somebody have fun.
Wieners, baby.
Peyton agrees.
Yes, he does.
And by the way, just real quick, the last entity that needs to ask for forgiveness, anybody that signed a Stars free agent.
What?
Not because I'm sad that they left, but Cody Ceci went to the Kings, 4 years, $14.5 million. Mikael Granlund went to the Ducks, 3 years, $21 million. Yardbarker put out their 5 worst signings from the first day of NHL free agency, and 2 of those 2 made the cut. So if you signed a Stars free agent on the first day, 40% chance you ended up on the worst signings list.
Awesome.
So
our team wasn't that good, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we're doing okay. Just like when you talked about the unrestricted free agents for the Cowboys next year, and you're like, that's not that great. I'm like, that's good.
We were lucky to make it to the Western Conference Final this year with that bunch of bums.
Yeah, must have had a heck of a head cut. Oh.
He's gone.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Dreamy-eyed Glenn Gulletson now.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus another person who loves bits, but this time in front of a large crowd of people at a Green Day concert. Next on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion as you.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Dudley is departing the Mavericks. He will jump on as an assistant with the Detroit Nuggets, and that comes on the heels of the news about God Shamgod leaving the Mavericks as well. So if you've ever been an assistant for the Mavericks, you probably left.
Well, but I guess I'm interested now in how Jason Kidd refills this staff. What kind of people he wants to put on this staff, and why is Nico just letting all these people go? Like, why isn't Nico fighting for these guys? And
I don't know.
So,
I really don't.
That's an interesting part right now.
But if that's got you down, don't worry. We have what will cheer you up. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
Yeah.
And then people are running bits, not just at baseball games, not just on radio stations, but at concerts. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But before we even get to the question of the day, you mentioned God Shamgod leaving the Dallas Mavericks. Brad Townsend might have tweeted the best tweet in history because he did an interview with the Morning News with God Shamgod talking about his departure. It's a really good read. You should check it out on the Dallas Morning News. But he tweeted out the article. The top line says, "I spoke to God last night. As usual, I learned a lot." I just think that's an
tremendous.
That's an all-time tweet from Brad Townsend. I love it. I don't know why I love that so much. Brad is the best. But
I hope he giggled whenever he was typing that one out.
Oh yeah,
I feel like you have to.
You have to have a little fist pump after you hit send on the tweet. Like, yeah, that one's gonna hit right there. The question of the day, gentlemen. When I woke up this morning, which didn't get much sleep last night. Had a puppy ER visit situation.
Oh no.
Yeah, and didn't get to bed till like 1:30. So
is it okay?
Yes. Ended up being an allergic reaction, but a pretty serious one at that. That was making him pretty sick. But he's got his meds and everything, so we're all good there. But it was a very, very long night, and sleeping on the couch did not agree with my back.
Isn't yours? Oh, and your back's bad right now because you're getting older.
Yeah, thanks.
Isn't your sister a vet? Am I wrong about that?
Yes, but she is still in Florida, so she's
can't
an hour.
advise you.
Yeah, she's an hour ahead. So whenever we have late night incidents, she's asleep because she's got a big girl job where she's got to wake up at 5 a.m. out there.
Yeah.
So she's going to bed locally here in DFW at like 8 o'clock.
Do you get a discount then for the American veterinarians discount?
That would be cool, but no, she works at like one single vet office in Florida, but she is getting a different job that's more national, so maybe that'll help. Let's
go.
Yeah, so it will be cool to have her actually in DFW again. But
wait, hold on. So do you not get an American veterinarian discount?
No. This is all like
That's a shame.
she'll give us like the good like at home remedies and like just use this over the counter stuff rather than going to the vet and they charge you $600 for this. Like she gives really great advice on that stuff, and she can usually identify what is wrong before we even have to go to the vet, and she can tell us like, yeah, you need to go to the vet for that. They have to prescribe something, or no, it'll be okay. So really good advice, but nothing monetary there. So thanks, Brittany. Jeez. But anyways, question of the day. When I woke up this morning, I saw 18 years ago today, Transformers the movie released in theaters. And I actually remember going to the premiere of this movie, and it's one of my all-time favorite movies. And heck, my first ever car was a 2013 Camaro RS in race yellow
of that movie
with black racing stripes, which is the exact model that Bumblebee was in that movie.
Wow.
I helped I saved up a good amount just over the couple years of just mowing the yard and whatever, and I helped and went in half with my dad. And yeah, that movie stuck with me. I don't know why. I can't really explain it because it's not nobody thinks of Transformers, the first one, as like one of the all-time movies.
But there's an all-time scene.
There is, and I know exactly what you're talking about. It told young Alec that, hey, maybe girls aren't so nasty. Maybe cooties aren't real, but all the germs and stuff. That was definitely a thing. We all went through that growing up. It was just like, ugh, girls. And then you see, Megan Fox, and you're like, oh, maybe not so much. But it got me thinking, what is your favorite movie?
I'm sorry.
Definitely one of those days, dude.
No! You're asking the wrong question, Alec.
Yes, I'm asking the correct question.
You are
because
not. Who is the woman who made you become a man or realize that you loved women? That's the question.
We'll make it a two-part question then.
Christy Yamaguchi.
Oh, because I actually do have another answer for that you will like.
And by the way, or I should say the man.
That works too.
Here.
Yes, we do.
Good point.
Yes, we're wide-ranging. But
Sorry, tell me your first question again.
We're going to make it two-part because I do like that question. So Kevin's question, what is the, character in a movie portrayed by an actress or actor that made you grow up a little bit? And what is the movie that probably isn't an all-time great movie, maybe not even a great movie at all, but you just love it? And you'll go to war for it because Transformers 1 is that movie for me.
It's the movie Saving Silverman.
I love it.
And this is particularly relevant, Corey, because I also love that movie. Showed the trailer to Jess. She was not particularly convinced. I said it's even funnier than that, which did not seem to be a big selling point for her. We watched the movie. She did not particularly care for it. And I think it's tremendous.
Saving Silverman?
Yeah.
She didn't care for that?
No, she did not think it was great.
Dang.
And I think that movie is so freaking funny, but
I crack up. Yeah, I still.
We might be in the minority.
It might. Yeah, it definitely might be one of those movies that because it fits our humor.
Yeah.
It's definitely in our wheelhouse of humor. So that makes sense. I'm trying to think because I usually don't. If I don't like a movie, it's not that good. I don't know. The Book of Eli doesn't really get as much love. I don't
think I've seen that.
I think it deserves. I will say there are a lot of people that'll text in his character in that. He was the best. When we were talking about action heroes the other day, somebody was like, he was the best in Book of Eli. And I really liked that movie a lot. I thought, the ending was perfect. I just really enjoyed that one a lot. And I don't think it quite gets as much love as I think it deserves. So I'll say that one. I like that movie. I'll check it out. I watch it a lot more than I should.
I feel like it also just kind of naturally turns into the comfort movie category too. Because there are some movies that I will put on to go to sleep, whenever I just need some background noise or whatever. And it's probably not one of the greatest movies, but I just enjoy it personally. Hey, I know Kevin's going to hate this. The newest trilogy of Star Wars movies. I don't love them, but I enjoy them. So I will put them on in the background whenever I'm, cleaning or whatever, because it's just good background content. I enjoy it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, look, and I can respect that.
Paper hanging stuff.
Yeah.
When you're a wallpaper hanging.
Okay,
guy, and
I
you
can
just
see
do
that.
while this is on.
I call it show prep stuff.
Yeah,
there are movies you could throw on.
There it is. So here it is from the 469. People say it's a bad movie, but I thought it was hilarious. It's Pootie Tang.
Oh.
Pootie Tang is phenomenal, and Bob Costas might play his best role ever in anything. Well, crap, he was also in basketball. He was pretty special in that one.
He was in basketball.
But he was phenomenal in Pootie Tang. So, yeah, I don't think a lot of people care for that movie as much as I do. Watched it a whole lot of times.
I like that.
And then the actress for me that made me grow up a little bit, Kevin, you'll appreciate this. It was Natalie Portman in the Star Wars franchise.
It's the second movie, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, it's a movie that is not widely accepted. It's not a movie that is widely appreciated.
I would make an argument that's the second worst Star Wars movie.
And it probably is. But because of that almost sentimental value it had to me because of when I took in the movie, I was kind of old enough to appreciate what happens in movies and actually remember stuff. And I was like, Natalie Portman, got to watch more of her stuff. Great actress.
Yeah. For me, it was the princess from the Never-Ending Story.
What?
Yeah. So I saw that as a kid, and you do all that work, and then Bastian makes it to the end, and you see the princess, and I just remember being like, oh my goodness. And like, she was very pretty, and she was, she was like probably a couple years older than I was, but I was just like, oh my, she is very pretty. So probably her.
Elizabeth Shue.
In
Adventures in Babysitting.
Okay.
Changed everything for me. That was the one.
Did it?
Yep.
I like that. I just like the way you said changed everything.
Changed everything.
Kelly LeBrock and Weird Science, man. I bet in a certain generation.
Yes. No, that one
her
definitely
coming
too.
out with the football tank top and I bet
the 80s.
Yeah, that was probably
set us up for success.
That was probably a lot for a lot of people. Cameron Diaz in The Mask.
Oh man, that was her best.
She looks phenomenal.
That was her best
in that movie. From the 817 to your first question, Out Cold is one of those movies that people will fight for.
Oh yeah, you should fight for that one. It's worth it.
I do think that movie is funny. Oh, this is not a TV show or a movie, but kind of. The Britney Spears Hit Me Baby One More Time video made them a man.
Man.
I get that.
I told you guys, I think it was when we were getting ready for the Paige Beckers interview, how like certain artists' music videos were banned in my house because my sister kept showing them to me.
Oh.
And I was like, good music, but the music video... Yeah, very intriguing. So like there was no Usher in the household. There was like it was really a lot of R&B artists. It was like you can listen to the music. You can't watch the music video.
Yes. Man, there are a lot of good answers on this. Shannon Elizabeth from American Pie.
Oh my gosh. Well, I was like 18.
Yeah, so you'd probably you liked
I'd become a man already.
Oh my gosh. From the 254
It is definitely. Somebody said, I'm half listening to the show. It's a Mail It In Thursday.
No! From the 254. Not a movie, but a TV series. Marsha Brady stirred me in a special way. Marsha. And they said Princess Leia in the Star Wars bikini. Or I guess the Return of the Jedi bikini, not the Star Wars bikini.
I can see how like Stacy Keebler and somebody said Trish Stratus, like that era right there, definitely could have changed some lives.
Oh, and a lot of people said Kelly Bundy as well from Married with Children.
Gosh, huge crush.
And then real quick, since we love bits around here, at a Green Day concert here last week, they do a bit, which a lot of rock artists do whenever they actually have live bands. You know, they'll say, does anybody here know how to play guitar or how to play drums?
Yes, I saw this. I love it.
And so they called up a fan to play Good Riddance, which is an all-time classic from Green Day's catalog there. He gets up on stage and he starts playing a couple chord progressions that sound a little bit off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Billy Joe Armstrong, the front man, kind of gets in his ear and says, like, I think you're playing it in the wrong key. Like, here's what it sounds like. He wasn't playing it wrong. He was intentionally playing a different song because he immediately goes into an unmistakable rendition of Wonderwall. And Billy Joe Armstrong says, and I quote, OF, and ushers him off the stage immediately. So a fan gets up there, pulls a bit, playing Wonderwall, which is a meme song in and of itself. Today in 2025, it's a total meme song. So if Carter Freeman was here, he would be enjoying this way too much, but he gets up there and plays Wonderwall instead of Good Riddance. So we're doing bits at concerts, people, not just Pirates games and radio shows.
It's a good bit. I like it.
A lot. Yes, I do.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are any of these elite defenders ready to claim their first Defensive Player of the Year award? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation, a July 3rd show, full show.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Turn it on and leave it on. Your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Minshew looking, throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick note for you. The Cleveland Guardians are putting pitcher Luis Ortiz on non-disciplinary paid leave as he has now become part of the MLB betting investigation. So obviously something to keep an eye on. Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and ribbit.
Now, I wanted to present a couple of different candidates. Obviously, Micah Parsons will come up in this conversation, but do you think any of these elite defenders are ready to win their first Defensive Player of the Year award?
Okay.
Kyle Hamilton with the Baltimore Ravens. He isn't a typical safety. He is very
Plays all over the field.
Yes, he really does. He really does. So that's option one. Option two.
Great speed and can hit, too.
Yes, I love him. Jalen Carter. Unfortunately, he is very good as well.
Aaron Donald was special.
True.
To be able to get the award as many times as he did from that position. That's just the reason I don't think that it's likely for Jalen Carter, although he is a monster. But I think that Tyler Booker and company are going to handle him this year. So that's my goal.
Okay.
Yep, that's my goal.
All right. By the way, going back to our last segment, we had a couple of females who said Leonardo DiCaprio and Titanic is what really got them going.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
That's right.
All right, it happens.
Aiden Hutchinson. We could definitely see that, right? If he stays injury free.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on a tear last year before he got hurt.
Dexter Lawrence with the Giants.
Always an option. But again,
he falls into
position.
Yeah.
But he is a beast. Like, he's the dude that Micah was like, give me a player like that, please.
And then Micah Parsons. So I want to boil it down to two people maybe in particular for this conversation. Do you think it's more likely that Aiden Hutchinson or Micah Parsons wins Defensive Player of the Year this year? If it's just between those two.
I'm going to say Hutchinson because if he's healthy and plays a complete season and as good as he was last year, then people are just going to go, yes, that guy right there. Like, it's kind of a no-doubter based on the trajectory he had last season.
Yeah.
For Micah, he's had so many good seasons and still missed. He has to do something exceptional. Like, I think that Micah's going to have like 18, 19, 20 sacks for people because we're also still very kind of uncertain of exactly the way Eberflus is going to use him. How much are they going to blitz out of that? How much are they going to try and get home with 4? How important is the defensive tackle in this defensive line? So I think there's a lot of things that we're still trying to figure out on how Micah can be. So I don't know what to expect from him yet.
Okay.
Because he could land 10, and we could be like, no, but he had a great season even though he only had 10 sacks.
We've been updating this throughout the process thus far. The NFL Top 100 for the day, Sam Laporta at 94 and Creed Humphrey at number 93 on the NFL Top 100 as voted by the players. Now, I wanted to throw this out there because I thought this was intriguing. Breece Hall. First of all, Breece Hall, he said he wants to prove to everybody that he can still do it, but also added a lot of people are going to take us, the Jets, for granted, but we have a team. Have you fallen into this category, and I definitely have, that you just kind of take the Jets for granted?
Take them for granted?
Yeah, like they exist, but who cares?
I mean, I have.
I have too.
For the last couple of years, and I know that you didn't expect anything out of them, and I was like, man, if Aaron Rodgers, because I thought they have, and I still do, I thought they had everything built around it. And then I thought Sala was actually a good coach. They chumped out by letting Aaron Rodgers push them around. Sala is actually a legitimately good coach that had a good team, just no quarterback.
And they definitely did not magically get better without him.
Now, that being said, maybe he was the one that was stumping for Aaron Rodgers. And that would be a good... They're like, okay, he's not what you said he was. See you later. But I do kind of just look at the Jets and go, in that division, it's the Bills and any other team before them first.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, let's go from that to Rashad Bateman essentially confirmed what a lot of us had talked about before the Cowboys made the move for George Pickens, and he said that the trade with the Cowboys was a possibility. I feel like we had talked about that leading into it, that it felt like Pickens and Rashad Bateman were part of that group if the Cowboys were going to make, when we heard about the two...
Those are the names we heard.
The two magical deals.
Yeah, we heard those names. We heard a couple of running back names as well, but Pickens and Bateman were definitely part in that conversation, and they fit what the Cowboys like.
And Bateman was like, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That always happened.
They fit exactly what the Cowboys wanted at that time.
Now, the player they did end up getting, George Pickens. Ranking off-season traded players in terms of situations, like who's most likely to succeed. George Pickens is at 6 on this list. He's behind C.J. Gardner-Johnson with the Texans, Minkah Fitzpatrick with the Dolphins, Joe Thuney, I like saying it like that, with the Bears, Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders, and DK Metcalf to the Steelers. I don't agree with Metcalf just because the Steelers are another one of my teams that maybe it's just wherever Aaron Rodgers goes, I'm indifferent to them. But I would put Tunsil to the Commanders at the top of the list.
Also, I got a question about Metcalf. Do you fear him that much?
He has a bigger name than I think he has production.
I don't think you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
But I think because the name itself, the fact that the dude is built like a freaking tank. But I mean, he did have 2 really good years, 20 and 21, 10 touchdowns, 12 touchdowns. Those were 2 big years.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, the last 3 years he's been not pedestrian, but
he's
been
good.
a top 10 receiver. But not a top 3 receiver.
Yeah.
Let's say top 15.
Yeah, even top 10 I think is debatable.
But not top 3.
Yeah,
and
for
that's the difference. When he gets traded, I'm like, oh, that's a good thing. But they had some good receivers.
Now, I thought this was a very astute observation from Lamar Jackson, because he talked about things that he needs to improve in his game. And one of the things that he talked about is, I'm not really outspoken, like being vocal with my guys.
Okay.
And he said, I don't have a great motivational speech. I pretty much lead by example. I go out there and I'm like, I'm going to work hard. I expect that of you. As I've been growing in the league, it's like, nah, you got to talk to the guys. Certain things I'm seeing, I got to voice my opinion more to guys. It looked like you liked that comment.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, I think Eovaldi is a good leader.
For sure.
Because Eovaldi's connecting with all the guys on his team. That way he knows if they're down or if they're hot, hey, I can go over there and say something that's going to, take him to the next place because I know him personally.
Yeah.
I know what makes him tick. And I think good leaders recognize when their teammates need to be motivated, when they need to back off of them, give them space. I think the good leaders know those things. And I think it's more than just going out there and doing the job. And I've always thought that. That's one of the reasons I hold Seager to a different level.
Sure.
Because I do think that you need to you need. Now, if you say it too much, it's a problem. But you do need to be very strategic in the way that you let the guys know it's time to take the step, guys.
And obviously, you appreciate the self-awareness to be able to do that.
Yep.
A couple more things. PJ Locke, the Broncos safety, has started a documentary, like a personal documentary series on YouTube called My Breakthrough. And in that, he talks about how he underwent back surgery shortly after the team lost to the Bills in the playoffs. Well, that back surgery was spinal fusion surgery.
Oh.
And
dang. Hate it.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting to hear somebody be that open, be that candid about the whole thing. And so he said now, he's like 5 months later, I have no pain levels. Even though they told him going into the surgery, there's no guarantee you could ever play football again.
Right.
They didn't say you couldn't for sure,
right.
but And so he says, right now, I feel good. And at the time, he was like, I don't know how I'm going to get better after this.
The line is, there's no guarantee you'll ever play football again. All right, what if I don't do the surgery? Then we can guarantee you'll never play football again.
Yeah.
This thing could give you a chance. We don't know, but we don't want to make any promises because we don't know. But hopefully we give you a good chance to feel good.
By the way, sometimes the internet takes heartwarming things and tries to destroy them. Terrence Steele bought his mom a house. He posed in front of the house, and lots of people have comments about who he posed with and thoughts about his mom and all this other stuff. And it was a nice, heartwarming story. And they tried to corrupt it, Corey.
I need to go
because
see
that's
that.
what the internet does.
You need to send this to me. So
Okay, I
can see.
will. I'll just show you the picture. But the point is, Terrence Steele bought his mom a house.
Dude, that's awesome.
I think that's really nice.
I think it'd be amazing to be able to buy my mom a house. Kevin's mom built him a stadium.
That's right.
No!
AT&T.
That is not right.
Oh, I
Jerry
see.
World.
Yeah.
I see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp. Next on The Fan.
Your proud home of the.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp. But Corey, you may or may not have spilled the beans about something almost 2.5 hours ago.
Yep.
So we wanted to give you another chance to re-rack what's going on right now.
All right. Yeah, especially since I racked him with this. Our friend Reginald Atatula is doing a 12-hour radiothon today, raising money for the Houston Food Bank.
Yeah.
And that's an awesome cause, man. And Reggie, while he was here with us, he always was like, hey, donate to your local food bank. That was always his place. We all have a different, thing that we're interested in. Kevin, you've always been with NAMI and pushing for them. And so Reggie would always drop that out there. So if you want to help contribute, here's what we got from him yesterday. Guys, I'm planning at noon, o'clock, that is, to challenge the listeners that if they donate $50 and send me confirmation of the donation, I'll say any FCC allowable message, no obscene or advertisements they want. Might be a good thing to do.
Yeah.
So he asked us if we would like to put it in front of our Dallas audience. I said, absolutely, man. That sounds like an awesome idea. By the way, don't forget, Chris Arnold is out at AT&T Stadium, the stadium that Kevin's mom built, with Carter Blood Care, as they are doing a blood drive, and the first 1,000 donors, $50 gift certificate and tickets to Ravens Cowboys preseason games. So that's happening too.
And you get to help people.
Yes, that's awesome. He's out there until 1 o'clock. Just saying.
So you could go there and still donate to Reggie and then get your donation back essentially with a gift card and preseason football tickets, and you get to see CA and the cheerleaders.
The thing I don't know, Kevin,
I like it.
What's the short link? Do we have a short link?
So if you text Sports Radio 610 to 71777. So if you're looking for that, text Sports Radio 610 to 7177.
All right.
And if you text at least $50, if you donate at least $50, Reggie will say the sentence you want. Corey already has one in mind. I also have one in mind, so I need to get to donating. By the way, they have already raised more than $11,000.
Good for them. That's awesome, dude. And our first one we ever did, I think we raised about $4,500 in the whole run.
That is true.
Yeah.
So,
and then it grew from there.
Already destroying us. All right.
Take it for charity.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man.
And that's how you get more.
Hey, however you get the money to donate. It's
exactly
none of my business. All right. So, Cowboys questions that matter. Don't shake your head at me, Alec. While we waste away waiting for training camp, we wanted to do this the last couple days. Too busy, too much content. So let's run it out now. My question for both of you guys. Do you think CeeDee Lamb could hold this NFL record at the end of the season?
Oh, I don't know.
Let me tell you what it is before you go any further.
Well, all right then.
Okay, well, just what's your initial thought?
Yes.
Yes.
But
okay.
also no, because I think George Pickens is probably going to cannibalize a little bit of this.
Okay.
I think I'm right.
That actually is kind of relevant to this, yes.
I'm kind of guessing, actually, at this point.
So CeeDee Lamb has 496 career receptions going into the season.
It's a lot.
That is. If he can get to 500 this season, that would make him just the 5th player in NFL history to get 500 or more career catches by the age of 26.
Wow.
Here are the other ones. Larry Fitzgerald, Randy Moss, Jarvis Landry, and DeAndre Hopkins. The record...
They're all pretty good players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there feels like there's a
Jarvis
different
Landry
level
fell
with
off,
the
but
first two, but yeah.
I don't know. D-Hop was one of those dudes we were considering.
So the NFL record by most catches by the age of 26 is 540. It feels safe to assume that CeeDee Lamb can get more than 44 catches, right?
Yes, absolutely.
However, Justin Jefferson has 495 catches.
Oh.
So he is one behind CeeDee Lamb. So it stands to reason that both of these will quite emphatically break the record this season. So my question is, will, not could, will CeeDee Lamb hold this NFL record at the end of the season?
Hold the record.
Hold it.
Oh.
Not have it for a minute. Have it at the end of the season.
Somebody said most drop passes. Come on, man. What are we doing here? I think he could if the running game isn't good. If the running game's not good, then CeeDee Lamb's going to get more targets because he essentially becomes part of your running game in your short passing game. That's how Michael Thomas got as many receptions as he did. It was short passing game. And a lot of people take shots at Michael Thomas. That was the Sean Payton offense. That was Sean Payton. That was Drew Brees' ability to throw at that point. His arm was starting to fall off a little bit, and short passes. He's still very accurate. So I do think that he can. And I think he's going to have a stack of. I think he will.
Okay.
I think he will. I think he's going to have a stack of receptions this year, man.
Alec?
I think he will. I'm trying to think about the teams themselves, the offenses, the quarterbacks running the offenses. I think you're the better quarterback in this scenario just because we haven't seen J.J. McCarthy play actual NFL football yet. And then I started asking myself, and I kind of hate this, who's going to be playing from behind more this season? That's going to induce more throwing to your playmaker. In my mind, I would say that probably Dallas is going to end up playing from behind a little bit more because maybe Justin Jefferson does have another 97-yard touchdown with Kevin Harlan losing his mind on the broadcast, So he doesn't need to do all of that. CeeDee Lamb, we've seen him need to do that a little bit more recently, so I think he's got the better situation to do it.
All right. Now, Corey, I want to start with you here because
I dare you.
Okay. I agree with this. Because you have been really upfront about ideas and questions about this, so I'll start with you. What does the Eberflus defense look like?
Okay.
What do you think it will look like?
I think I think Osa's probably going to have his best season.
Okay.
Because his defense is really reliant on his position. You want somebody that can hold up next to him, like that. You definitely want that. You want somebody to do their job there, but Osa is going to be a key component to that. I think Micah is going to get a lot of pressure off the edge. I think they're going to give him many opportunities, but I don't think it's going to be blitzing pressure. He's going to be defensive end in a 4-3 type of situation.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to get a lot of that, and I don't know how much linebacker he's going to play. I do think the fact that they beefed up their linebacking crew, Kenneth Murray's a bigger linebacker, Jack Sanborn's a bigger linebacker. They made them bigger because that's what this defense calls for. And if you're too light there, you're going to get run over like the Cowboys have for the last 3, 4, 7 years.
That's true.
So they got beefier in that respect. And that's something Parcells did too. He was running a 3-4 kind of hybrid with Zimmer here. But they did get. He was like, "Look, Datwin, Dexter Coakley, got to give them credit. Like they're working hard." But and then I think you're going to get tough secondary play.
Okay.
The secondary for the Bears, dude, they were fun to watch last year. If you didn't get a chance, they were fun to watch. And I hope that Diggs is able to get into that mentality and be a tough dude along with it.
Yeah.
Because I think your safety play and your so I think it's going to be a good, strong, stout defense. A lot of people are saying right now that it's old, it's ancient, it's dinosaur, but I think I saw it last year play pretty well. And all it needs to do, it is bend, don't break, but all it needs to do is make sure that not a lot of points are scored on them and that they can give the ball back to their offense and let them do their work. That's going to be the key for them.
For me, there's a reason that a guy like Jack Sanborn comes to the team and is so successful in this scheme is because it's built on effort and intensity.
Yeah.
It's not exactly built upon, okay, we need 4 cornerstone players that are going to be, highest paid at their position, that we know what they are. We're going to have enough guys that know their job well enough to where things are going to look consistent even when you do have to make some substitutions across the defensive line. Whenever a linebacker gets banged up and you need to fill in and you need a Marist Leofau to step up in his second year, it's going to look a little bit more consistent. So I think that it's going to be intense. I think you're going to get takeaways too. Whether it's via the interception, the forced fumble, what have you. I think if you were missing the Dan Quinn style a little bit more, not so the finesse aspect of it, but the intensity, playing with your hair on fire, and getting takeaways, I think you're going to see a little bit more of that.
Okay. You guys mentioned 2 different people who would qualify for this, so I want to skip to this question.
Skip.
Which Cowboys player makes their first Pro Bowl? So you mentioned Leofau, you mentioned Osa. Neither have ever made a Pro Bowl. Donovan Wilson, George Pickens, Trent Sieg. There's a variety of options. Who would be the Cowboy that you would pick to make their first Pro Bowl?
Tyler Booker as a rookie.
I mean,
as a rookie right guard, I think he's going to do it.
If that happens, then that's probably a pretty good sign. If it's him or Tyler Guyton,
dude, if
that
Guyton,
feels like a good sign.
And Sean brought it up this morning. He was like, Corey Majors thinks the offensive line for the Cowboys is the linchpin. Like it's whether or not they have. And I agree. I'm right there. If Guyton was to get a Pro Bowl selection, we freaking did it. Like every Cowboys front office person should just walk around high-fiving and also hold the middle finger up at the same time, going, you guys didn't believe, but it took us 1 full year to get the real version of him. So I'm going to go with Booker. Still, I'm going to go with the other.
Even
the other
ahead
type.
of Osa.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, that'd be good.
Although I do need Osa to have a great season.
For sure. Who do you need to have a great season more?
Tyler Guyton.
Okay. Alec. Cowboys player who will make their first career Pro Bowl this season. And I know it's a Pro Bowl games and all that. Like, ignore that part.
It's just a glorified fan vote at this point. And so my mind goes to George Pickens immediately because all he needs to do is have a couple of catches that make the Sports Center top 10, for maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get enough votes to where people are like, oh my God, he's got a real quarterback now. He's making these crazy catches on national television. I just think he's going to get the volume in terms of viewership and actual pass catching, which are not related at all. But they're going to work in this scenario for him to get enough votes.
Okay, I'm intrigued by that answer. Now, I know we're going pretty defensive intensive this today. Okay. There will be plenty more questions. We got a long time still till training camp. Will the third time be the charm for Mozzie Smith? He'll now have his third defensive coordinator in 3 years, with each having a different concept of his particular position.
Man, you're asking me to answer.
Well, the way you just said, that leads me to
I was going to say think so.
Okay.
But I thought he had a better year last year than he had his rookie season.
I'd agree. Still not good, but I agree.
But it was better, so he progressed.
He did.
I think he can progress again. Okay. I just don't know where the ceiling is for him now. If the floor, let's just assume the floor was his rookie season.
Okay.
And he'll never be at the floor again.
Okay.
Until maybe he retires.
Yeah.
I don't know where's the ceiling, and is the ceiling really low? and because the floor seemed so low to start.
Yeah.
And a couple of the things that were problems for him were motivation, desire to do it on his own, like those types of things. And you're not going to get better if you don't have those things. So did that change for him? And how long is he away from contract season? 2 more years? He's got.
Yeah, he'd have one after this year. He'd have 1 more year, and then you'd have the option. Which right now feels like.
Yeah, so I think he will be better, but it's not. It doesn't take a lot to be better.
Okay.
He doesn't have that far to go.
Alec?
Right there with Corey, where it's like it's kind of hard to go backwards. I feel like any improvement is going to look magnified with him, which is not an indictment. It's not a shot at him. I think that gives him a good base to impress us, though, because I do think that even being average is going to be a success in our eyes. I know at the end of the season, whenever playoffs are over, we're going to be like, well, he still wasn't good enough to warrant his draft position and everything, but we're going to be happy that he did play better. So I do think he's going to step up.
If he's average at 1 tech,
I'm happy with that because they've swung and missed so many times.
Me too.
And the one time it felt like they were going to at least have a feasible player at that position, maybe 2 times that you say with a couple of the veterans that they brought in, Gerald McCoy, if his knee didn't explode in practice, then maybe you had a success at that position for 1 time and 1 time only. But outside of that, I'll take anything average from him this year for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway. We got our T-Pain ticket giveaway, but also the Combo Platter, Independence Day edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your single favorite part about the 4th of July? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys at the North Texas Baseball Show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
NMLEC 10014.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The 1-0 is hit high and deep into center field. Mullins going back, still going back, looking up. It's gone. Just over the wall between the 407 marker and 410 marker. Home run number 11 for Corey Seager makes it 6-0 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I imagine we might get a decent amount of Rangers opinions in this segment. By the way, right now, I am in the midst of donating $50 to the Houston Food Bank, though you can donate significantly more if you like. But if you do donate at least $50, you can send Reggie a sentence, as long as it's FCC compliant, that he will read on the air. And so, obviously, I have a sentence in mind that I would like to get read. So
Salad Master.
It's not Salad Master.
I do want him to scream Pippen played all the games.
Okay.
The way Mike did.
That would be amazing.
That would be something that would make my day.
That actually would be super awesome. All right. So it's time for the Combo Platter Independence Day edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite part about July 4th? 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite part about July the 4th? And I'll also tell you that when you make your donation, they're like, hey, you could make it a monthly donation, so maybe you could consider that as well to help out the Houston Food Bank, or maybe you want to keep it with the North Texas Food Bank or wherever.
You know what, Kevin? When we do Peace-a-thon, that is an option as well.
Yes.
And a lot of people, Adrian said, have committed to that, and that's really awesome.
That is really cool.
So that's always a really cool thing. Sports opinion. Corey Seager ends this season with 33 home runs. He's at 11 right now.
Holy moly, that would be awesome.
He's going to have to go on a bit of a tear, and I think it's about to happen. I think the tear, you're about to see, I think in the next 20 games, you're going to see 10 home runs. Like, I really do.
He could do it.
I really do think that we're about to get it. Now, one of the things that I've been frustrated watching is that he has been getting in his own. Last night it happened. There was a strike that he didn't agree with, and then he ended up swinging at a pitch that was a breaking ball really low.
I got
that he had no chance of getting.
Yeah.
And you could see on his face he was frustrated by the fact that it was called a strike still.
Yeah.
He had and he's got to get away. They all have to get away from that. Strikes and balls happen. You can't fix it. You can't correct it. What's the next pitch you can crush?
Yeah.
But I do think that Corey Seager is about to hit that stride right now. And that's exciting for me. Because if they're hitting the ball like, dude, they were putting the ball in play again last night.
For sure.
And that creates these opportunities to have a Seager at the plate with two runners on.
Since the game to kick off the Twins series on June 10th, his OPS has gone from 700 to 796. So almost 100 points right there. So I think that is a fair point.
And 4th of July, I appreciate the cookout aspect of it. I always love a good cookout.
You ever love cooking more than the food?
Man, I'd love to say that. But I enjoy the cooking part of it. And it took me a while before I felt confident enough that I fed people, and when they said this is good, it really was.
Okay.
Like you're always kind of scared that it's not going to be as good as you thought it was going to be.
Okay, I got you.
And then when people are like, no, this is really good quality stuff. So that is always a nice thing. But
show me your meat.
Thank you very much, Corey. It's my family, my kids and my wife love the fireworks. And that brings me to this from Joe Dirt.
So you're going to tell me that you don't have no black cats, no Roman candles or screaming mimes?
No.
Oh, come on, man. You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doodads, or crap flappers?
No, I don't.
You're going to stand there owning a fireworks stand and tell me you don't have no whistling holes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser?
No. Because snakes and sparklers are the only ones I like.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
that might be your problem. It's not what you like. It's the consumer.
And that, Kevin, is what it's all about, is go get some sparklers, we can't even have sparklers in Plano.
You can't have
That's
sparklers?
what they said. Yeah, they are asking us not to have sparklers in Plano, is what Adrian told me yesterday. But it's always a lot of fun to see the night light up.
I'm going to run a little exercise real quick. What do you think the critics gave Joe Dirt on Rotten Tomatoes? Scale of 1 to 100.
65.
Come on, Corey. You think the critics gave
critics?
The critics
A
gave
45.
Okay. Alec, that still feels optimistic.
Oh,
to
my
me.
God.
Yeah.
What do you think the critics gave Joe Dirt?
30.
9. The
39?
answer, no, 9.
Oh.
The answer is 9%. 9% of the critics gave it a thumbs up. But, Corey, you'll be glad to know
87%.
it's not quite that. It should be higher. 64% of the audience said thumbs up to Joe Dirt.
It was Kid Rock that really killed everything for everybody, right?
Or you know what? I actually think people watched Joe Dirt 2 and retroactively went back and changed their vote because they were so mad they had to download Crackle or whatever it was.
I remember that.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, Walken was in that. Was it Brittany Daniel? That
Yes.
was in that? Dude, that was a funny
Dennis
movie.
Miller.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
All right.
And Kick and Wing. That's awesome.
From the 817 Sports Opinion, the Rangers surge in the second half, win the division on the back of El Bombi. And favorite part of the fourth is blowing S up with the boys.
Yes.
And I feel like that's going to be an answer. When I tell you my answer, you're going to think it sounds kind of fancy. Favorite thing about the fourth is being off of work, of course, and they think the Rangers are going to miss the playoffs. That would be unfortunate. From the 817, wow. The San Antonio Spurs will win the West, and beers and hot dogs are their favorite part of the 4th of July. Alec, would you like to go next?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. The NBA, I'm starting to believe some of these conspiracies, not all of them, but some of them. And one of them that I am really intrigued by, that I saw some conversation getting sparked a little bit last night on Twitter. I seriously think that the Denver Nuggets and the Orlando Magic have this wild idea that in a couple of years, they'll be able to make a run at Luka.
Wow.
The Orlando Magic?
Yes. Because who are these teams hiring to fill out their staffs?
Mosley?
Yeah.
All of Luka's favorite assistants from the time he was here. What are they doing? They're freeing up money. They're adding talent. They're making moves that make sense for the short term, but also make sense in the long term, that can clear money. That can be, hey, we want to try to win right now. We want to try to compete. But, hey, 2027 sounds like it could be kind of fun too. So I do think that they're seeing, hey, LeBron's not so happy in LA. They just had the ownership change in LA. Who knows? We don't really know too much about because he hasn't been there long enough, about like the connection between Luka and the Buss family. Like, we don't really know how he truly feels there yet. That hasn't really gotten out to us. So maybe he does say, you know what? There's a lot of weird things happening here. I should test the market. I should see what happens. My buddy Jokic needs some help. The Magic have all of my favorite staff members over there. That would be amazing. God Shamgod, I can reunite with him.
I like it.
That would be fun. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's one of the conspiracies that enough things have lined up for me to say, oh, listen. And I think it's fun. Like the LeBron stuff.
That is kind of fun.
The LeBron stuff is a little bit fun, but I'm like, it's ridiculous right now. This stuff is so far in advance. It's years away that I'm like, you know what? I'm listening. So if it does happen, we can come back and be like, there were a few people that were ahead of this. Like, I think Bobby Carella was tweeting, kind of hinting at it last night. Like, are y'all noticing what I'm noticing here? And I'm like, yeah. I'm starting to pick up what everybody's putting down. This is going to be really fun.
Did we mention the McMiniman.
Dave McMiniman. Go ahead.
David McMiniman.
Actually, I just really want to hear you.
Dave McMiniman. He said LeBron, the Mavericks, Dallas, I know, he says, would only be interested in LeBron in a buyout situation. So that does exist there.
And he's very plugged in. So he's been hinting at some stuff with the Lakers for weeks now that he's definitely been right on. But 4th of July, gentlemen, I talked about this last year. I think on the 4th of July, I was out with Fred Davis at Globe Life Field doing a remote.
Yeah.
And he was so enamored by this story that I told that every year, my buddy Carson out at his house in Waxahachie got a huge plot of land. We do a massive wiffle ball game of all of our high school and college friends, like full baseball staff. Like we have full rosters and we do a draft right when we get there and we play a massive game of wiffle ball. And somehow, some way, Carson, since it's his house, he's one of the captains. He picks somebody else to be a captain. They generate this fake beef with each other just to build up the anticipation for this game.
Okay.
So him and the other captain, Andreas, this year have been going at each other in the group chat, making full produced video packages about each other.
This is awesome.
It just absolutely verbally destroying each other with some stuff that's not FCC friendly and some stuff that is just kind of like corny and funny. And our buddy Jackson has made something that he's calling Drunk Center instead of Sports Center, where he's doing live updates on this and like the whispers and rumors of who's going to get drafted number 1 and stuff. It's the dumbest thing ever. It's a bunch of 24, 25, 26-year-olds that are like, you know what? We got too much time on our hands. We're going to overinvest production assets and time into this. And it's the biggest, dumbest, but most fun thing ever.
Yeah.
The game ends up being so intense because of it. I told you guys, I think last week, or I wasn't here last week, but maybe 2 weeks ago, that last year I came in relief in the 2nd inning. I ended up going until the final out of the game where I lost all command because it was 100 degrees.
Oh my
Didn't give up a
gosh.
run. Didn't give up a run in that long relief effort. So I'm ready to shove again this year.
I freaking
So camaraderie. That's the short answer.
Heck yeah, camaraderie is what it's all about.
Oh, this one is delightful. From the 360, Cowboys improved this year, but still finished 3rd in the division. Favorite part of the 4th is it reminds me every single year when my wife came home from her Iraq deployment in 2003, she flew in on the 4th of July.
Wow, that's awesome.
That is like pretty much the most American thing.
Yeah.
Outside of Bill Pullman telling everybody that we can beat the aliens.
Yeah, that was a super American moment right there. Don't forget also the moment when you wake up in the morning and you go, ha ha, England has to work today.
I guess that is true. I have actually never thought about that. I guarantee you tomorrow when I wake up, I will think, in your face, British people. From the 817. Rangers will have a great road trip and be buyers at the break. July 4th, going to my brother-in-law's house in the country and shooting off our own fireworks. All right, I have a question. This could be divisive. Dog owners and lovers of the world, can you accept that tomorrow night is just going to be a tough night for your dogs and move on with your life? Because, especially since it's on a Friday, you see people complain all the time when like July 4th on a Tuesday and maybe you got to go to work the next day. I get that. July 4th on a Friday. I know
it's going to be
dogs
chaos.
Hate fireworks, but can you maybe let people, the humans, live their lives and be happy?
Is this because you want to shoot bottle rockets off in your alley like that one time?
Because now we go out to the fancy lake house and everything like that. It's just like, it feels like people can have fun on a Friday night, and I know it sucks for the dogs, and that's unfortunate, but like it's on the weekend, so maybe you can just let it go.
Yeah, so this is our first, dude, my dog is already gigantic. I think we're thinking this dude might be part Great Dane. And
man.
I did not, well, I mean, I guess I signed up for the dog. I just didn't anticipate this.
Yes, you did.
But he's already giant for like 6 months old. I have no clue how he's going to react. Landry would always come lay underneath us, and he didn't freak out. He was just like, "Nah, I'm good underneath y'all's legs right now."
Yeah.
And I'm very interested because this dog will go. Our new dog Kodak, he will go to bed at 8:30. He comes in there, lays down on the floor, and just sprawls out and I'm out. And you have to literally move him like a wet rug to get him to his bed now. So I'm interested to see if when all these fireworks, they're going to be going off for hours probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Whenever that's going on, how is he going to respond to this? But in that situation, I'm right there with you, Kevin. Everybody's celebrating. Don't be the wet blanket.
Now, my sports opinion is that Craig Parker is thinking ahead of the game and is a genius. Do you know who Craig Parker is? We referenced him on the show.
Spider-Man.
No.
Ice Cube and Friday.
That is Peter Parker.
Oh.
So Craig Parker, no, it's not that Craig either. All right. Craig Parker is the number 15 cruiserweight in the WBA rankings, ranked just behind Jake Paul.
Okay.
And if you remember, Craig Parker is the guy that we said his last fight was at heavyweight and he won via knockout, and he's 20-0 in his career with 20 knockouts. He said Jake Paul being in the rankings is disgusting news to me, and he hasn't paid his dues. For him to just take a position that guys like me struggle to find, went to the gym. It's a long road to where to get where we're at, and for him to be number 14, it's a slap in the face. Craig Parker understands how this business works. He sees the writing on the wall. Jake Paul is in the top 15, not because of merit, but because it will get him a title shot. And if on the chance that Jake Paul wins, there's your fight. The guy who's already talking trash about you, that's never lost, never not knocked out an opponent.
Challenging you to a wiffle ball game.
He's already getting ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And he's like, if he can win, that's my big money fight. So I think he's a genius for this.
Yeah, no, that is smart. And I'm with the man, the dudes that have been scrapping for that stuff.
For sure.
This is one of the reasons I also think that some people don't like Caitlin Clark. They're like, she's just getting gifted all these things. She didn't have to work as hard as we did to get these things.
And the parallels are fascinating. Now, I think Caitlin Clark's better at basketball than Jake Paul is at boxing.
I agree.
But Jake Paul will try to disprove.
I think Bobby would disagree
that
with
theory.
you.
Yeah, that is actually probably true. And my favorite thing about the 4th of July is the boat parade.
So from the 972 Lake House, who does Hagee think he is? Russ Martin?
So
R.I.P. Russ.
It's not my lake house. It's my in-laws' lake house.
But you have a boat parade?
Oh, yeah.
On this island?
Here's what they do on Lake Jacksonville. Maybe they do this everywhere. I'm not familiar. I've never been in a situation to continually be at a lake house.
Yeah.
But what they do on July 4th is they have a boat parade across the lake, and people dress up in 4th of July gear. Their boats are decked out. Last year, there was a giant paper mache Uncle Sam on top of one of the boats.
Dude,
it was awesome.
Tell me that you've dressed up like George Washington and stood at the bow of a boat.
Not yet.
But you want to.
But I have been on the boat in the boat parade because they decorated it. I don't think I added to the festive nature of it.
You haven't seen anybody dressed like George Washington
Oh,
yet?
absolutely, I have.
All right.
But they haven't been crossing the Delaware.
What if you dressed up like George Washington and then somebody else showed up dressed like George Washington, but they look better than you as George Washington?
Then I would be pissed, and I would tell them to get the hell out of my tire shop. So, if you've seen that show.
Is two friends.
But yes.
It's a show called Tires. It's funny.
It's the boat parade, and I think it's so much freaking fun. For the 817, now we're talking. Tyler Guyton will be an all-pro this year. If that happens, and you said the linchpin is offensive line, it's going to be a good season, man.
I think the offense can be. I think Dak is a good quarterback.
Sure.
I didn't say great. I didn't say elite. I said good. And I think whenever he has a good offensive line actually a great offensive line that protects him, and a decent running game, and I think these guys look like they can run the ball. When he has that, he can be a really good quarterback. And you actually were just kind of missing offense last year.
Right.
You couldn't do anything offensively. So if you got that, I think the defense is going to be stout enough that if the Cowboys' offensive line is good, they're going to be a good team.
What they love most about the 4th is a good cookout with the friends and family. I'm going to go back to one more because you said something about this, and I have to admit, I probably don't think about this a lot.
Fine.
From the 214. On the days the offense dominates, I think the Rangers are unstoppable. When they can't advance a runner on third with 0 outs, I think we're cooked. Man, it's so true. Advancement of runners in situations. And Boch even said that yesterday. He's like, hey, get the bat on the ball.
Yeah.
And like, we need to advance that person.
I've actually seen Adolis choking up on 2 strikes. I don't know if you pay attention to his
that's
hands.
good.
I've seen that. That's a positive thing.
And then they added, I love that my forefathers provided us independence for this fantastic nation. I have to admit,
You had 4 dads.
Often on 4th of July, I do not reflect as much as I maybe should about the independence that we have, and that's delightful.
So every year, there are a couple times a year, Reggie will send me something to read. Martin Luther King Day, he'll send me a couple different things that Martin Luther King wrote, because I think Reggie's a super brilliant guy.
Agreed.
And so that was some. What should I read? It doesn't have to be a book. It could be a passage. It could be something. But what do y'all like to check in on? What do you like to read on 4th of July? Is there something specific?
That's a good question.
The Declaration of Independence?
And
Do I have to
honestly,
read that?
with the Declaration of Independence, I think that is an interesting read because you see maybe the places that we've succeeded and maybe the places that we still have work to do.
Yeah, and obviously, Nicolas Cage has the real copy of it still, so we're all screwed.
Did you know that we almost didn't get the original copy of the Declaration of Independence when they burned the White House down in 1813, 14, whatever, maybe it was 18.
There's still burn marks from that on the White House, by the way.
Okay, they rebuilt. Shut up. No.
That's what I learned from the West Wing.
We really almost forgot that document because they were told, like, hey, the British are coming again, and we need to get, like, all the documents. And they almost left the Declaration of Independence.
Not that one, guys. That's the one
I don't think they did it on purpose.
We kind of got to bring that one with us.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, if you can, give me cut number 10. We need to talk a little bit of soccer.
There's Luna now. Big coaching. Diego Luna! USA 2, Guatemala 0.
Now, the United States would go on to win that game. And you talked the other day about how you'd be more fascinated by the Gold Cup as opposed to Club World Cup. So United States won. They scored both their goals in the first 15 minutes. They beat Guatemala 2-1. They will play Mexico in the Gold Cup finals. I believe this is the 8th time they've played Mexico in the finals. I apologize for not looking up the record, and that will be Sunday at 6 p.m. Do you get jazzed up for the Gold Cup, especially if they can win, or do you just get sucked into U.S. soccer?
If they can win is a big deal. Right now with Diego Luna's on
McAfee.
Yeah, and he's kind of got that attitude that you like, right? Like
Sure.
he's saying what he's going to do, and then he goes out and does it, and so that's kind of the thing you're looking at. Yeah, whenever they're good, it's a big deal. But Kevin, I know they're only so good, right? Like I only know, and
Sure.
so a lot of times not going to be good enough for me to be, for the country to go, we're going deep into this.
Yeah.
thing. So I do pick a secondary team for that purpose.
We've run that exercise before.
Although, rooting for the patriotism and everything. So that's fun. I'm hoping they're good. I'm hoping they're a lot better. But I do kind of like that they seem to have a little bit more of an attitude, and I'm cool with that right now.
Now, I got a couple of basketball notes for you, and this is the one that always amuses me about how the NBA works. You've got the Kevin Durant deal. It's done, except it's not totally done, because when you run the numbers with, I don't know, the comptroller of the NBA, sometimes you find out things don't work perfectly. So it looks like the Spurs and Rockets deal is going to expand out into a 7-team deal. That would be a league record that will also include the Hawks, Nets, Warriors, Lakers, and Timberwolves in an effort to balance out the money that you need on all sides.
Really?
Yeah, so probably some second-round picks being tossed around, maybe not a disposable player, but like a less heralded player will be involved in a couple of these. But yeah, looks like it's going to expand out to 7 teams.
Can we get 8?
Maybe. Look, they've never gotten up to 7 before, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to be like, it's impossible. You want the Mavericks to slide in there, pick up a second-round pick,
just a
deal
little
off
bit,
Dwight
yeah.
Powell or
That'd be
something.
awesome.
Yeah. Look, I get it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you found out that Dwight Powell had decided, I'm going to keep this option, this player option, I'm coming back for another year.
You know what?
Did you kind of lose your mind a little bit?
No.
Did you think Mike was?
Because, you know what? Yes. But what really made me lose my mind, and I knew it, and I shouldn't have done it, is I clicked on an article that said Mavericks get major component, and I knew I shouldn't have.
They got you.
And I clicked on it, and it was some dumbass article about Dwight Powell opting in, and I was like, son of a gun.
Yeah.
I felt stupid for that.
It's like the day that I clicked on the Pedro Pascal lookalike winner looks more like Pedro Pascal than Pedro Pascal. And I was like, there's no way I got to see this. And then he didn't. He didn't even look anything like Pedro Pascal.
All right. Do you want racing movies or DeAndre Ayton?
Let's go with DeAndre Ayton on this one.
DeAndre Ayton got the buyout from the Trailblazers. He has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. I believe he'll be making about $8 million per year because it's, 2 years.
Sound like a lot.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, that's the thing about the beauty of the buyout. He's got $25.6 million coming to him from the Trailblazers. So, look, I'll take $8 million. Yeah, no problem. So 2 years, $16.6 million. The Lakers desperately needed a center. Now they've got their center. Does that change your thoughts about the Lakers going forward?
Well, unfortunately, DeAndre Ayton has never been what I expected him to be.
Number one pick in the draft. That makes sense.
He's been a good player.
Yeah, for sure.
And you kind of look at some of his numbers and you're like, okay, I question his toughness sometimes. And then, there's that one time when he's like, I couldn't get my car out of the driveway because it was so icy. And we all had that excuse. But I've always wanted to see him next to Luka. But that was because I was always like trying to get him into the Mavericks uniform. And now I'm kind of like, okay, I still want to see this thing play out. I want to see how Luka does with a big like that. Can they play a 2-man game? Are they going to be able to have a good pick and roll together? I don't think defensively they're that much better of a team. You still have Luka, who I think is a defensive liability. He says he's going to change. We'll see how long it lasts. But I'm very interested to see that pairing together because it's always been something I wanted to see. I wanted the first 2 picks in the draft, Kevin. Remember, I was like, hey, how do we get both of these picks? And you're like, I don't know that's going to happen. I was like, let's figure it out. And so all the Lakers need now. Trae Young and Marvin Bagley. Jaren Jackson's impossible because they would have the top 5 picks from that draft in 2016. That's all they need to do. So Jaren Jackson just signed a big deal, so they can't get him. But if they get Trae Young and Marvin Bagley III, that's Luka, Marvin Bagley, Trae Young, and DeAndre Ayton. That's almost a super team from that year.
Okay. I mean, look, we might not go in that direction. And the idea that somebody said DeAndre Ayton is mid. I'm not here to disagree with you. And
I'm not either.
I think that you saw to a certain extent kind of like Andre Drummond. There was thought that maybe like his style of game doesn't fit in the NBA anymore. But I think you found, especially from a rebounding standpoint, it can be a big deal. And then take a look at the fact that like the Lakers really didn't have any big. So it's not like I think Ayton is so much better than this person. It's like they didn't really have a big that they can consistently go to. So it's a step in the right direction for the Lakers. Now, whether that means they'll go off and do anything, can't say.
Yeah, and we still don't know exactly where the LeBron James thing lands either.
I mean, look.
He could be a Maverick.
Yeah, just buy him out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got C-Block in a minute, but I feel
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see T-Pain. Celebrating 20 years at T-Pain at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on October 22nd. This is courtesy of Live Nation. You can, of course, go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Next, C-Block.
Your favorite thing from work that you have to have with you. Next on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I think there's some cool news out there. Young slugger from the Washington Nationals, James Wood, announced on his...
He is a good player.
He's turned out to be as good as people said. I think that's the big deal, right? Is if you're a rookie and people are talking about Wyatt Langford was a big key here.
This
guy could be MVP.
Man, that's a great point. James Wood this year is where I thought Wyatt Langford would be.
Yeah. And James Wood, I think last year when he came in, I was like, oh my gosh, big, tall hitter that has lots of power and can do this thing. And he's going to be very interesting to watch for a while. But he has announced that he is going to be in the Home Run Derby. I think, Kevin, am I wrong about this? Cal Raleigh and Acuna are currently the only other two that
Those
we know
are the
of.
only two that I know of off the top of my head.
We're hoping we do get a Juan Soto. Cool. That would be really nice.
You want to see Shohei, right?
Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that you want to see. But
I get why they would not.
James Wood has the opportunity to hit some very far home runs, and that would be really cool. 877-881-1053, the Twitch and the YouTube as well. I'd like to hear your answers on this. What's the one thing from your office that you think needs to go with you when you leave? And here's the reason why. Clayton Kershaw last night, Kevin, I don't know if you know, he was on his way to 3,000 strikeouts.
Yes, we talked about that
yesterday, and he got it. And after the game,
I was aware.
They gave him a ball that said 3,000 on it, and he held it up like Wilt Chamberlain did.
Nice.
And then...
Can you imagine Clayton Kershaw being told by Wilt Chamberlain how many people he hooked up with?
Clayton would be looking up at him, that's for sure. He was a tall man.
But also, don't you be like, oh my
gosh. Clayton Kershaw, he also was gifted the pitching rubber from the game.
That's cool.
And first off, if you haven't seen the picture, I retweeted it. I've been around baseball fields my entire life, and I don't think I've ever seen a full pitching rubber before. I don't think I've seen the whole thing. The thing's thick.
It is.
It is huge. And I do know home plate, it's pretty deep too into the ground, but I just never thought about it, and I've never watched a mound be built before.
Because if you've ever done a practice or a pickup game where the mound wasn't ready and you just throw that ridiculous
little rubber thing.
Yeah, exactly. You think of the pitching rubber as actually just only being kind of surface right there, but it's like a giant brick.
Yeah, it's about a foot deep. I'm sure Mike's sitting there and he's just like, no, Corey, it's 13 inches, not 12. And that was
masterpiece of the week.
There was frost on my mound.
For about 26 minutes.
Anyway, so that is my question. So he got to take that home. This kind of reminds me, because if you're a pitcher, the mound is your office. You go step onto the mound, and it is a very lonely place when you step up on that mound, because everybody out there is relying on you.
Yeah.
And so you do have to trust that the guys behind you can do their job, but it's a very lonely place in the mound. But it is your office. You do look at it as, this is my mound. He's going to have the mound whenever I'm out for a little bit, but I'm coming back and it's my mound again. And you have that mentality about it. Brad Sham, when he came to speak to my class at North Texas, I graduated from the University of North Texas, went to high school in East Dallas.
Well.
Made my way up to North Texas to go to school up there, where I do believe there are a lot of Mean Green coming here at the station. I appreciate that. He came to the class and he said that he was at the garage sale or yard sale at the old Cowboys stadium.
Oh, cool.
And they were basically saying, you can buy these seats from the stands. You can buy this concession stand sign. You can buy this, that, and the other. And so he was like, I was just kind of walking around, and I looked down and I saw the placard that said Home Team Radio. And he said, for the last 30 years, that's been my office, was that place right there was where I spent my Sundays calling Cowboys games. So he said he bought that and put it on his home office at home.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was a really cool story. And, I don't know if Brad remembers telling that story or not, but it stuck with me for a while because, hey, that's where I do my work. And so we come in here, this is where we do our work. We go sit in a table and do some work, but we come in here, this is the show,
Yeah.
this is our work.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of thinking, like, if I was to leave the fan, I'm retiring, it's my last day, what's going on?
As I told
me?
you yesterday, the station would fold.
Yeah, we did learn that yesterday, as Kevin said. I would probably want to snag that little thing that sometimes lights up when we're on air out there. Sometimes it doesn't, and people just walk in. But sometimes it lights up. Sometimes it lights up and it doesn't even, it's not supposed to be lit up.
Yeah.
But I would probably snag that sucker and take that home and put it on, outside of the little studio that I have.
So I would very much like this microphone. Right
This one
here.
specifically?
Yeah. This is the studio and this is the microphone. I'm just speaking for me. Obviously, I know there's been lots of people on our show that have gotten this done along the way that solidified us as the best damn nighttime radio show, I think, in the country. And then this is the microphone that solidified us as the best midday program in the Metroplex. Numbers back that up.
Most listened to, for sure.
At a time when people said, well, you can't do it. And this is where we got on people's radar, because we always go back to the Barry Horn column when we got the nighttime slot, and he said, one can't help but wonder if the fan would have been in a better position hiring people with more name value.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Our boss believed in us, said, I heard that show. I think it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah. So I would very much enjoy having this microphone.
From the 903, no thank you. I'd leave everything behind. I get that, because you're just like, if you don't love your job, then you kind of look at it that way sometimes.
Sure.
Maybe you do love your job and you'd still leave it all behind, but I think if you love your job, you kind of have that connection to it. There's a difference too. I had a friend when we were waiting tables. He goes, "This is a job. This is not my career."
I get that.
He was like,
for sure.
I don't care as much as I will care about my career. I got to make some money today, though.
Yeah. No, I absolutely get that. I agree with that logic as well.
From Jagon, I'm taking the hot office girl with me, guys.
I don't actually know if Jagon's married. If he is, you should not. Feel like that's fair.
I didn't say which Jagon. There's a lot of Jagons out there, so I didn't say which one, which city.
We
he's
do
from.
have one Jagon in particular.
I was trying to protect him from
Yeah.
the 214. Does my boss's wife count? Guys, you can't take your boss's wife with you. You can't take the HR lady. You can't do these things, okay? These are physical things that just are sitting in the office somewhere.
Okay, I get it. All right, I'm going to follow the rules then, Alec.
Thank you.
From the car wash, I would have taken the cash register.
Okay, Kevin, as long as the cash register is empty, I'm okay with that.
Okay, then I'm out. Then I want to take the petty cash box.
This is
all right. Now, you think this is a money grab. It's not. That was also a seminal moment in me working at the car wash, all right? Because the guy who was the store manager when I was there, he got fired. You'll probably be able to figure out in a minute. So our district manager, regional, I don't know, some important manager came in and they said, hey, have you noticed any irregularities about this store manager? And I was like, not really. Why? And he goes, yeah, we've had a few issues. And he goes, we're going to need to do an audit of all the items here and stuff. And so he did an audit of the petty cash. And then he goes, who counts down the petty cash? And I was like, I do every day. It's all there, $500. And he looked at me and he goes, you really think that, don't you? And I was like, it is all there. I just counted it. And he goes, petty cash is supposed to have $1,500 in it. And I was like, I swear to God.
It's been $500 since I got here.
I started working here. And he goes, no, we believe you. Look, I'm not here by accident. And so it turned out there'd been a whole lot of theft issues and everything. But yeah, I think I should get to take the petty cash.
By the way, there are a lot of texts coming in. We have 5 minutes for you to think about this. In 1954, Which professional hockey team became the first to use the Zamboni? Was it the Boston Bruins, the New York Rangers, the Pittsburgh Penguins, or the Toronto Maple Leafs? We'll answer the question in 5 minutes or so. From the 214, I'd take the Bulldog off the hood of my Mack truck. From the 817, so I'm a truck driver, but I unload product as well as my trailer up and down the ramp with my dolly. So either the steering wheel to the tractor, my dolly, or my used knee brace, because it's a beatdown sometimes.
Look, I definitely get that. Yeah.
From the
That's a good
972,
answer.
I want my stapler. Everybody wants the stapler, that's for sure.
Have you seen my stapler?
From the 817, my bosses are old, though, so probably they're... No, Alec, please tell me you have a better answer than somebody's daughter or wife or the hot office chick.
I got to reevaluate. No.
Did you say daughter wife?
Daughter wife.
That sounds problematic. Yeah, I've already kept some things over the years. I've been here a little over 5 years. I have almost every single run sheet of every single show that I've done. Almost. I know there's a few that I've probably lost.
That's a great answer. I have Peace-a-thon run sheets for the last 5 or 6 years. I wish I would have kept all of them. That is a really good answer.
I have 2 hanging on my wall. The first show I ever hosted with Bobby Belt on a Saturday in June a couple of years ago, and then I was on the air when the Kyrie Irving trade happened. And the amount of notes and scribbled out segment ideas that I had, I just wanted to keep that, so I'll probably get that framed eventually. Something weird, you guys can't see it on the fan cam. There's no good way to get a good angle of it, but our board is modular. So like there's different pieces. It's built out a specific way. So each thing can be removed with a screwdriver. And there's a button that sends the show to break. So I have dreams and goals of being in y'all's position one day. That's not a secret. I want to be a host. So whenever I graduate from producing, I kind of want this little...
Steal the break button.
It's maybe like it's maybe like an 8-inch like rectangle that has 3 buttons on it, and one of them is to send the show to break, and it just says start. I kind of want the unit that has the button, because that's the button I use the most back here.
It says start on it?
Yeah, it says start.
And he could just push that before his first show and then start.
Oh, that's nice.
See?
His full-time career. That would be awesome.
Oh, that is heartwarming.
Kevin would probably take the dump button, right? With how many times he's had to use it.
You put it at your bathroom.
You put it in the bathroom.
Because it literally
Time
just
to
says
go.
dump on it. So.
Yeah.
Barrel head on the wall from our first whiskey barrel filled ever. Somebody said that they're a bartender and they have already gotten, and you get these, the neon signs.
Oh, yeah.
I had an awesome Fat Tire sign that as I was leaving my bar, my company, the people there, they were like, hey, we know you like the sign. Would you like it? And I was like, oh, absolutely. So I had this really cool Fat Tire sign, and it broke. One of the neons broke. And so I was like, well, dadgummit. So that really stunk, but it was really nice of them to do this. From the 254, can't take this, can't take that. When the heck did Corey become the enforcer of rules?
Oh, that's a good point, because he thought this was going to be a heartwarming segment.
Yeah, I did. I really did.
And instead it was like, man, that lady's hot.
From the 817, okay, here we go. I can take the HR office manager with me because she is my wife, and I don't own the company. I'm just a supervisor. So...
Does that mean you're under more or less scrutiny? And so, like, can you get away with it? Because you know when you get to the decision maker, she'll cut you some slack. Or is she, like, helicoptering around you being like, what did you say? She's nice?
No.
What do you mean by that? And like, what?
She looked nice today.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean by nice? From the 817, anyway, I'm driving the forklift home from work with the work safe on the forks. That's...
kind of get the feeling that's happening in this moment.
Since I'm being told right now that I'm being too ruly on things, I'm going to back off and say, you go ahead. You know, that's your thing.
Okay.
Even though I've been telling people that you can't do things. All I'm taking is my last paycheck from the 817.
Yeah.
Is that
I get that.
How it feels sometimes? The pins. Listen, dude, there is something about pins.
I want more than anything else he said in this segment. I want that as a drop.
The 903, has anyone paid or donated to have Reggie say, I have seen a seagull? Yeah, that's definitely one of the ones that cracks me up. But those are jokes for like us, right? Like those are the things that we are, and I'm not even going to be able to hear it. Those are things that we get to laugh. about. I would take the fake cheesecake from the display case at Cheesecake Factory. Dude.
That's fake?
Yeah. Hold on. What?
You didn't know that?
Have you ever been to Bobo China?
I'm just kidding.
Bobo China. It's over off of 635 and Plano Road, I do believe. It's
That's
in
a rich
Dallas.
area, yeah.
It's in Dallas. All right. It's in the Dallas area. And they would, when you walk in, they have all the food like in a big container.
Uh-huh.
And it's like this whole duck is cooked. And you're like, oh my God, they do this every day. They cook a duck. It's plastic.
Oh,
I didn't know that for the longest time, but it really did knock me for a bit of a loop whenever I heard that one. No, you can't do that on your boss's desk. Jeez, guys. I took the first scalpel I ever used in surgery. Had it cleaned and sanitized first, though. That's what I'm talking about, people. I see all y'all out there trying to be hoodlums. I understand what y'all are trying to accomplish, but something that means something to you is what I was trying to get at. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
That's nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more Mavs moves and what the depth chart might look like now. Plus, fear not, you will get Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Three will tie it. A handoff to Luka. Back to Edson. Got it.
Look, Alec, I'm going to ask you to play that cut again in just a second. I love the enthusiasm. I love the moment of the game. But everything in that clip is Derek Harper shouting, "Got it!" like just ahead of time. Play the beginning of that at least one more time.
Three will tie it. A handoff to Luka. Back to Edson. Got it.
And like you can hear the shot going in and everyone going crazy. Like I just love that so much. We've got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a couple of minutes, but first we have an update from the last segment.
Guys, I promised that in the C block I would start doing a trivia question, and I screwed it up last segment. So next week I promise to be better. All right, as Alec always says, be better, Majors. In 1954, which professional hockey team became the first to use the Zamboni? The Boston Bruins, New York Rangers, Penguins, or Maple Leafs?
I'm going to go, Alec. Watch this transition. I'm going to go with the Rangers because they switched their game against the Tigers on July 20th to Sunday Night Baseball. So
that's a different team, but I appreciate your effort there, Kevin. Nice work. Not the New York Rangers. Alec, do you have a guess?
I'm going with A, the Boston Bruins.
The correct answer is A, the Boston Bruins. Congratulations. Next week, we'll get back to more trivia. Thanks to, yep.
Well, Alec, what do you think he was going to say?
I don't know.
I think he was going to say exactly what he said.
Okay. All right. Masterpiece of the Week coming up in a few minutes. We already talked earlier about more Dallas Mavericks assistant coach departures. I did want to say one good bit of news is the return of Dante Exum. Now, we had talked about this, I guess, last week, or maybe it was earlier this week, about how Exum might be the guy that's on the way out.
Yeah, as the D'Angelo Russell deal was being made, we were like, how many roster spots do we have open here?
And theoretically, you have -1 roster spot open. But here is the neat deal about all of that. Teams are afforded 21 roster spots in the offseason.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you don't have to worry about the 15 roster spot deal until we actually get into the preseason and the regular season, which is right now, the Mavericks are carrying 16 standard NBA contracts. So simple math will let you know that one of them is not going to make it.
Do you happen to know how those contracts work?
What do you mean? I mean, kind of.
In the offseason, do they get paid, or do they get paid like weekly game basis?
I actually think that is up to your discretion.
Okay.
Because that's kind of how they do it with teachers, too. Did you know that you can get your income, this is what Jess told me, split up among the school year, or you can get it to be exactly the same every single month for 12 months.
Okay.
So I believe it is the same, that is up to your discretion, like if you want it every 2 weeks,
Gotcha.
or obviously in the NFL they do the game check and stuff like that.
I was curious, like if you're one of those, you said 21 spots?
Yes.
If you're one of those extra 6, are you getting paid during that time that you're on the roster?
I'm willing to wager that that's kind of what they do with two-way contracts,
Yeah.
right? They're like, hey, you'll get paid. And you see that in baseball as well. But that doesn't mean Exum obviously is going to be the person who's kind of thrown out. So what I wanted to do is throw this out there. Mike Curtis had kind of constructed this idea of maybe what the depth chart looks like. All right. So you're starting... Theoretically, your healthy starting 5. Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, and this is the one spot where I will disagree with Mike Curtis. He said Cooper Flagg or PJ Washington. I think the idea that Cooper Flagg doesn't start is crazy.
Because he's the number 1 overall pick, or because he's already better than PJ?
Personally, I think it's because he's already better. But I'm sure I'll get plenty of pushback for that.
I dare you to say that to PJ's face.
What about over the phone?
Nope.
He probably
nope.
won't. Okay, gotta be. Okay,
and then you have to tell him the drop we always play.
Well, and personally, look, I would love to see a world in which Klay Thompson comes off the bench, but so it would be.
If Klay was coming off the bench, who would you have there then?
Yeah, so I would go with Max Christie, me personally, and then if you really wanted to run big, I would be curious to see how PJ looks in that spot. So me personally. My first preference for the starting lineup would be Kyrie, PJ, Cooper Flagg, Davis, and Derek Lively. But I could see how you might be concerned a little bit. But PJ is such a great perimeter defender.
Yes.
I would put him there and keep Cooper Flagg out there at the same time.
He has a lot of offensive ability.
Yes,
like there's a lot.
For sure.
That would be the big. Would he be the biggest 2?
I would have to look into that. I mean, I guess depending on because LeBron and Durant can run off the 2.
Right.
Look, because we've moved more into the world of positionless basketball, that's harder to answer.
Yep.
All right, but let's go off of this assumption. So Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively. All right, so then you move to the next wave, and this might be a matter of preference, or if you agree with this. D'Angelo Russell, Max Christie, PJ Washington, unless you made that change like I did, and Daniel Gafford, but you don't necessarily have a natural power forward to fit in that spot. And so here's the reason why I wanted to run it down with you guys. Theoretically, at center, you have Lively, Gafford, and Powell. Okay? Feel pretty good about that group?
Yeah.
Theoretically, at small forward, you have Cooper Flagg, PJ Washington, Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin, and Omax Prosper. So what do you notice about that group? That's a lot.
Yeah.
And one can't help but wonder if Omax might still make for an intriguing part of some sort of deal. But I would be willing to wager small forward is where you take away.
Because Najee's more your 2-3, not a 4.
No. I mean, look, if you run small, you saw it. You can do it.
Yeah.
Preferably, that would not be the case.
Would you prefer to have Cooper Flagg never at the 4, if possible?
Let
him learn those first 3.
Yes, I would prefer to see him at the 2 and the 3. He can definitely fit at the 4. Or let me try that again. He definitely fit at the 4 in the college level. I just wonder how long it will take for him to handle the physicality at the NBA level. And let me throw out.
I really like this idea of Anthony Davis, PJ, Cooper Flagg, Najee. As part of your small ball team with whoever your point guard is, maybe a Brandon Williams or D'Angelo. But I kind of like that a little.
All right, Eric, have a seat. It's taken way too long for this to play out. Okay, real quick, couple more things. I need you to wait just like 60 seconds.
What time did you get here? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, just give me like 60 more seconds for this, okay? Ooh. Klay Thompson and Max Christie at shooting guard. Then think about this, point guard. Kyrie, D'Angelo Russell, Dante Exum, Brandon Williams, Jaden Hardy. It's the same thing as with the small forward. You have a lot of small forwards and point guards, not a lot of power forwards. So would Jaden Hardy, Omax Prosper be part of maybe changing something up?
Okay.
Now, Eric Chiafalo, what have you walked into in this office besides quality broadcasting?
What time did you get here, by the way?
Got here about right at about noon.
Okay, all right.
Right,
so it's
there.
About an hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half to realize that what it was I was looking for my coffee.
Now,
it's like, where the hell is my fuel?
I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, our big sign was on the table that you guys are sitting at.
Broadus,
how did that happen?
To serve you food, took the penalty box sign off. So what I did was I took your stuff, put it at one terminal.
Love it.
I took your coffee and your backpack. I put your coffee and food at one terminal, backpack at another terminal. The only thing that was on that table was the giant penalty box sign.
Now you got to figure out where you hid your underwear. That's the
Oh my Lord, and how I got it.
I was wondering about that too.
So that was the only thing I was disappointed when Broadus looked at it and I was like, the crap is this probably? Took the sign off and I was like, stupid Chiafalo. It's been like 45 minutes. I did that in the 12-16 break.
Wow.
When did you realize this?
Literally just now. I've been for the last 2.5 minutes. I've been scrambling around going, where's my coffee? And then I realized, wait, where's my backpack? I don't know where any of my crap is. And so, like, this was like my last ditch effort. Like, did I ever walk in the studio? I'm just.
You didn't.
I was like,
no way.
I didn't, but where could it be?
Kevin stole all your stuff and hid it all over
in a
the
break,
station.
and I was hustling to make sure that I was back in my chair. And I think Corey used the restroom, and I was like, hey, buddy.
See, this is a good prank. This is a no harm, no foul prank. Yep. Okay, you had me a little bit scared for about 3 minutes.
Didn't
where
have
I'm
to say
like,
anything about somebody's mom dying.
Did I leave everything?
Okay.
Yeah, there was no graveyards. There was no dump buttons involved.
He was already into graveyard.
Oh my God. Hey,
not cool.
You guys are incredible.
Thank you very much.
I love you.
All right,
you too, man.
There's Eric Chiafalo. We'll talk with him again in just a minute unless he wants to stay.
I would stick around for Masterpiece of the Week. You know how much I love this. But it's a mail it in Thursday that feels like a Friday.
That's too much work
There's no
anyway,
Dawson. There's no Wolchuk.
Oh,
so
man.
I don't even know. I'm about to go talk to Broadus and figure out what are we going to do for the next 5 hours.
And no baseball game?
No baseball game. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You ain't got 5 o'clock to bail you out today.
You know what's crazy, too, is Eric found that out about 15 minutes ago, is when he found out all this is going on. So
wait, it's just us?
He's scrambling right
now. We have 5 hours?
Well, get to work. Good luck in the next 8 minutes or so. All right. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
how are we doing?
Good, man.
I've had a great day.
Me too. Yeah.
I hope the listeners have as well.
It's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we just make the day even better. We're going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program. And you know what? I was starting to get a little upset because we have a tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. Because I had an entry from Eric Chiafalo. Then he walked in the studio.
And then he left.
So I was like, he's going to ruin the tradition.
That's right.
But then he got up and left because, as he said, it's a mail-it-in Thursday.
Gotta go
His
mail it
words,
in.
not mine.
Yep.
So we get to lead off without doing any damage to the show itself. Eric Chiafalo said this the other day.
Call me Kitty Cat.
Yeah, because we referenced Jane Seymour, the Bond girl, and he goes, Jane Seymour from Wedding Crashers? And we're like, that's the one.
Did he ever go check out the Bond version of her, though? It's different. She looks very different.
I don't know, but what I really wish we had, but this didn't occur on air, is Eric Chiafalo reenacting parts of the Dallas Mavericks press conference last week.
Oh, man.
Because that was tremendous.
All right.
Back to you, Alec.
Who do I want to pick on first?
Probably Corey, right?
We have a lot of Corey this week.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, thanks, man. Do we want to start with something that happened literally like minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Corey, you said this literally minutes ago.
I'm sure Mike's sitting there and he's just like, no, Corey, it's 13 inches, not 12.
Man, what a delightful world to be able to complain
about that extra, that one
You're
extra
like,
inch or
nope.
something like that.
Excuse me.
That's more than that.
Yeah. What a blessing.
Ow.
Man.
I wouldn't even.
Yeah. That's like a military.
out
It's like
there-
a military
Anybody
helicopter.
out there rocking that, like, what's life like for you? You know,
Why do you think I don't wear shorts?
I mean,
he's got to
Mike-
tuck it in the sock.
Yeah, remember, Mike always talked about it. Kevin's hog. Yeah.
This tortured lineup business is really eating up in Masterpiece of the Week. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
very,
my
very
apologies.
sorry about that.
Oh, bad. Well, that happened from Corey. We only have 3 from Kevin, but I feel like they're all pretty strong. I forget what this one is, but the name concerns me.
Cream come true.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
That was for
Dude.
Corey's ice cream shop.
I got so many DMs suggesting names for the ice creamery, and
I love it.
This might be Lucy and I are making another flavor this weekend. So we're going to make another one, maybe strawberry. So we got peach and strawberry in our wheelhouse. Everything so far tastes like pies. like some sort of
nice
fruit pie of some sort, because I don't know how to make anything else. So that's once I learned how to make it. She was like cotton candy, and I was like, I don't know how to make it taste like cotton candy, Lucy. Come up with something else. I didn't say it like that.
So aggressive.
Rude.
Jeez.
Hey, go get a job.
Yeah. What are you doing? Not carrying your weight around this house.
If you pay for it, go. Yeah. Okay. Man, I've been on a fruit kick lately too. Been eating a lot of watermelon.
Oh man.
And like pineapple.
Perfect.
So
Digestion.
Yeah. Like I think it's just summertime. Honestly, it's been hot outside. I've been running a lot outdoors too. So like I've been like craving refreshing stuff more than just like typical like dinner food and
Lime
stuff.
Topo Chicos.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
So like I'm waking up in the morning and I'm eating like a bunch of watermelon right off the wake up, and it's amazing. That's a cheat for your hydration right there.
Yes, it is.
Tastes good, and it what like 90% water.
And you got some fiber.
Play the card already.
I'm trying to fill time because we were short today, Kevin. It's called
It'll
math.
be fine.
You
It's
know what?
already 136.
We're picking on you next because of that. You said this.
I hope if I die, both of my kids die.
You asked for it. Jeez,
I think that was a fair response. To be, for the record, I was paraphrasing the beliefs of Corey Major's mom.
My mom did say that. She was like, kind of want us all to be together.
Like, so the worst happens. Your mom dies. Her number one wish, not that you guys have great lives, is that y'all all also die at the same time.
So that I don't have to live without parents.
That is a shocking turn. They're like, there's no chance they'll make it without me.
See, because Corey said it too, but he was walking a lot lighter when he said it. He kind of spaced it out, and he dropped his voice down like this. So Kevin's just in here like full on.
Play it again.
All right, see?
Do you want to go?
Oh, wait, that's the next one. Hold on. Let's see. It was this one.
I hope if I die, both of my kids die too.
It's just so demonstrative.
Sorry, Brandon.
Oh, poor Noah and Brandon.
From 972, I know it's not Friday, but can I get a shout out for my 28th birthday? Brennan Stromberg. Happy birthday, bro.
See, you read that better than me, because at first I thought he said his birthday was on the 28th. And I was like, what are we doing? It's July 3rd.
That's a lot of time.
Come back around.
Corey, you said this.
Do you want to go see the one that overflows doo-doo?
That was at the Commander Stadium. Once again, though, play it back. Supportive Kevin Hageland is on the case.
Do you want to go see the one that overflows doo-doo?
Before you even knew.
Yeah.
You're just like, I'm in.
Corey has a question. I'll be like, all right.
Doo-doo question mark?
Okay. This one, the name scares me, and I think I know exactly what it is, but I feel like it's going to be even worse than what I think it is.
Had a private space for hookups and solo play.
Jeez. Corey Majors. I would like to say you're in trouble, but here's the situation that has developed.
Oh, no.
On my phone.
You just said my full name. I feel like a woman in your life is upset with me.
No, she's upset with me.
Okay.
I got back-to-back text messages from my wife.
Oh, wow.
You're killing our children and leaving me all alone? That is so rude.
No, that was the point. Everybody has to go. Everybody's got to
Yeah,
go.
does it make you feel any better, Jess?
You
if
have to go too.
We would all die together. I think she would be like, oh, that's nice.
Shout out to Joe, who's turning 11 today. Yeah, I'm making a concession for today.
Okay. Joe who?
Just says Joe. Don't
Come on.
No, not Joe Mama.
That was your chance.
Who built AT&T Stadium.
All right, we got a few more. Corey.
Joe TNT.
You said this, Majors.
Because then you give them 10 minutes to go canoodle, and they're going to come back and get to typing away. That's true. I believe it. Although, in my life, I've usually just taken a nap after, so.
I hate the word choice.
The canoodle?
Yeah, like.
Because then you give them 10 minutes to go canoodle.
Hold on, one more time.
Well, it was better than saying go bang.
Okay, so that's what I want to know.
Or what I really wanted to say.
So that's what I want to know. Play it one more time. You'll hear the brief space, and that's Corey running through his Rolodex of words. Was canoodle what you were looking for? Was it a backup?
It was definitely a bad word.
Okay.
Because then you give them 10 minutes to go canoodle.
Yeah.
That's the moment where I was like, can't say the F word.
Quarter second.
Yeah.
Sex it up as an option.
Oh.
Oh, from the 972. Come on. Kevin, my 7-year-old says that's not nice and agrees with Jess. I don't want my kids to really die.
You said it.
Kevin also said that this is one of those that's just like out of context. It's like technically correct. But again, it sounds weird.
Because, like,
She's
Alec,
awesome, though.
You're familiar. You've done stuff on the weekend.
I love stuff like that. I love that.
I have done stuff on the weekend.
So what?
Technically correct.
So what that was supposed to be was like weekend radio, but I can see how that catches a whole lot. Alex, like, I can confirm.
Actually, most of us, Kevin, just do nothing on the weekend. Alec,
See,
he does stuff.
I was tempted to cut it off at this too.
Because, like,
She's
Alec,
awesome, though.
You're familiar. You've done stuff.
Just like both of them sound stupid.
I think on the weekend makes it sound even dumber. Maybe.
And then the finale. Corey said this.
You work that thing harder. You do. I am voting.
Is this still about the safe space in the work zone?
This one was from Monday, so no.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to vote for Kevin, making sure his entire family is no longer around. Even himself.
All right. And you know what? This is going to be my vote too, so we'll play it once to count for twice.
I hope if I die, both of my kids die too. You know what really sucks? I know
your kid's dying.
My
Yeah, that
wife.
sucks.
Well, that's true. But I know my wife is in the car right now on the way to the lake, and Noah's in the car with her.
Oh, hey, Noah. How's it going, buddy?
I hope he doesn't
You're
understand.
gonna be fine, I promise.
Noah, I love you, buddy. I hope you're asleep for
The
entire
A17
trip.
in 10 minutes, I could canoodle 2 or 3 times.
That's. I don't know if that's impressive or something to work on.
I
Kevin, you have a
mean,
vote?
that refraction period is very impressive.
Well, Corey has advice.
You work that thing harder. That's right. Just a little bit
harder than what?
Yeah, than you did before.
Okay, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Chris Arnold and Jake Reitman have you covered from 9 to 1.
Gully, 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 gully.
Uber Eats has lower fee product. You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Razor babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You hear it on the Fan. Know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on. Your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 3-2. Swing and a ball hit high into the air, left center field. McKinney in and to his left, waiting for it. He's got it. And the ball game is over. The Rangers, in shutout fashion, defeat the Orioles 6-0. It is the 9th shutout this season for the Rangers, who take this series 2-1.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Steelers giving their GM Omar Khan a 3-year contract extension. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Belly's full, feeling great. Hagee, thanks for asking.
Yeah, what kind of food did you guys get? And by the way, Broadus, sorry that the penalty box was on top of the table. That was to run afoul of Eric, not you.
Mm-hmm.
That penalty box sign, what'd you guys get?
I made we've been talking the last couple of days, and on everybody's timeline has been the Red Lobster seafood boil in a bag.
Yeah.
And Jesse Holly chimed in yesterday and said, because I made the proclamation. I said, let me go get some of those for us and try them. And, and then everybody's like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do it. And then Jesse texted me and said, man, don't do it. And so I said, okay. So I did it myself is what I did.
Oh,
I got the crab legs. I got the shrimp. I got the andouille sausage. I got the corn. I got the potatoes. And then I whipped up a butter, garlic, Old Bay seasoning to put it all in. And it's fascinating. I've never cooked that way in a bag, in an oven bag, like a turkey bag. So you put everything in with the sauce and stuff, and then you put it in the oven at about 350 degrees, and you kind of almost like baking it, but it cooks within the juice and stuff like that. And so far, thumbs up from Eric and Lucius that it turned out pretty good.
Two thumbs.
Deep dish or like on a sheet pan?
You take one of those metal turkey pans.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
And that way it kind of holds everything in. So, what you want to do, that what I've learned, and it's the right secret, you could put in, like I say, you kind of pre-cook stuff. So I pre-cooked sausage, I pre-cooked the corn and potatoes, got them down to where they wouldn't have to totally cook in the oven. So you kind of get a little start on that. The tip that I would recommend if you're going to do it is, and it worked out really good, Eric, you can vouch for this, was that put the shrimp in and then the last 10 minutes.
So it doesn't break down too much.
Well, the shrimp then turns rubbery if you let it go in there too long.
Oh, okay.
So what you do is you put the fresh shrimp in there. So you got the crab legs rolling for 20 minutes with the corn, potatoes, and everything else. And then you put the shrimp in the last 10 minutes, and then the shrimp come out perfect. Nice. So, yeah.
Really unbelievable.
Yeah, it worked out fine.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah,
I wanted to try it, and it's something I will go to. Yeah.
You approve as well, then?
Oh, yeah. I was like...
Not the ones from Red Lobster.
Yeah, no, I get it.
See, Red Lobster is making this big rally, and I'm like... And people are like going online and saying, oh, no, it's good, and no, it's... But then, Jesse Holly's from North Carolina. He knows something about kind of that boil, like loyal country boil kind of thing with shrimp and all that. So he said it doesn't have enough flavor to it. So I went the total opposite of that with the flavoring, with the Cajun seasoning, and then also with Old Bay.
Move over, Guy Fieri. There's a new mayor of Flavor Town in town.
I
like it.
I like the way you said that, too.
Thank you.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure mail-it-in gold, as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. I do have a bit of a handy game that we're going to play throughout the program. So I'm looking forward to that. And we're going to treat it like a Friday. So Biggest L, Biggest Dub 240. Got a little What You Drinking, What You Thinking at 5 o'clock. And Calvin Watkins, 4 p.m. sharp.
Smart.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We're the K&C Masterpiece. This show particular will see you again on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tell England to have fun at work tomorrow, Kevin.
We won twice. I hope if I die, both my kids die too.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate
Follow with the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, holding them Gators down for the next 5 hours. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Wolchuk's at, I don't know, some random is it a Thursday wedding? We do Thursday weddings now?
I think, what's sad is now that we do Thursday weddings, but we're also doing them like in the summer months. And if you're making your guests kind of stay outside for these things. I was outside for 15 minutes the other day for a wedding. I know it's 15 minutes, but man, you're sitting there and the sweat is pouring down into your eyes, and you really, it's kind of like you're trying to pay attention, but I got my eyes closed the whole time. I really don't see what's going on, because I needed a towel at that point to kind of wipe the sweat out of my eyes. But the people not get married, I guess it's because of football season around here, right? People don't get married in November, December, Is that kind of one of those deals now?
Yeah, which I got respect for. I mean, I totally get it. A summer wedding.
If you make people come to a October wedding on the weekend, on the Saturday, and it's one of those weekends where there's 7 major college football games going on, are you looked at then as a bad person?
Absolutely.
Or just not thinking? You're just not thinking.
Yeah, it's probably just not thinking. But you would like to imagine the male figure in that particular relationship would like, hey, I don't have much to say about this wedding, but I will say there's a couple of do's and don'ts, and one of the don'ts is a college football Saturday, especially one of the big ones, and you get a handful throughout the season, and inevitably there are weddings, and then you have people. Hey, don't complain when somebody's just glued to their phone the whole time. Or they're bringing in a TV situation that they got to get rolling. Or they're all hanging out in the back by the bar watching the TV and they're not cutting it up on the dance floor.
I agree.
You made that call.
Yeah, by the way, the text is still up. I don't know how that happened, but here we are.
Oh, no.
469, I believe I'm doing this right, Eric, right?
Yeah, you are.
469. They say they do the Thursday weddings because you get a cheaper price on the venue than if you'd have done it on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I bet.
If that's the case, if you're worried about the price, just go to the justice of the peace and spend the money on a party.
Yeah.
You're talking to a guy that's been divorced twice, okay? I'm sure my ex, Kathy, would love to have that money she spent at
Shout out to Kathy.
Yeah, I'm sure she would love to have that money she spent there in Chicago on that hotel and the band and all that food and drink and all that. She would love to have that money back.
Like to have that one back, huh?
Yeah, she would, absolutely. So, yeah,
But all the photos, I mean...
Yeah, December 6th, right there, December 6th. Planning mine for December 6th. Am I good, boys? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you might. I think you're before the Army-Navy game. You might be around the college football playoff system, though, right? Is that pretty...
Yeah, I mean, these days now, we're going to have to recheck some things.
Yeah, it might be, like you got to be careful about, you got these college football playoff games you got to deal with. By the way, if I could, what is it, from the 817 Broadus, you got to get the liquid Zatarans crab and shrimp boil, brother. I use that all the time.
There you go.
That's an all the time thing. That goes into my crawfish boils.
I like how he assumed that you didn't know anything about it.
What's that?
You didn't know about the Zatarans.
The Zatarans, but no, I mean, hey, I appreciate it. I do. I do a lot of good work with the Zatarans products. If the Zatarans folks are out there and they need a sponsorship, by all means, please reach out to me here because I use every one of your products. It's outstanding stuff. I did want to make sure that it had a little Old Bay flavor day because Lucius talks about Old Bay. And he talks about Baltimore,
Baltimore and Old Bay. Yeah, that's my girl, Old Bay, right there. She know how to spice me up.
Yeah,
she brought the heat today.
She brought the heat today. I'm licking my fingers in there,
that's what I said. I said, you know what, Lucius is, if I'm going to bring Old Bay to the party today, it's got to show up. And
why is the crab meat so damn good?
Sweet, isn't it?
It is so sweet. It's fantastic.
Lucius, I have a place.
Just flies out of there.
I have a place that here in Richardson, there's a restaurant supply store I belong to.
Oh.
And I got a hook. I got a hook. And those crab legs from Iceland is where in that area.
You're kidding.
Yeah, and the guy, like, I go in there and I buy it by the box. And when you go to these places like the Crab Shack, I'm saying that those are all good places. The Boil Bar, whatever.
Cool.
You can walk out there. You need about 3 jobs to walk out of there after paying the check.
Yeah,
you're like, okay, well, hey, sweetie, we're going to go to this tonight. But you walk out of there, you're like,
got a podcast. I got to go do now.
Got a podcast here all
that
week.
was your kid you brought. You need to pay for your kid. He's not on my tab. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, those videos, Lucius, are wild. How about these gals trying to order food to take home to their kids? Mm-mm. You seen those?
And the dates are like, nah, that ain't happening.
No, man, what are we doing? You got this one gal had like 4 kids. She goes, one of them eats like an adult.
I bet.
And I'm like, you just ordered a meal like he's eating like an adult. No, that's not on me. But anyway,
I would ask, what's his 40?
Yeah.
It's 40. What's he squatting?
Yeah.
What's his RAS
score? I might be able to help that kid out.
Yeah. If this
grades looking like.
Does this kid play on any AAU teams? Anything that we need to know about?
Let me check that box score.
Let me see him real quick.
Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure. This is the first time I've ever done it with the boil stuff. But yeah, Zatarans, that's a must go to. Let's go to there.
Hey, man, I'm looking at the college football schedule for this guy who's looking at Saturday, December 6th.
Are we talking about a playoff game?
We're talking about, it's TBD matchups because we don't know who's going to be in the conference championships.
Yeah.
But you're going to have an AT&T Stadium game. You're going to have a Ford Field game, Mercedes-Benz, Bank of America, Lucas Oil. That might be one of the
first weekend.
Might be one of the worst Saturdays of the year to choose, my friend. But it sounds like you still got time. Okay, I don't think he's completely gone ahead and put pen to paper on Saturday, December 6th. That's not going to be a day. If you're a college football fan, that you're going to want to have to be getting married.
Yeah, all those venues that you just said, that sounds like week 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is what that sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like a huge, incredible day to not get married.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. We do have plenty to get to. Shout out to Nathan Eovaldi. Shout out to the Rangers.
Yeah.
And we appreciate the fact that maybe they rallied around old Kevin Pillar talking that smack yesterday. I mean, we knew Eovaldi was going to bounce back game number 2 after the IL stint.
Yeah.
He was locked in. He goes 5 innings and only gives up 2 runs, but you have the offense, man. I mean, the offense starting to score. That is what
Dawson
you want.
called the Orioles pitcher a jobber yesterday.
Well, he doesn't get many punch outs, and he found a way to get 5 of them on you.
Yeah, but he gave up 10 hits, right?
Oh, I think it was 11 when it was all said and done.
All said and done, yeah.
Yeah, we're hitting the baseball now, fellas.
Yeah. Well, big series. If you're a Texas Ranger fan, which we all are, you need this series not to be 2-8. You need this thing to be as close to 500, maybe a 6-4. 7-3 would be ideal. 8-2 would be elation. But you do not need this to be a 2-8 coming out on the next 10 games being on the road.
No.
And if that happens, then Chris Young is not going to have many avenues to turn to. He might have to turn into a seller at that point. So if you
they'll force his hand.
Yeah, if you want him to be able to have the opportunity to go and grab a player or two, then hope for a 6-4 or 7-3 road trip here to San Diego, Anaheim, and then Houston.
Yeah. It's not going to be an easy stretch here going.
That's 7 division games, by the way, too.
Yeah, great opportunity to climb back in the standings. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Great to see the offense get going. Of course, just love watching Eovaldi. He has quickly become one of the fan favorites when it comes to what he's done throughout his Rangers tenure, and he just continues to be absolutely fantastic. Another shutout situation, and when you get to go from DeGrom to Eovaldi, that's special. And now you get the offense going, and Seager and Semien in particular.
Yeah.
Wow, welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Semien's been awesome. Now you got Seager streaking.
Right.
This is what we expected.
Well, it's what you need. It's what you need after such a horrendous start with the bats. The pitching has been just stellar all year, and that includes even the bullpen has been stellar. And so to me, if this pitching can hang on and the bats do in fact come around, man, I've had my doubts. I've had my doubts where it's like you have 1 or 2 good games and you're like, okay, things look good, and then the next thing you know, it's not getting it done. So they just need the bats every night to find a way to get 4 runs every night. It seems like you're going to win a lot of baseball games, right?
Yes.
Because your starting pitching is not going to give up. They might give up 2, and your bullpen might not give up any, or might give up 1. So
yeah, the bullpen,
you might win a lot of 4-3 games if you can kind of hang on that way. That's. I'm just always hopeful every night that the Ranger pitchers can just hang on. Keep it to 2-3 runs, and then maybe the offense finds a way to get 4. If they do that, then man, the Rangers are going to be all right.
Yeah, they're going to be all right doing that. And you have Latz with the 3 inning
Defense
save.
Has been good too, by the way.
Defense has been awesome.
They had 17 game in a row streak where they didn't commit an error. I mean, they're leading the league in errorless games by a ton. The way they've been playing, so. Keep it going, boys.
Yeah. I mean, when you're bringing that type of defense and pitching to the table, and then all of a sudden here comes Seager, homer. You got the Marcus Semien getting in on the action. I mean, Josh Smith with 3 hits yesterday.
Josh
Osuna. Heim, Duran, like a lot of people getting in the mix there offensively yesterday. So that was awesome. And then Dane Dunning, credit to him, man.
Dane Dunning it's always funny about Dane Dunning. He's kind of like gum on your shoe. You can't get it off. You just you look down, you're like, the more you pull on it, the more it stays on. He refuses
to go away.
He refuses to go away. He is definitely, like I say, he's the gum on your shoe. But good for him to go out there. I mean, this team needed, after 4 or 5 straight games of having to go extra innings, and in some really high leverage situations too, just been able to find a way the last 2 nights to not have to use the bullpen or tax the bullpen. And with a day off today, boy, that gives you a chance going into the Padres series to have everybody ready to go.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful what they're doing right now. So hopefully they keep the offense humming. And when you look back to last year, through 87 games, they were 39-48. This year, 43-44.
Yeah.
So touch better, and that's exactly the time in the schedule where, hey, you better go ahead and go on a run here.
Yeah.
And I like to see that the offense is now getting going the way it's supposed to, and the pitching continues to just be otherworldly. So great day in Rangers land. It's crazy just what a difference it makes when Semien and Seager are at their best, because when you look at when they win, their combined OPS is over 900. When they lose, it's like 500.
Yeah.
It's just a completely different situation when you have those two guys playing the way that they're supposed to play. So last night was awesome. Rangers off day today. They get back going with the road trip. San Diego starting tomorrow. Now, we also had some Mavs news go down where Jared Dudley is leaving as well. He's going to Denver. Shamgod leaving, going to Orlando.
That's an L.
Yeah, that one hurts. I mean, it's just basically a house cleaning. I would love to get to the bottom of why this happened. Is this guy's wanting out, which would make plenty of sense with the way things have unfolded over the last few months, or is this Jason Kidd and company saying, hey, we kind of want to start anew a little bit with the coaching staff? I'm not really sure exactly what it is. I lean towards these guys just wanting to sort of get out of Dodge a little bit.
I think that, to me, and I was starting to get and talking to some people in the organization, because I was asking about Sweeney. And what I was learning about that was that it was really funny that Sweeney was told, like, from Kidd, he was told, hey, you need to talk to Nico. Like when this whole thing was going down with the Spurs, just to give you a little pull back the curtain. And so it's like, he's told, hey, you got to talk to Nico. Then he talks to Nico and says, you need to talk to Jay Kidd. So it was kind of like he was like, well, wait a minute. One tells me I need to talk to you. The other tells me, you need to talk. And then, from what I understand, some people around the league knew this, that he was getting an opportunity to be like the associate head coach, much like what he was doing with Kidd, but the money situation was so much better for him, and opportunities and things like that were better for him. But the Mavs did nothing to try and match even what the Spurs were doing. So, it wasn't even close. There was just no reason. And once Sweeney went down there and visited with the San Antonio people, it was like, well, this is a no-brainer. And then, he told Jason, but it seems like to me that this staff is kind of leaving because maybe they see some things that they don't like. Maybe they're not enamored with. It's nothing, I think, to do with Jay Kidd. I think it has to do with the general manager.
Yeah.
And they're kind of like, you know what? We don't see any real loyalty to us. And, who he's listening to is, these guys are kind of looking at like, it's probably better that I can leave here and try and, get 3-4 more years somewhere else and stay ahead of potentially some problems that might arise. Yeah, I think it was close. I think it was close to Jason Kidd wanting to leave and go and coach the Knicks. I really do. I think just talking to some people around the league, they were saying the Kidd was talking himself into doing it. You know,
Was he? Yeah. I know they wanted him.
Yeah,
they wanted him for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so you have those guys leaving, but Vogel is now on staff. We mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, Vogel was like an advisor.
Yeah,
is what he was.
Yeah, he's been around the team. Obviously knows J Kidd very well.
They were together on the staff in the bubble staff that won the championship with the Lakers, and so they know each other well. So yeah, I'll give Frank the opportunity to get back out on the bench, sitting there with Jason. If one of these other jobs do come open, then maybe he'll get a crack at it later on.
And it looks like former Lakers, Cavs, and Raptors assistant Phil Handy is a name to watch for your Dallas Mavericks.
Phil Handy.
So Phil Handy. Now, in honor of Phil Handy, we are going to, as long as the game will last, throughout time in sports, people whose names also have like a body part inside of them.
Okay.
Like Handy, okay?
So Raleigh Fingers would be a guy?
Raleigh Fingers absolutely would be a guy. So till 7 o'clock, till the game ends.
Got to come up with a name.
Okay. You can just pepper us with names on the text.
Like Byron Hanspot?
There you
it's
go.
kind of because it's not really hands, but it's pronounced hands.
Pronounced, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think we're really talking about the pronunciation here. Okay.
Just making sure.
So if there's a body part in a sports name, please text that name in so we can honor them. And with respect to Phil Handy, hopefully he joins the Mavs staff here very, very soon. All right, we're just getting started here in the G-Bag Nation on a Thursday that feels like a Friday. Biggest L, Biggest Dub, or coming up later this hour. G-Bag of the Day champ replay coming up next, as well as the Wooly Bully top 10 list. That's next here in the nation. But let me get you over to Advanced Hair Restoration and AdvancedHair.com. Summer is a time to feel and look your best, Tolos. You know that. But I'm not... There is absolutely no one here in the market when it comes to hair restoration that I trust more than...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Razor ladies. Nutmeg ladies? No.
Nutmeg ladies.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sport?
It's that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, man. Somebody's just texted in a great name, the rare two body part name. Kadarius Toney.
Kadarius.
You have toe and knee.
Tony! Oh!
I mean,
look, I'm over here studying Kadarius. Jeez.
Hey, nice work. Nice work in the 8.56. The Tonys are gonna work for sure. We got Roger Staubach being texted in.
Mo Cheeks. How about Mo Cheeks?
Mo Cheeks.
Come on, fam.
Yeah,
Mo
we
Cheeks
get a
is
ding
crazy.
for that.
We got to be careful. We're going to use all these up before we get to the end.
No, I'll tell you what, dude. We've got so many names just now. I mean, like we could just live for the rest of the show on the texts that have been flowing in. I'm going to use the. When you hear that, that's how you know you scored points with the name suggestion.
All right.
Okay. So I think that's where we start the proceedings, though. Kadarius Toney's really, really good. Tim Legler in the 469. That's strong as we honor Phil Handy.
Magic Johnson.
All right, hey, replay the G-Bag of the day coming up here in just a segment. Or a second. Segment here in the nation brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The top 10 July 4th foods coming up here in just a moment. But right now, Lucius, let's go ahead and replay that chant.
Let's go. G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ here at 2:30-ish, 2:20. You know, this time frame right here, fam. Send it to me if you see anything floating out there at Lucky Lucius P. This is day 3 for this champion audio. This gentleman was on a bike trail. It was a scenic trail. There was a creek right there. They were on a bridge. And he felt disrespected by these two younger gentlemen. And he approached them. And I think he threw one of their mountain bikes into the creek. It's crazy.
Which one is the bitch? What's the hell? You're the bitch. You. No, yo, dude, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do, man? Who's the bitch? What do we do? You said bitch. No, we didn't. You're good. No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dude, I didn't say anything. Good? I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man. And your bike is here. I know. Bitch. What? We're not talking. Hey, you want to try? Yeah, dude, we don't want to cause problems. No, dude, please. You just said it again, man. Because you're hitting me. Please, buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared. Come here. Buddy, please stop. Please. You do it again. You go in the river. Okay, I'm sorry. You hear me? Yes. We're sorry. Do you hear me? I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's 2 bikes there. They could be in the river. Okay, we're sorry. I'm a bitch, but I won't do it because you're young as We're sorry. I'm 48. I'm really sorry, man. You want to do it again? No, we're sorry.
He's sorry, bro.
We're
We're sorry, man.
Hey, you know
We're
there's
sorry.
a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar, but watch yourself, boys.
Okay, really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Really careful.
I don't know that cougar, but watch
Cougar.
yourself.
Yeah.
That's a
That's good
threat.
advice.
That's a threat.
He's a man. He's 48.
Yeah.
He's not taking any more of your S. All right, there it is. Of course, we will have the G-Bag of the Day Challengers coming up at 5:30, leading into LA Live. And we are going to do a Friday staple, what you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock. Okay? The rare Thursday that feels like a Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. It is great to have you in, Walchuk, at a wedding. But, of course, it's time for the Willy Billy Top 10 list of the day. And with it being July 4th, obviously we got to do July 4th foods, don't we?
Yeah.
Really only makes sense.
Only makes sense.
Anybody got good plans? We're going to be fireworking. We got good stuff on the agenda.
I mean, usually for me, we go outside the country, pop fireworks. There's a whole lot of land out there, barbecue and fireworks and everything. But I don't know because I don't have my phone, so I can't connect with the rest of the family and see what's going down, really. I assume we're going to do what we always do. But, you know, things change.
Things do change.
Things change, bro.
Lucius, don't you in your neighborhood there have really good fireworks, though?
They have amazing fireworks show. Yeah, right there in Las Colinas.
Yeah.
Right there at the canal.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool stuff. Yep.
I was kind of wondering, like, thinking, man, I thought, because, like, when he asked you, I said, man, Lucius is going to just hang out at home. He's going to get by the pool with a bottle of tequila and some cigars.
Man,
and
that sounds like me.
watch the fireworks.
Boy, you sure know me.
Yeah,
it sounds like a hell of a plan.
Sure know me. But yeah, I like riding with pops out there to the land, and they pop fireworks. Whole family's out there barbecuing and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
riding horses, shooting basketball. You know,
man, that's America, right
and they're
there.
driving, so I can get tanked.
Yeah. The stogie. I think the July 4th stogie is probably a top 2 or 3 stogie of the year. Would have to imagine. You know, a New Year's stogie's pretty nice.
New Year's stogies are good too. Birthday stogie's good.
Birthday stogie's good. Even I like a wedding stogie. I've seen some dudes that on their wedding night they're all suited up and then puffing some smoke.
Yeah, but see if
I wonder how the old lady thinks about that later.
Yeah,
you face to face.
It's definitely bad for the post game.
Yeah.
Do you think at that point you've been with somebody long enough that
you're just willing? I mean, at that point, it's like
you're used to it. That you're used to like that. You know, that maybe that cigar smell or whatever else you're going to do.
Yeah.
That it's like it's not the most important thing.
Yeah, I think you're probably onto something there, but
that's some sacrifice right there.
That's love.
That's real sacrifice.
Well, I mean,
I love this person. I'm used to you stinking. I'm just go ahead and go for it.
Okay, I've been to some weddings here. I've been to some weddings here recently.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say recently, but the last few that I've been to, the bride and the groom have got like liquored up drunk. Like, okay, what does that tell you? They're really not. They're going to go home and pass out.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people. I've heard a lot of people that are like that, where it's like, yeah, we didn't even consummate the marriage until like the next day.
Well, yeah, like it's kind of funny. It's like you see
next afternoon.
Yeah,
you see the hangover and everything.
Yeah, you see the bride and groom, and they're both just like slogged.
Yeah,
and you're like going, well, that's probably going to be just both of them, hopefully cleaning up throw up for each other. That'd be better for worse.
Yeah,
right off the jump.
Be holding back a ponytail at the end of the night.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, let's get into it here. July 4th food. I mean, I feel like hot dogs is the first. It's like most synonymous. Getting a lot of fish fry stuff in here on the text, though. I like that idea. A little fish fry action.
Yeah. Be careful. Be careful the fish fry.
Hot dogs are the most synonymous, but it's not the best.
Hot dogs is amazing. They got to be kind of burnt up.
Got a little char to them.
Yeah.
Never wrong.
Yeah. I like those. Outside, the burgers that are cooked on the grills, amazing. You don't get those all the time. You can't get them anywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For the most part, you just can't say, I'm going to go get an outside, char grilled burger. You can't get that.
Yeah. It's flat top, right?
Exactly. So when somebody's making one, you got to get that thing.
Yeah, that's my one seed.
Can I give it a little bit of advice too, by the way?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Open forum.
No, a little bit of advice. Like you cook it for Lucius and everybody else. Like he likes his burger a certain way. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Oh yeah.
Pay
That's
attention.
a job. That's a job.
Don't be the guy, that's like you're in charge of the food and you let the chicken burn up. Or you let the burgers just become like pucks.
The little rocks of burgers.
That have no flavor. Pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know? Just you let everybody else get all liquored up, and if you're sitting there manning the grill, just kind of take your time, take the bottle of water, whatever you have to do, but don't be not paying attention.
I definitely learned the hard way about that. First time I was ever in Virginia, we lived near the beach, so we decided to barbecue on the beach.
Yeah.
Some guys were throwing a football out there. I got caught up throwing a football on the beach. I was like, my life is amazing right now, dude. Totally forgot about the burgers I was making for everybody.
I mean, that's just no going back.
You start getting hungry, you're like, where's the food at?
Like, man, eat, bro.
Yeah, but just pay attention to that. Another thing I could recommend, if you're going to a party, don't show up empty-handed. You know? Make sure you at least bring a couple bags of ice. Ice is never bad.
Even when they tell you you don't need to bring anything,
bring two bags. Bring 2 bags of ice. You know, I'm kind of against nothing against Walmart, but if you're going to go out and buy those cookies in the little container thing, you're not putting a lot of effort into it, man. If you're going to bring dessert, go get a dessert. Don't get a designer dessert that everybody will appreciate a little bit and you gave a little effort to. You know, that and another thing is that the vegetable charcuterie board thing. I know it's not charcuterie.
Oh, the vegetable melody?
The vegetable melody where it's the hard carrots and the broccoli that's uncooked with the ranch in the middle. Nobody wants to eat that.
You eat that after you've ate all this bad meat and everything, so you tell yourself, I had some veggies.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, that bit, if somebody leaves that behind, you know what that becomes? Stir fry. I chop every bit of that stuff up and use it for stir fry down the road.
Okay.
Like that. But don't bring it. Nobody wants to eat raw broccoli with ranch.
Yeah.
That's no effort. It doesn't take, hey, just put some thought into this, man. If you're going to go to a party, don't be that guy or gal that jacks it up by bringing something stupid.
I love this, the 940 brats with homemade Kraft and mustard.
There you go.
Nothing better.
Yeah. See, there you go. Brats. I think hot dogs are good, but give me the Italian sausages
I'm so with you on that, dude.
Yeah, the brats, even if it's Johnsonville or whatever, just, man, those things can be done so much the right way with grilled onions and the special grainy mustard and stuff, and you just make everybody's day a little better.
Tommy in Dallas says ribs are his go-to for the 4th. That's
you got to pay attention to that, man. You got to pay attention there.
Tommy, go.
Yeah, he's going hard in the paint. Respect to that, Tommy.
Let me ask Tommy a question if you didn't mind texting back in.
Yeah.
Does he remove the membrane off the back of the ribs as he's cooking them?
Oh, you have to do that.
Let us know,
Some
Big
people
Tom.
don't, and I'll tell you why. They think it keeps the ribs together while you're cooking them. I'm with you, Lucius. I'm a remove the membrane guy, but there are people who cook ribs that'll tell you, nah, keep it on there because it keeps the ribs together. I don't know.
Unbelievable.
No, I think you're onto something with that one.
Yeah.
We'll see what Tommy has to say about that.
Thing.
Armadillo poppers in the 972. Come on now.
That's cream cheese, bacon.
I'm thinking that's a jalapeno
pepper
situation.
with
Okay, so it's not armadillo.
No, not armadillo.
We got to find a new name.
Yeah, I was thinking there might be actual armadillo meat
I think
in
it's
there.
actually the bell pepper, cream cheese, bacon.
That's good.
Variety
That's
wrapped up.
great.
And maybe even, I don't know, maybe put some quail meat in there on that thing too. If you want to.
Yeah, I'm here for some quail. Golf course stogie is the best.
Yes.
Another person saying
Good call.
that they had a celebrating a new baby with the stogie hits different as well. Yeah, respect on that. Groom was a Cuban at the last wedding I went to. They had a rolling station.
Very thoughtful.
That's an experience.
I'm kind of like hanging out there, Lucius, maybe getting one, put it in my pocket, and circling back for another
coming
one.
back through.
For another one for the
Give me
game
one
day.
with the plastic baggie. Give me the plastic baggie.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
You, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No, don't wreck cutting it yet. I'll get it at home. I'll cut that at home.
Got a lot of brisket going down here in the Metroplex for the 4th. Got a lot of pork butt going down. The chicken thighs, the barbecue chicken, the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
So everybody's...
Doll up your mac and cheese now. Don't just let it be mac and cheese. If you want to dice up some brisket or pulled pork in that thing, and make it a little bit better.
Smoked
bacon.
Smoked queso going down. This is fantastic. The red, white, and blue desserts, just everybody's always trying to go with the red, white, and blue some way when it comes to the dessert. That's outside looking in. Mac and cheese, deviled eggs, grilled vegetables, and coleslaw. All outside looking in, according to America.
So that's potato salad too, right? in a sense. Nice ice cold potato salad.
Yeah. Got to have a little yellow tint to it, though.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah,
Agree.
A yellow tint to
Absolutely.
it.
And I do like that nice and cold. I'm with you. I don't like the cold like pasta, like these cold pasta deals.
I don't know, man.
I'm not crazy about that. I know Wolchuk, that's where me and him kind of differ.
It's an Italian thing for you.
Yeah, I just go with I got to have a hot pasta. But when it comes to the potato salad, the colder the better.
If you're serving that stuff, like the cold stuff, like coleslaw and potato salad and stuff, make sure if you're doing it outside and you're doing it like that buffet style, make sure you got ice underneath the pan.
Oh,
so it doesn't sit there and get all warm.
Keeping it fresh.
Get some ice under that pan and let it sit in that ice for.
Shout out to the tablitas in the 682. Those are incredible.
Tablitos?
Tablitas. It's like
it's a rib. It's a little small rib, right?
Oh,
yeah,
those
packed with flavor, bro.
Oh, and glorious.
Number 10, we have s'mores.
Tablitas.
Number 9, we have apple pie.
I like peach cobbler, apple cobbler better than the apple pie.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Number 8 is watermelon.
Really refreshing, man.
So refreshing.
And it's got a lot of water in it. It kind of helps you if you're boozing it up.
Keeps you hydrated a little bit.
A little bit.
Number 7, we have the baked beans.
Oh, yes. Oh. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Let me tell you this.
Yes, bro.
The baked bean, though, to me, got to have a little diced up ham in it.
Yeah, put some protein in there.
A little diced ham and maybe a little like a little whiskey sauce that goes into that. A little bourbon sauce, maybe.
Okay, I like that. Number 6, we have corn on the cob.
Yeah.
Number 5, we do have that potato salad.
There we go, baby.
A little yellow.
Number 4, we got the grilled chicken.
Yeah.
Man, it can be a little rubbery if you don't pay attention.
Yeah, you got to have somebody that knows what they're doing. I'm with you. Yeah. But when they hit that
by the
right,
way,
dude,
if you're
it's
doing
good.
chicken breasts and stuff, you might want to flatten those things out so they cook evenly. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you get chicken breast and one part cooks real fast and the other doesn't, and your chicken looks out of balance. So if you're doing stuff, maybe flatten those chicken breasts out
And
a
the
little
chicken tastes like wood.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good one from the 972. Eric Hipple.
Eric Hipple. Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Barbecue ribs at 3, hot dogs at 2, but number 1 on July 4th, according to Americans, it's the cheeseburger, ladies and gentlemen.
You do it the right way.
Good stuff. Happy 4th of July. Great to have you in. If you're working today, let us know. We'll shout you out. Biggest L, biggest dub. It's a Thursday that feels like a Friday. Text them in. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Chris Arnold and Jake Riepma have you covered from 9 to 1.
Monday, July 21st. Not just 1 week, because when you roll with the Fan, you get camp coverage from beginning to end. 7 days a week from Oxnard and the Star in Frisco. Also brought to you by Rhino Shield of DFW and Yardbirds Southern Table and Bar.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
You bet you will. Beginning Monday, July 21st on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Marshawn Nealand.
Won't you forgive me?
Dick Butkus. Rick Ankiel?
Rick Ankiel.
I'm going to say no on that one. It's close. If it was Rick Ankle, different story. Ankiel
Close.
doesn't quite get it done.
No.
Foots Walker in the 214. I mean, his name was Foots for real. I had to look that up. Like, that wasn't a nickname.
Mm-hmm.
That was just his actual name.
Yeah.
It's incredible. We go around the jaws.
Did we say Arnold Palmer? Arnold Palmer.
That's really good, dude. I can't even get over how many names. I didn't think there would be that many. I mean, how about this? 972, Allen Iverson. I mean, everyone's just on fire right now.
Okay, wait, man. You went Iverson. Okay. I was thinking Ankiel.
Ankiel, it's close, but we're going for the actual pronunciation of a body part.
Got you.
Allen Iverson's going to go ahead and get the job done.
Gotcha.
Keep texting him in. I think Dick Butkus is the one that's been texted in the most, and that's a twofer.
There used to be, I was going to carry, this was going to be my final one that I was going to use like at 7 o'clock when we're signing off. But there used to be a guy for the for the Redskins at the time. His name was Dave Butz.
Hey.
Butz.
Nice work, Broadus.
Yeah.
We go around the jaws of Joey Chestnut coming up
my man
at the top of the hour.
My man is going to win him another one tomorrow, right?
Yes, he is.
Not
Heavy
my
favorite.
Man, not my man, because I despise the individual.
I love him so much. He's,
you're calling him a true American hero over there, aren't you?
He is. He's one of the greatest American competitors of all time. Completely dominates the competition. He's a heavy favorite. He has just a ridiculously long resume of world records when it comes to the eating. Yeah. We'll dive into those here in just a few minutes. But right now, let's go ahead and hear from British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit,
Dickie V,
Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Con Knipple.
Dickie V and Magic Johnson from the Pimp Cup today.
Yeah, dude. Lucius is he's got those Friday vibes working right now. You can tell.
He just throws it. He throws it out there and then goes to work doing something else.
That's right. Loud their grenade and get out of the way, man. That is fantastic. All right, where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? 877-881-1053. This is a bummer in the 972. Fiance got diagnosed with MS this week. I don't even know all that accompanies that. I just know those are not two letters that you want to have lapped upon your shores. We're thinking about you and the fiance.
Yeah.
972. That's a bummer, dude. Big Dub, though, he says, added to the family, got her an Australian Shepherd puppy.
There you go.
Those are some of the best looking dogs out there. Get those those
different color eyes.
Those eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really pop.
Do the Huskies have that same eye thing too? Do they have different color eyes or the same color eyes? Huskies?
Yeah. I mean, their eyes are definitely.
I always thought
they're like
Huskies.
blue or.
Yeah.
They look like Jeff Saturday. That's all. Every time I see a Husky, I was like, that's Jeff Saturday in the face. Look at this ass.
You ever feel sad for a Husky that lives here in Texas?
I feel bad for a lot of dogs, dude. We'll go to like a Saturday park situation with the girls, and there's just dogs everywhere.
You hope those dogs are like, they take a back and they give them a bath and they let them go back in the house, right? Don't you kind of hope?
Yeah. Like that dog needs some level of a cold plunge awaiting
that's what I'm
him.
saying.
Yeah. Let's see here. We have 903, biggest dub, quit my second job, registered to go back to school, get my teaching degree.
There you go.
Nice work, 903. He does say he took an L because he put his 2 weeks in before he could use up his last 3 days of PTO. Got to find a way to get those in those final 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah, you do.
You gotta work that in there. But that's awesome, man. You're going from 2 jobs to 1. I've been there before. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
That's talk about taking a load off.
Yeah.
That's taking a load off right there. Okay, let's see. We have got the text going crazy right now is what we have. Now, we do have a couple Malik Beasley's taking an L in sports this week. Looks like Cleveland Guardians right-hander Luis Ortiz has a potential L awaiting him, as he has now been suspended with pay, as there's an investigation going on of whether or not he was doing some gambling tomfoolery. So this is just starting to become just normal things popping up in the world of sports, with the gambling and the athletes getting in the mix. The Malik Beasley stuff is pretty jarring.
It's a lot of overs and unders and rebounds and stuff like that. It's not like you're seeing anything where fools are point shaving yet.
You're saying like Tim
messing up the
Donaghy?
game. Yeah, like the real flow of the game is disturbed.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying for sure. Have you seen the Malik Beasley one where his team's down 9 in the final 5 seconds? Game's over. But the line was 8.5 for the game. And he sprints down to get a layup to make it a 7-point game instead of a 9-point game. Just a useless layup. Everyone's just standing around, and he's full speed.
Streets got to eat.
Streets do have to eat. So we're thinking about Malik Beasley in this time. That is a tough situation.
Have you ever watched a game, guys, where you kind of felt like somebody had money on the game the way they were playing?
Oh yeah, where they're just like they're playing so bad.
I don't feel like it was always like pro football, but I felt like there were some college football games where I was like, this kid's not. I mean, is the pressure that much? You know, but you kind of wonder if were they into something here? You know, just by the way they're playing.
Yeah,
like you normally don't see this guy play like this, and it's just completely wheels off. Like, did somebody get to him?
Yeah, where they go full Paul Crew.
Yeah.
You never want that.
Never want that. No.
Okay, 817, biggest dub listening to the fan all day long since school is on vacation. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Soaking it in. Toloing in the summertime. That's beautiful. We appreciate you, 817. How about this in the 469? Huge dub. Got married earlier this year. Had the honeymoon. Got a honeymoon baby. And
gotcha.
Buying a $4 million business as well. This guy is just checking off all the boxes in 2025. Kudos to you, my friend.
Want to sponsor anybody for some podcasts and things like that? Let me know.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll jot his number down.
Yeah, exactly. We'll give you a call here later.
People are noting that Joey Chestnut.
Yeah. Oh, Joey Chestnut. Okay. All right.
That's the twofer.
There you go.
Okay.
Jake Butt,
tight end, right?
Yes, but I feel like his career was short-lived. He was one of those Michigan tight ends that flamed out.
Denver Broncos, I believe, right?
Was it the Broncos that got him?
Yeah.
Let's see. 682, biggest dub. I was in the grocery store yesterday with my daughters, and this guy comes up to me and asks me my kid's shoe size. Automatically thought he was trying to sell me something, and he goes, I bought my daughter some shoes, and they don't fit her, and I can't take them back. He ran out to the car, got the shoes, and Jordan Retro 14s. They were his daughter's size, and he got them for free.
Wow.
Now, that is a good Samaritan right there.
You worry about, like, double thing with somebody asking about kid and then foot size.
Yeah, that could have...
That'd been a little bit like, what are you trying to do here, bro?
Oh, those are dope. Yeah. These are all right.
Yeah.
Those are some good-looking shoes, huh?
Yeah, I hope it's the black toe joints. Yeah, those are fire.
Congratulations. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
Like,
yes.
why are you talking about my kid? And why do you want to know their foot size?
Yeah, we're going to have a little back and forth before we get down to, you're just being like the nicest person ever.
Yeah.
She could be a foot model.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to push this basket a little further down the road.
Break your neck, dude.
Yeah.
Got to draw the line somewhere.
Right.
214 won tickets on the morning show. Didn't think winning on the radio was a real thing. It absolutely is. Perhaps they won the NBA Youngboy tickets. I think they've been giving those away all week.
I one time won tickets on the radio on the Brad Sham show, matter of fact. Way back in the day when I was in grade school. Yeah.
No way.
I won I want a gift certificate. There was a sporting goods store called Oshman's.
Yeah.
This is my remember
I remember
Oshman's.
Oshman's.
I do.
Oshman's, I want a gift certificate to Oshman's from Brad Sham answered a trivia question right and got the gift certificate off the show.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see, 972 biggest dub going to be on a yacht for the 4th. Nice, dude.
Yacht.
Also shout out Edgar.
Where, text back in. Are you
Ray Hubbard?
Yeah. What kind of? What are we doing? That makes a yacht. Are you saying you're listening to Yacht Rock Radio? That's another thing. That's good radio, by the way.
It is. It is good radio.
It's from my era. It's from my era of radio.
Did you guys see Magic Johnson on the? Have you seen the yacht video of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was fake. It was so awesome.
It looked like it could have been an AI type video.
Yeah.
Really impressive
They
stuff.
did that thing on probably did it on a drone, right?
Yeah.
They take a drone back off
drone
the top
shot.
of that yacht.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
My man, does he have a yacht, you think?
Magic?
Or is he borrowing one?
This is a rental situation. Actually, I got the details on it. We can maybe get into it a little bit later. But there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on a Thursday that feels like a Friday. Around the Jaws of Joey coming up next here in the nation. But first, Tolos, I got to get you to Greystone Roofing and Construction. Gosh, I love these people. Great business. And you will be happy that you used them to take care.
Uber Eats had roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a July 3rd Thursday. Feels like a Friday, that's for sure. We got Friday vibes cooking up in here. We have Joey Jaws getting set to compete after his 1-year hiatus from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And
all over plant-based hot dogs, huh?
Yeah, all over the plant-based hot dogs. That's right. But there was a void last year. The ratings and everyone agreed that we need Joey Jaws in this particular
tournament. Is there
tournament.
any competition for this?
I wouldn't think so. He's a minus 2,500 favorite. I mean, as heavy of a favorite as you could have.
Did you ever bet the other side of it, thinking that he might
slip up?
Something might happen where he gets a hot dog gets stuck or something like that, and he's
kind of choking
a little bit and has to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're doing, you don't want to. You don't want.
I mean, I'm not hoping for him to but would you just, with it such heavy favorite, would you consider betting somebody else just for the fact that something might happen along the way, that he gets a cramp in his ribs while eating or something?
Yes, yeah. There's a majority of the bets are coming in
throwing money away.
Most bets are coming in on other people to win just because of the odds.
Yeah.
But also his line is 71.5 hot dogs. And the under is being bet pretty rapidly here. He's usually in the 63-ish range. So 71.5 being the line. A lot of people betting the under. But when asked by Pardon My Take if he would retire anytime soon, he says retirement would be death. I'm doing this until the wheels fall off, baby. Yeah. That's the direct quote. So we will run through the laundry list.
Eats that 25th cupcake that ends it all. Some other. It's not going to be the
sodium's going to get him out the game.
Yeah, it's something other than hot dog is going to get him. Right?
Yeah. Well, he's well versed. I mean, he's definitely not a one-trick pony. Yeah, I have the resume of all of his eating records. They're really unbelievable. He says he describes the Nathan's contest. He kind of compares it to the Indy 500.
Yeah.
He says if you're an IndyCar racer, you want to be in the Indy 500.
Right.
There might be other eating contests all throughout the year, and there might be other races throughout the year. But if you're an IndyCar driver, you should be at the 500. So he's like, that's why I felt I needed to be back for the 4th of July. If you're a competitive eater, you should be at the 4th of July hot dog contest.
That and a big paycheck.
Yeah, they threw some money at me.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
like ESPN and all these people got really smart, and they said, listen, let's all put this aside, and it's just, there's millions of dollars involved here. Let's give this guy a couple $100,000 extra and get the ratings back up and get Nathan's once again on the map and get all the tourism for Coney Island back. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars on the line here, man.
I do want to get one of those Nathan's hot dog hats that you see a lot of the crowd is wearing. It's like the cheese head for the Packers, but they got a Nathan's hot dog hat
up there.
Yeah,
okay.
It's an actual hot dog in bun.
How do
we get that? Can we order them?
I bet we probably could. I don't know. Maybe you have to be there. Maybe it's like the Masters exclusive. You got to be on site to get one.
I'll say this. I was thinking about this guy the other day. I don't even know if he's with us anymore. The announcer is a guy named Paul Page.
For the contest?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We're actually about to play him.
Oh, Paul Page. Is he still with us?
Yes.
Okay.
This guy's all time.
Okay, go ahead.
Like Joey Jaws is obviously the headliner.
I'm not talking about Barker guy that wears the bow tie. I'm not talking about Hype Man.
Oh, okay. You're not talking about Hype Man. You're talking about play-by-play guy?
I'm talking about play-by-play guy. I'm talking about Paul Page.
Okay. I'll have to do some research on Paul Page.
I don't know if Paul used to be. Paul he might be with us.
Con Sexton.
He, let's see here. Yeah, 79 years old.
Is he okay? I wonder if he's still calling these things, because he was like the voice of Nathan. But let me tell you something about Paul Page. Paul Page has called some of the most thrilling Indianapolis 500 races you will ever be. Him, Jim McKay, those guys. They're like the voice of IndyCar.
And he does not Nathan's hot dog eating competitions as well?
That's what I'm saying, Lucius. That's what I'm saying. He went, my God. My man is on Memorial Day. On Memorial Day, he is the greatest spectacle in racing. My man, Paul Page, is making the call. And then all of a sudden he shows up on the Nathan hot dog deal. And I kind of felt like, sorry for Paul Page, but he really embraces it.
See, you got to have that.
He embraces the whole, like, I'm like one of the greatest.
He's a legend, dude.
Yeah.
He is 50 plus years.
Yeah.
Radio TV doing the Indy 500.
Right.
So kudos to Nathan's for bringing in a big dog.
Well, ESPN basically said,
Play by me.
they said basically probably told ESPN probably said, listen, Paul, you're doing one event a year. You're either going to have to do the Westminster Dog Show or you're going to have to do the Nathan Hot Dog Eating Contest. And he said, I'll do the Nathan Hot Dog Eating Contest.
Well, the hype man for this
The hype man is real.
He's special, and he really, really meets the moment and the excitement.
He's the announcer for, like, hype man. He introduces all the contestants.
Yes,
right?
yes. And they're all pretty good, but none better than when he intros Joey Jaws. This goes back to
carry him in
2022. Joey Jaws is erecting out of some like Nathan's hot dog extravagant like perch. And this is the intro. This is like 90 seconds of maybe the greatest intro of all time.
There will be a day that is the end. The collapse of time and all that stood within it. A day of nothing, of no one, of nowhere. But that day is not today.
Yes, the hype man. Love him.
Today we burn bright. Today we blind the earth with our desire. And while it is still ours, we will bend history to witness this moment, to witness this man.
It's amazing.
Music's great.
The humble consequence of carbon. The fleeting spray of life turned diamond by the sun. Forever suspended in that instant. Indifferent to the gods. For he does not envy their power. He will not plead their pardon. He will curse and spit and sneer and shout his name at the heavens. I am the shining arc of humanity. Yield to my dominion. What? And if we must compete for our place within existence, we submit as our champion, the champion of the world, of now and of always, of the air, of the fire, of the sea, of the land, of the free. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nathan's famous 4th of July champion of the world, Joey Chestnut!
I mean, if that's not hard, I don't know what is, dude.
You know, I kind of
We are so unserious, bro.
I was kind of
Bro,
thinking,
he's not going off a teleprompter. That is like that's off the dome.
off
Like
the
I
dome.
imagine he's in his mirror for like 3 months leading up to this, getting that thing dialed, crisp execution.
Yeah.
That's 10 out of 10.
I thought I wanted David Hellman to do my eulogy when I go. I want the hype man to be the guy.
That music is so good.
Oh, it's great.
Everything about it. They hit all the right notes.
He scouted every kid here from Maine to Spain. You just laying there in the casket.
Oh yeah, dude. We should actually come up with a nice little broadest
eulogy. I told Hellman, I go, when it happens, Dave, I want you to do it. I want you to stand up there and tell everybody about me.
I think he'll be the right man for the job.
Oh, he'll do a good job.
Okay, so
how do they prepare for Joey? Like
you don't.
These professional eaters, what are you doing different now? Okay, Joey's back in the game. Are these guys like practicing eating in their living rooms or I mean in their kitchens?
No, you don't.
Is this man in his garage like with a whole setup and a whole bunch of hot dogs?
Yeah. The training for this, I would imagine, is pretty
Lucius.
Pretty
or is there a training facility you have to go to? I gotta go.
There's like a
the
guy.
vomitorium.
There's like a Duke Manyweather of hot dog eating.
Yeah. Lucius, you remember Michael Carter, the shot putter from Thomas Jefferson High School? It's track and field. He was an Olympic gold medalist, and like, okay, but he's from my era of like when I was at WT White. Like Michael Carter would show up at these track events, and it like we'd all see him come rolling in there. And we were all like, it's like, no, we're all playing for second, third. We don't have a chance here. When Joey shows up, the competitive eater people have to just go, We got to hope for like the hot dog bun not to go down the right way.
Yeah.
If we have a chance here
there is some
today.
of that, but you'd also think these people are competitors as well. They want to beat the best.
Yeah,
they want
but
to go toe-to-toe with
he's eating 64 hot dogs and you're doing 53. You know?
it's not even like it's neck and neck.
No.
Yeah, he's
They don't remember who
levels above.
They don't remember who's second and third in this thing. They always you get the Joey Chestnut speech from the hype man, and everybody else is. And let's welcome from let's welcome from Chicago, Illinois, Ben Simmons. You know, yay.
No one really
let's
cares.
welcome, Bob Harris. Yay.
And Chestnut's amazing because a couple of years ago they had the protester, like the PETA protester, that like jumped up in the middle of the competition.
And he like formed off,
he's
right?
sucking down dogs, and he's got him by around the neck with one arm. He's still eating.
Yeah,
it was pretty impressive. They do the ladies' side as well. There's a
Asian lady,
Miki or something like that. And she's
Is she pregnant right now?
Is she?
I think I seen one that was pregnant and she couldn't eat. Maybe that was last year. She was pregnant at that time.
Yeah,
and I was like, man, that's cheating.
Yeah, that's tough.
But there's a lady that is she's into that 52, 53 range.
She gets after it. She's a heavy favorite for the ladies as
Do
well.
they drug test?
I don't.
For what?
Drugs? I mean, like, think about it, bro. A gummy, maybe like an hour and a half before you do the competition.
Yeah,
that's an edge.
PED situation.
Yeah, that's
for
an
sure.
edge. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like the gummy, like
you get the munchies, bro.
Oh, I was thinking to maybe clean you out.
Yeah. No. Now, that's for the after.
Yeah.
The after.
So the gummy is the munchies.
Yeah, get you real hungry.
You go walking up there and you're like my man from from Oklahoma City that was doing the speed, and he couldn't. Let's focus in now.
Oh yeah, you're Chet Holmgren.
Chet Holmgren. Let's focus in.
Let me lock in.
Let me lock in.
Let me lock in.
Okay, so here are the records for Joey Chestnut. Apple pie. He ate like over 12 pounds worth of apple pies in 8 minutes.
Yeah,
he did, and this is what I love about him. Is
I wonder if these are like individual pies.
He's famous. They were 3-pound pies,
Okay.
and he ate like almost 4.5 of them in 8 minutes. But he runs the gambit. Like whatever it is that can be eaten, he is willing to get in the mix here. He's known for the dogs, but he'll eat anything. Asparagus, 12 pounds.
God, imagine that pea smell.
12 pounds and change in 10 minutes. Bologna slices, almost 16 pounds in 8 minutes.
That's disgusting.
Boysenberry pie. I don't even know what that is, but
I thought that was made up. Real talk.
yeah, that doesn't even sound real to me.
Like Dr. Seuss pie.
But he ate that 14.5 pounds in 8 minutes. Brain tacos, 54 of them in 8 minutes. Burritos, long form, 14.5 pounds in 10 minutes. Canteen sandwiches, 28.5
I'll
in
challenge
10
him
minutes.
to a crawfish boil.
Carnitas tacos, 82. And 82 2-ounce tacos in 8 minutes. Cheesesteak egg rolls, which are amazing. He ate 46 of those in 8 minutes. Cherry pie, 17.5 pounds in 8 minutes.
Is 8 minutes, I guess, I assume, is kind of the professional eater's time limit?
You see a lot of 8 minutes, 10 minutes, and then some, like the chicken wings, he ate 182 in 30 minutes.
What's the deal with the hot dogs? How many
10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's punishing, he's done like 70 before, like his line 71.5 or whatever. He's broken
when
that.
they dip them in the water, that's when they lose me.
That is just objectively disgusting.
Yeah.
Corned beef sandwiches, 20 of them, 28-ounce sandwiches.
4 of those.
I love 10 minutes.
I love corned beef sandwiches.
Croquetas, 185 in 8 minutes.
Is that like salmon croquettes?
Salmon croquettes are good. They're really good.
Eggs, 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes, bro.
It's Cool Hand Luke.
36-ounce fish tacos in 5 minutes. Funnel cake, 6 pounds of funnel cake in 10 minutes. Grilled cheese sandwiches, he had 47 of them in 10 minutes.
I hope this guy donates his body to science when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
I want to see how he did it. Well, I won't probably be around when it happens.
His record for dogs is 76 in 10 minutes.
Just straight dogs, right?
Hot dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ice cream sandwiches, that'd be fun.
I could do that. I love ice cream sandwiches. As a matter of fact, is there a Klondike bar still?
Yeah, we still got them in there.
Yeah.
25 and a half of the ice cream sandwiches in 6 minutes.
Brain freeze.
How about this one, bro? Jalapeno poppers, 118 of them in 10 minutes. And this is just scratching the surface. Like, I'm telling you, we could do an entire hour just going down the list of things he's done. Waffles, cheeseburgers, Twinkies, turkey, tamales, tacos, shrimp wontons,
Crab rangoons.
salt potatoes, ramen noodles, poutine,
poured
poutine, right?
pulled pork ribs, pizza. Like, just, it's endless what he's done, and he's got the record in all of them. He really is the most dominant eater in world history, and no one's coming close to him. Tomorrow's his big day.
He's going to win for the what? Like, how many? Well, he didn't win last year, how many times has he won in a row?
I think it's like 16 or something.
He's got the belt, right? 16 times in a row.
Yeah, he gets the mustard belt every year. They need to rename it the Joey Giles mustard belt
because he was out last year, so he broke his streak, right?
Yes. Yeah, but he'll get back on the saddle tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it on ESPN.
You're gonna watch it, aren't you?
At 11 o'clock our time.
Just catch the highlights.
No, I'm gonna watch that for sure. It's only 10 minutes of dedication. And the intro, like I'm here for the intro, so it's probably about 15 minutes.
Hype Man is
Hype Man's the real deal.
Yeah.
All right, let's get you the C note coming up next.
Hey, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place.
Security. Get video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com. It's a Fan-Thirsty Thursday, presented by SWELending.com.
Rich Hand, former Ranger. Armand Gilliam.
Armin, I like that. Armin.
That's strong.
That's strong.
How about this one? 469. Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Texas on fire today. We appreciate you here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time for the C-Note. We got a lot of good Cowboys for you here. Krusty's Corner coming up here in a few minutes. That'll have some Cowboys. Calvin Watkins, top of the hour. Dallas Morning News, talking more boys. So it's a Cowboys Power Hour here in the G-Bag Nation. We appreciate you rocking with us here on a July 3rd Thursday. Feels like a Friday. That is for sure. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Broadus, what do you think about Rich Hand? Did Rich Hand work for you?
Rich Hand was a pitcher back in the day, yeah.
I knew that was going to get you excited.
I think Rich Hand pitched for the Texas Rangers, believe it or not.
100% he did.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so we're keeping it with our local squads here. We're honoring Phil Handy, who might be on the Maverick staff. And honestly, we're honoring Joey Chestnut as well. Athletes or people in sports throughout time whose names are also a body part. So Rich Hand absolutely qualifies.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Krusty's Corner here
Lonzo
in
Ball.
a few minutes. Oh, the entire Ball family, really.
Yeah.
All the balls. All right, so we got a couple of Cowboys things here. Love of the Star that we did the other day brought us. We got some great mailbag questions, and I might ask you a couple of them here. But we also had the fan survey from John Machota
yes.
in The Athletic, and we hit a couple of these yesterday with Dawson, but there were a couple more that I wanted to address with you. Now, let's see here. We've got, how do you feel about how the Cowboys have handled their major contracts? Prescott, Lamb, Parsons.
Yeah, I think that to me, there's
among the league's best, in the middle, or league's worst.
What did people say on that? They probably said the worst.
Well, we'll get the results, I would imagine, next week.
Oh,
so he just pumped it out for people to answer, and then next week we'll actually get the results for it. But
yeah, I'm probably saying that people feel like that this has probably not been done in the most timely fashion.
No, definitely.
And the league's worse. And they're probably looking at too what's being done like in Philadelphia. I think the worst thing in the world that happened to the Cowboys was that the last 2 years Philadelphia has gotten to be a better football team when it comes to managing their cap, player acquisition, their willingness to go for it. You know, I think that Cowboy fans, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here incorrectly, but I think Cowboy fans are really, really pissed off by the situation. And a lot of it, I think, has to do with the fact that they really never had to deal with Philadelphia fans like they've had to deal with them now. You know? I think that to me is like, you know, there was a time where, you know, Philadelphia was looking up to Dallas. And the Dallas fan was, you know, was kind of like, you know, taking advantage of that. Now you get the Philadelphia fan that's completely like, yeah, your team hadn't done this, and your team hadn't done that, and your owner does this, and your owner does that, and our owner spends money, and your guy does, you know. And I think this is what's driven a lot of Cowboy fans to the levels of disdain that they have for the Jones family and for the team. I think they like the team. I think they like the players, but I just don't think they like that they feel like that they're getting just, why can Philadelphia, our nemesis, you know, that we used to be able to control for so many years, how could they figure it out and we can't figure it out? I think that's making a lot of Cowboy fans feel really more irritated than, you know, they were probably some fans are like, yeah, you know, 12-win seasons, 3 years in a row, boy, that's pretty solid football right there. But then you get Philly winning 2 championships in the last 3 years, something like that, or being in it the last 3 years.
Yeah,
you know, now you're in a situation where that fan base is all over you about that. And that's the one thing that Cowboy fans cannot handle is when they're getting bullied. And I mean bullied in a way of like Eagle fans reminding them how bad their football team is.
Yeah, that's the worst.
I don't know if it's I think there's people that are mad at Jerry and Steven and the way that things are done that way. But I think they're more pissed off because of the Eagles and what they've been able to do. And that's made...
that exacerbates things because now there's no more ambiguity about how you should team build. It's right there in front of you. It's in your division, and it's loud, and it's really for the last decade or so that the Eagles have been outclassing you from this standpoint. Okay, what grade would you give the Cowboys front office for how they've handled the offseason? So coaching hires, trades, free agency, and draft.
Yeah,
would you go A, B, C, D?
Yeah. See, this is it's funny you say this because like at 3:40 I was going to play a game with you called like Firecracker or
Dud.
And one of the questions led to this was how do you feel about the Cowboys off season this year?
Okay, cool. Well, then let's marinate on that and we'll come back to it.
Yeah, no, I was just that was one of my questions for you. Eric, did this match say suspended? What does it say?
Yeah, play suspended.
Okay. It's because of darkness, I assume, then, huh?
Maybe it's maybe there's
it's just Wimbledon.
precipitation.
And it looks like to me that there was a chance that our U.S. guy could have advanced here, but no, it ain't happening. Oh, dark. Now it's dark.
I guess it is the darkness factor.
The darkness factor, yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Okay, which of these new assistant coaches will make the biggest positive impact this season? Eberflus, Clayton Adams, the offensive line coach Connor Riley, running back coach Derek Foster, D-line coach Aaron Whitecotton, secondary coach David Overstreet. I mean,
it's got to be. You would think that it would maybe be Clayton Adams, but man, you throw Whitecotton in there.
On the D-line?
On the D-line?
You got a lot of respect for him, huh?
I do. He
came from the Jets.
I do.
And he's made a lot of guys have some of their best seasons with him as their coach. Solomon Thomas is a part of that. Now he's here as well, so that's nice. You have that connection. I am excited about him. They've had him mic'd up, and there's been some clips of him at practice, and you can definitely appreciate the way he goes about his business there on the D-line.
I'm going to go with Whitecotton there.
Are you? Okay.
Well, because... I say that with the thought of maybe that, man, this offensive line needs their guy to step up. The last 2 years, I don't think they've gotten the absolute best coaching they could out of that group.
Yeah, Connor Riley. I mean, that is one of the most important coaches you can have on your staff. Your offensive line coach.
Oh, Todd Arch and I have this discussion all the time about. He says offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and then he goes offensive line coach.
Yeah,
every single time.
Yeah, because that...
And I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong about that.
No, he's not.
But if you ask for this team who could have the impact, Whitecotton has shown that he's been with group. Well, so is these offensive line coaches, that they currently have.
Yeah, I mean, I do love the two-headed monster of Clayton Adams as the OC.
Yeah.
Who's got a bunch of offensive line background in his coaching resume, and then of course Connor Riley, who is the official O-line coach. Both those guys together. I'll just go Clayton Adams because he's got the offensive line stuff that I think he will be having a heavy hand in, but then also he is going to be your main play designer, I would think.
Yeah.
And coming from Arizona, that Drew Petzing offense that has been really impressive over the last few years, especially when you look at the way they've attacked things in the run game. James Conner being a guy who's benefited a lot. Fantasy owners know him pretty well. Heck, Cowboys fans know because James Conner had his way with you. What was it? Now 2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago, yeah.
And you have the Cardinals on the schedule again this year, but Clayton Adams is, that's the hire that I'm most excited about. But you could couple him with Connor Riley. That would be my vote. Hopefully this offense is going to look quite a bit different and more forward-thinking, much more impressive than a McCarthy or a Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett offense for sure. That's definitely where my optimism right now is. Which rookie will have the biggest impact? Should be a no-brainer with Tyler Booker, right? He's plug and play. He's starting.
It should be maybe Donovan Ezraku.
Second round pick, edge rusher for sure. He'll make an impact.
Yeah.
And then the wild card here is Jaden Blue.
Yeah, we really don't know what the scheme is going to entail. I've said this a bunch on various platforms, said it on our station here. I don't know. This is the first time in a long time. I don't know. I don't have a feel for how they're going to attack people. You know, we've talked about with the different coordinators, the college influences. You know, I don't think I really saw, the one practice I watched during the mini camp was not enough for me to get a real feel. I did see, Lamb and Turpin lining up in the backfield and taking handoffs. I don't know if that particularly was something it's exciting, but I don't know if I want to see it all the time. But I think I'm going to have a better understanding of when we get to training camp and then also what we see in some of these preseason games as well. I think a lot of teams are going into this, opponents with the Cowboys, say the first 3-4 weeks of the season and really not having a feel for what they're going to do. I think opponents are trying to prep this thing in a way that they're really not sure. They're trying to put together, okay, well, this is what we got from Arizona. Well, oh wait, we got this from Oregon. Oh, wait a minute, we got some of the stuff from from
K-State.
K-State. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
it will be tough to prepare for the Cowboys offense early on.
The first 4 weeks of the season, it will be very difficult. Yeah, especially if you don't have an understanding of what they're really trying to do. They'll tell you that they're committed to trying to run the football, but how committed are they? Everybody talks about running the football until it comes time to running the football, and then they abandon that thought very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see here. Shin-Soo Choo.
Shin-Soo Choo.
Yeah.
Okay.
The shin there is going to get the job done.
Shin's going to get the job done.
Hunter Lipke.
All right.
A lip is a body part, Broadus. You know that better than anyone.
I know that.
Really appreciate just how seriously the Tolos have taken this particular game. And I do think this will be one of the few games that we can actually stretch into the 6 o'clock hour.
I don't know about that.
The amount of names that we haven't even addressed yet.
Okay, give me some names. Give me some more names then.
Larry Foote.
Larry Foote, yes.
Luther Head. Lucky Whitehead.
Lucky Whitehead. There you go.
I mean, we're just scratching the surface.
All right.
Coming up next here, we have Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I do. I've got a game called Firework or Dud, and it pertains to your Dallas Cowboys. We'll do that next.
But first, let me get you to Advanced Hair Restoration and AdvancedHair.com. Everyone keeps asking me, what...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Chris Bubich. Christian McCaffrey.
McCaff, I see that.
Booby Miles.
Booby Miles.
Texas on fire. We have Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News coming up here in about 15 minutes, but right now it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant.
How about Willie Mays? Okay. Yeah, think about it for a second, Doug.
That's strong.
Boy. Yeah.
Just the old pregnant pause.
Yeah. I was thinking about Willie McGahee, but I was like, oh, that's Willis McGahee.
Willis.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, when you do watch the Ryan Clark hard-hitting highlights, you will see him, you would think he killed Willis McGahee in a Ravens game. I'm not joking.
I can't believe Ryan Clark being a hitter like that, a head buster.
I never would have guessed that either.
I'm serious about that. He was
my LSU guy. I mean, I'm trying to remember. He was a damn good player, but I don't
remember him at LSU at all.
No.
But in the NFL, he was definitely.
Oh, no.
And maybe something just happened when he got to Pittsburgh, and there was just the environment.
It's the environment of
just
that whole
skull
thing.
crushers.
Yeah.
And so he was like, okay, I'll go ahead and play my part.
Yep, it's good. All right, I told you I had a game for you today, and it's a game. I guess it's a game, but it's in honor of like the 4th of July. It's called Firework or Dud.
Man, those walks that you take really get you creative.
They get me very creative here. But fireworks or dud. I'm going to give you something, and you're going to tell me it's a firework or it's a dud, and you're going to tell me why it's a firework.
Oh boy,
no, yeah, like I say, it's a serious game. It's not like a joke, like guess the thing. It's like cowboy questions.
This feels very serious.
It's a serious because but it's not a game.
You getting serious vibes in there, Lucius? This is serious.
No,
bro.
it's not like our Friday where I make you guess names where you're like, oh damn, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna tell you.
These
something.
are hard hitting football questions.
Yeah, these are hard hitting football questions.
Roast potential cowboy questions.
Yeah, so like Eric, I'm gonna put Eric on the line here. I'm gonna make this is some serious cowboy questions here. So here we go. You ready for this one, Eric?
I am. Tyler Hansbrough.
That's a good one too. All right, firework or dud? Cowboys college coaches.
Okay, I like this. There's certainly dud potential here, but as I see it right now, this is fireworks for me. I think the entire coaching staff, potentially outside of, again, the Eberflus thing to me is just like, I get it. He's got skins on the wall. He's been a head coach before, so I understand it, but it doesn't like really bring a ton of excitement. But when it comes to these college coaches, in particular Connor Riley on the offensive line, yes, this is, to me, outside-the-box thinking for Brian Schottenheimer, bringing in new ideas. College football is always sort of a half step ahead of the NFL when it comes to innovation, especially on offense. So when you bring in an offensive line coach like that and the wide receivers coach from Oregon, this is something here that this is bringing to me fireworks at the moment. And so I'm looking forward to it. I was worried. Part of the reason why I thought the Schottenheimer hire initially was like a dud is because I know what his offenses have been.
Sure.
And most coaches just sort of do what they do. But he's flipped that on its ear. His vision looks a lot like a guy who's trying to innovate and be more forward-thinking, and going into the college world, I think, is a nice step in the right direction.
I'm going to say this is a firework, too, because I like the fact that it is outside-the-box thinking. I do worry a little bit about maybe some game day inexperience there of maybe how things need to be navigated. But I think overall, give me different ideas. Give me ideas, again, from the college side of football, especially offensively, where we've seen teams move the ball with great success, whether it's running, throwing it. And those ideas are a little bit maybe different, or maybe they're a little bit more forward thinking as opposed to what we've, if he could have gone out and got a guy that got fired by the Buccaneers and another guy got fired by the Bears, that kind of thing.
Yeah, just the retread.
Yeah. I'm just give me I'm saying fireworks on this one. Cowboys off season. Was it fireworks or was it
a dud? I'm going to say fireworks here. Now, these aren't like the big, extravagant Kaboom Town type fireworks.
These are sparklers.
It may be a step up on sparklers, but somewhere between sparkler and Kaboom Town.
Black cats kind of a thing.
Yeah, which I have had one of those blow up between my thumb and my index finger, and you just feel like you got flashbanged in like Call of Duty. Your ears are ringing and just everything's disorienting for a moment.
And you're looking down to see if you still got all the
yeah,
fingers.
it's like, did I get JPP'd on this one?
Yeah.
Fortunately, I didn't. That's the last time I lit a black cat. I'm gonna lean more fireworks here, and a lot of it does start with the coaching staff for all the reasons we just mentioned. I'm looking forward to what this offense is going to be. Certainly going to be different from what we've become accustomed to for literally like 15 years here offensively. So I'm excited about that, and of course the Pickens, the Pickens move is going to bring some serious excitement. The Tyler Booker stuff, like solidifying the offensive line, to me was big. A couple of the, not every move they made was huge, but they just made more moves than what we're used to. I didn't love every single one of them, like Kenneth Murray, for instance, but by and large, they were a little bit more aggressive than they usually are when it comes to the player acquisition, doing some trading and stuff like that. And again, the coaching staff has me excited, especially offensively. So that's a firework for me.
I think 2 years ago it was a big dud. Huge dud. A huge dud. I think there's some reason to think there's some fireworks to this thing. And I think that you're absolutely right. The coaching staff, the new head coach, the Pickens thing. Now, without the Pickens, is there a chance to be a dud?
It would. The coaching staff, for me, would be doing a lot of heavy lifting here with this being a firework if there wasn't the George Pickens thing. The George Pickens thing really cements it as more firework than dud.
Okay. In the game now, fireworks or dud. Dak coming off injury. Fireworks or dud?
I mean, that just in a nutshell has to be a dud. Now, when you factor in all the, if it was still just running it back, McCarthy, same old, then it would be a super dud. With the new plan offensively and the George Pickens acquisition, now you've got some things to help Dak in a way that they really haven't in a long time. But it's hard to say anything other than dud when you consider the way he played before the injury in the first 7 games, and then it's another pretty catastrophic lower extremity injury. So certainly has firework potential, but at the moment, I think I have to go dud.
Yeah, the thing about it, I think there's the possibility. From what I'm being told and what I've seen occasionally, to be able to kind of walk by and watch him work, it's got a lot of firework vibe to it.
It's passing the eye test.
It's passing the eye test.
I mean, he looks like a lean, mean machine. Every picture, he's shirtless, throwing to guys. It's like he's looking the part for sure. And the offensive line bolstered. I mean, definitely got firework potential.
Yeah, I would like say I was told, and you're right about the pictures and things like that. I just was told, I'm like, listen, expect the absolute best from this guy. Expect, because the way he attacks everything is top shelf.
Chip on the shoulder, something to prove, redemption. I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely like all those things, especially when it comes to Dak and the type of dude that he is.
Sure.
So let's go. He's going to go and prove me wrong, but right now I'm going to go dud.
You're going to go dud. Okay. You mentioned this one earlier. Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, that to me is a little bit more of a dud. Just based on the way that and maybe he's got a little Dan Quinn in him where he's like, hey, I've done one thing for a long time in the league, but now I'm going to maybe reinvent myself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But traditionally, he's kind of just let the guys go play, and I'm not really doing anything super exotic to assist in my guys making plays. If he's got really good players, the really good players will make plays. But I don't see him doing a ton on the back end that's confusing quarterbacks, and he's not doing a ton when it comes to manufacturing pressure with blitzes and that sort of thing, keeping quarterbacks off balance. The run defense has been a question mark at times in his past, and we know that's a huge, probably the biggest question about the Cowboys right now. Can they stop the run at all? So I go dud on that.
What if Mike Zimmer would have returned?
I would have preferred that. Especially
would that have been a firework for you?
That would have leaned much more firework than dud. That would have been maybe a bit of a sparkler because they had a lot of issues last year, but they started to get things together. Sure. And especially when you see the way they played Jaden Daniels, when no defense could really figure him out at all.
Figured him out at all.
Zimmer was able to do that, and he's a guy that he created the most unblocked pressures for Micah Parsons in his entire career.
Yeah, sure did.
In a sport where everyone's trying to, hey, where's Micah? Identify where he's at. Don't let him ruin this game. You had Mike Zimmer finding ways to free him up and go unblocked. And that's a unique skill that I don't know that Eberflus possesses.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So let's to recap. You had two duds. That'd be injury Dak coming off injury. Matt Eberflus was a dud.
Mm-hmm.
College coaches was a firework, and Cowboys offseason was a firework. So you had two duds, two fireworks out of the four questions.
We say fair on that?
Fair on that.
I love it. How about this? Tua Tagovailoa.
Is it Tagovailoa?
It is. That's how you pronounce it. Yes. 856 and knows ball. That's fantastic. Madison Bumgardner.
I'm kind of thinking this thing is going to end here in an hour.
Sidney Crosby.
Wait,
okay,
what?
Whoa.
Sydney!
Sidney Crosby.
It takes a second for some of these.
Okay.
And we haven't even gotten to the dicks yet. So, I mean, that'll take us into the 6 o'clock hour, no problem. Calvin Watkins talking Cowboys, Dallas Morning News. Maybe we play a little firework or dud. Let's do a little firework or dud with Calvin.
There you go.
Next in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can feel it.
On 105.3 The Fan or on our...
Okay, in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, set to join us here in the G-Bag Nation in just a moment. We will be doing Ask Broadus coming up in 15 minutes, so if you have any questions for Broadus, you can go ahead and text those in, 877-881-1053. It is a Thursday that feels like a Friday. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock? Go ahead and set the reminder. We are under an hour from a Thursday edition of What You Drinking, What You Thinking. But right now, it's time to go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our good buddy, Calvin Watkins. Talk some Cowboys from the Dallas Morning News. Calvin, happy 4th, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Happy 4th.
Yes, sir. We're doing well. We're doing well. You got some plans. I'm imagining some stogies and maybe some fireworks for Calvin.
You can't use fireworks within city limits. You know that. I mean, that's illegal. Come on, man. Try to get me in trouble.
Wow. Yeah, I was pulling a fast one on you.
Okay, we asked you about the cigar, Calvin. Where are you going to smoke a cigar? And where is the best place and time to smoke a cigar?
I'm about to smoke a cigar right now. But there's never a bad time to smoke a cigar. I usually smoke up here in Frisco and Plano area. I might go to Addison, smoke a couple of sticks. I like going to Cigar Arts down in the Bishop Arts District. So, I bounce around,
Is there a certain time? I mean, I'm going to get to some cowboy questions here, but is there certain a certain time, like a birthday party, a wedding, an anniversary, after a game? When's the best time for Calvin Watkins to smoke? I know you smoke them all the time. You and George Burns, the old actor, probably smoke a lot of cigars together. But when's the best? We had this discussion when the best time, because Lucius Alexander, who works with us here, he's a cigar guy aficionado. So
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Where are we talking about smoking when the best situation?
I like smoking a good cigar after something major happens. So like when my son got a Division I scholarship, I lit one up. If I get a raise, I'll light one up. If someone's getting married or even divorced, light one up. Somebody might be happy for those types of things.
Gotcha.
I've been married 3 times, so I know all about it. So, you get a new car, light one up. I was playing golf with my son, and we was at Sherrill Park, and he was kicking my tail, and I was smoking a cigar, threw it in the water. So, and any time a major event happens, you should always smoke a good cigar. And my grandmother taught me a long time ago, always have a bottle of champagne in the house.
Oh.
Because you might be celebrating something.
Gotcha. There you go. What are the Cowboys going to be celebrating? Is there any reason for them to celebrate going into training camp? Anything?
They should celebrate that they got a new coach, Brian Schottenheimer, and Dak Prescott's going to be healthy. CeeDee Lamb is going to be in camp, and you don't have to worry about his money. They have for the first time in a year, they will have a first-round pick that will be able to play with the first-team offense. And that guy name is Tyler Booker. Last year, Tyler Guyton was not on the first-team offense when training camp started. It was Chuma Udoga. So there are some positive things to think about. Obviously, it's going to be beautiful weather out there in Oxnard, California. We believe in the 80s in comparison to 98 degrees here in Texas. But those are some good things.
I love it. Calvin Watkins with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Which one of the new assistant coaches do you think will make the biggest positive impact this season?
Matt Eberflus. I think last year, and there's nothing against Mike Zimmer because he's a good guy, but Mike Zimmer was not here. His mind was on a whole lot on a bunch of other things. He even admitted he didn't have the bite that he normally would have. So they didn't have a defensive coordinator that was fully vested in the Dallas Cowboys. They have one now, Matt Eberflus. And I think Matt Eberflus wants to be a head coach again at some point, and he's going to make sure he implements his defense and get the best out of some of these defensive players, because I don't think Mike Zimmer did last year. And as I said, I like Mike Zimmer as a guy, as a football guy, but last year he was not the old Mike Zimmer, and it showed on the football field.
Calvin, you mentioned about with Mike, though, and you really believe that it was it the first half of the season or the whole season? Did Mike kind of come back around? Did he get it going the second half? Because the team played better, but why would he not be locked in the first half, you think?
I think he liked some of the things that Dan Quinn had implemented, and he didn't want to change too much of that.
Sure.
And he admitted, you know what, I should have said, Dan Quinn's in D.C.
Yeah.
I'm here. Let me run my stuff. And you're right. Once he realized that, I got to implement my stuff. I got to get on guys' tails a little bit more. They start playing a lot better. Yeah. Now, he has some health issues. He lost Sam Williams. He lost Micah Parsons. He lost didn't have Deron Bland for about 7-8 weeks. He lost Marcus Lawrence. So, he has some health issues that were going against him. But implement your scheme. That's why they hired you. And obviously, in the first half of the year, it was not the Mike Zimmer that we all know and love.
Yeah.
Calvin, I think one of the toughest questions to answer right now is who is going to lead this team in rushing yards. I mean, do you have any, if you had to guess one guy, do you have a name that you're any confident in?
Devontae Williams. He's going to be the starter. He's going to share the duties with Miles Sanders. So I would say Williams is the leader right now in the clubhouse. But at some point throughout the course of the year, maybe Miles Sanders might surpass him. But for the sake of this exercise, I'm going to say Mr. Williams will be the leading rusher for the Dallas Cowboys in 2025.
Did you get any positive thoughts from the Jaden Blue stuff? I mean, I know it's early for him, but we're all pretty excited about the potential there. How much of an impact do you see him having, especially early on?
If they use him, those of us who've been around this team a long time have heard, well, we want to use Kevontae Turpin a lot more. Oh, we're going to use Deuce Vaughn a lot more. And we don't see it. So they want to use Blue a lot more. Ryan Schottenheimer says, hey, look, I want to throw the ball to my running backs, the wheel routes, on them up in the slot, all those kinds of things. So I'll see it when I believe it. He's got a lot of speed. I am concerned about the fumbles because he fumbled a lot at Texas. That does not go away in the pros. His hand size is his hand size, right? And these coordinators are smart. They're going to try to strip him of the football. So until he can solve that problem, then that concerns me. So we'll see what happens when we get to Philly in week 1.
Hey, Calvin, I'm under the belief, and maybe this is the stupid scout in me, that I believe there's actually going to be a competition at left tackle for that spot. That I think that Awesome Richards is going to show people that he's ready to play. And not to say that, because people accuse me of not liking Guyton, and that's not true. But I want to believe as a scout that a new coaching staff will consider all possibilities there. But there's people telling me it ain't going to happen. That that Guyton is going to have to just fail miserably before somebody replaces him. Are you with those people, or are you thinking that maybe there's going to be somebody else at left tackle?
They like Hakeem Richards. They really do. But it is very telling that Mr. Guyton was not with the first-team offense as a rookie last year.
Yeah.
And it was awfully telling that the previous coaching staff, meaning Mike McCarthy's staff, didn't believe that Guyton was tough enough, right? So to answer your question, I think, it's going to take a lot for him to lose his gig at left tackle. I like Richards. I think he's going to be the swing tackle, even though they got some vets on the O-line as well. But it's going to have to be a lot, because if he doesn't start or if he loses his job at some point during the season to Richards, then that's an indictment of what they did in the draft 2 years ago, right?
Right.
So that's saying that you messed that up. You missed that one. So we'll see what happens.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Dak's health, do you feel like that's something that he's going to be overcoming and he will get back to form?
Yeah, I think so. He gets hurt every other year, so this is the year he's not going to get hurt, right? So he'll be good, and he was moving around really good in the OTAs and during the veteran minicamp. He's picked up a little weight, meaning in his legs, so he wants to get that stronger. He looks good. Dak always comes in shape. He just has these injuries, the ankle, and I think it was the thumb, and then obviously last year the hammy. So he calls it freak things, but as you get a little older, it takes a while for that body to recover, right? So, but I think he's going to be fine. And I like Dak. I think he's one of the, not the top, but he's in the top 10, top 15 quarterbacks in the league, and that's not a bad thing. He just needs to push his team to another level. That's the question I think that everyone is wondering, can he ever do that? But from a health perspective, he looks great.
Okay, we have a July 4th inspired game for you here. Broadus has some questions. What are we calling this, Broadus?
Fireworks or dud?
Fireworks or dud, Cowboys edition. Calvin Watkins in the hot seat. Go ahead and fire him off there, Broadus.
Calvin, I'm going to give you like a phrase, a name or something. You tell me pertaining to Cowboys, this is a firework or a dud, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. College coaches on offense.
In the NFL?
For the Cowboys.
Oh, for the Cowboys.
This is all Cowboys pertained questions. College coaches.
Dud.
Now you got to explain why you think it's a dud.
I just think it's a different game up here. The players, you have to talk to them differently. The pressures get to them. I don't like it.
Okay.
I like pro guys coaching pro ball.
Okay. So you're thinking that this is a mistake that Schottenheimer made by hiring these college coaches?
And for some of them, yes. Some
Okay.
of them, yes.
Okay, so you're saying dud. Okay.
Dud. Yes, sir.
Cowboys off season.
Dud.
Okay, 2 years ago, dud. But okay, why a dud today?
I don't know who your starting running back is, even though I said Williams is going to lead the team in rushing. I don't like the corners that they got in Elam and in the trade. Not happy with the linebackers that they got in the offseason. Thomas might be past his prime for the D-line. Yes, the George Pickens thing was a very nice move, a good trade. But when Mike Tomlin gives up on you, that says a lot about you. So, a dud.
So, Calvin, overall, you kind of feel like that this season might be a dud then overall then, right? You sound very – is there any firework that you – because I know you asked – I think you would say fireworks because I asked Eric the question about Dak's coming off injury. He said that's a firework. You felt like that he's going to be okay for that. He's going to be ready for that, right?
Yes, sir. That's a firework for me. Yeah, I think Dak is fine. I like Dak and CD. I like them together as a tandem. Yeah, I do.
Okay. And Matt Eberflus, we talked about. Eric thought that was a dud, and you seem to feel like that it's a fireworks.
Yeah. Based on what they had. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think fireworks. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. The win-loss right now, over-under for the Cowboys 7.5. Does that feel pretty right to you?
Yeah, they'll get more than that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they'll win more than 7 games.
Go get that 8. Hit that over. Smoke a stogie.
I had them winning 9 games. I haven't won in 9 games.
Okay. All right.
But that's not enough. That's not enough to get you in the tournament.
No,
definitely
so.
not.
No,
definitely not. But hey, Calvin, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for taking some time. Enjoy the holiday weekend. We'll see you out in Oxnard very soon.
Oh, it'd be great to see you guys. Have a great weekend.
Can't wait. Same to you. There he goes, Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, right here in the G-Bag Nation. I like that. He's got a totally different perspective than what I had on some of those fireworks or duds.
That's that hardened beat writer guy, that's out there every single day, and it's just like, no.
Yeah, he's in the thick of it.
I'll tell you the thing about Calvin. He's extremely honest about. I was surprised about the college coaches thing, though, but he is.
I get what he's saying. I absolutely get what he's saying.
Oh no, I totally that the learning curve might be a little more difficult for them.
Yeah,
but I like the ideas that they could bring. And Calvin was like, no, hell no. Pro coaches coach pro players.
Yeah. He's on it, man. Calvin's the man. Looking forward to getting out to Oxnard. That's going to be a good time hanging out with him, and probably have to get a little cigar action.
Him
at the Rudder Room.
Yeah, him and Clarence Hill are cigar guys at the Rudder Room for sure.
Big time. Okay, how about this one? Joe Theismann.
Joe Theismann is good.
Edward O'Hare.
Wait. What does Edward O'Hare do?
Hair?
But who is Edward O'Hare?
Oh, I guess that's a good question.
Like, are we just making
I got to confirm. That's fair. We got to confirm that he's a sportsman. Edward O'Hare.
I've never heard, and I O'Hare. I've heard of Sean O'Hare, the pro golfer, but I've never heard of Edward O'Hare.
I'm seeing American Naval Aviator of the United States Navy.
Yeah.
I mean,
did he play football?
Flying airplanes is a sport.
Did he play football at the Naval Academy like in the 40s, flying airplanes?
I'm glad you stopped me before I gave the ding on that one.
I think there needs to be a little bit more of a judgmental thing when, I don't know, I'm old, so I got to feel like I know the name. There's a lot of names I don't know, but Edward O'Hare was not one of my. I could chat GPT that thing and see what we got.
How about this one? Doug Fister.
Doug Fister was, yes. Doug Fister, yes.
All right, now we're going to put Broadus on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Ask Broadus anything at 877-881-1053. What you drinking, what you thinking on a Thursday that feels like a Friday at 5 o'clock. ABA, next in the nation.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation.
Your Leggett.
Like Leggett. Xavier Leggett.
Leg. Yeah.
It spells leg, but doesn't really pronounce
Leggett.
leg. So maybe
I'm saying no.
We will go.
No.
We will go no,
No.
on that.
No.
Yeah, we got to have some type of
Rules.
good rules
balance.
and arbiters up in here. Okay, Rafael Palmeiro.
Yes.
Yeah, Palmeiro.
Good call. Good call. Dean Palmer. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lance Armstrong.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead. Getting it done, Tolos. Thank you. 877-881-1053.
This thing might actually go till 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, man. We're basically we're at the halftime. At the halftime.
We're at the halftime, yeah.
So let's see if we can keep this thing going for 2 more quarters. We have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up at the top of the hour, 877-881-1053. But right now it is time for a holiday staple here in the G-Bag Nation, a little ABA, Ask Broadus Anything. He has to answer. He has to answer honestly. He's answered some really tough questions in the past.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gotten very vulnerable. So this can be in or out of sports, of course. So please let us know here on the text, 877-881-1053.
You didn't tell me when we were doing this yesterday, you're like, hey, man, we're going to do Last Broadus, but then you throw in that caveat like,
just want to make sure
all right, yeah, we're good.
that they know that they can literally
There are
ask
going to be some crazy-ass
whatever-
questions. Get ready.
whatever
Yeah.
they want. Segment here in the nation brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you have been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. And now we tee it up. Okay, let's go ahead and jump in here. Couple people want to know if you got the short end of the stick when it comes to PTO days or vacation, because you are always in the saddle and at the mic.
No,
And
I just, you know what? I'm not going to lie.
you punt on PTO every year. You
Yeah.
just turn them in. Hey, I had there was 6 or 7 days.
Mhm.
You give them back to the bosses.
Yeah. I'm going to take a couple of days though before I go to camp on the 21st.
Okay.
So like I was supposed to work the day of the 21st, which is that Monday, and I'm flying out Monday night. Nope. Going to take that day off. Going to take the Friday off before that. So I'm going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then the next time you'll hear my voice will be the 22nd from Oxnard, California, from the tennis courts. So next time you'll hear my voice.
All right.
Once we do that.
I love that. Yeah, you
But
need
no,
that.
I am super
Rest the body before the rigors of training camp.
I'm super competitive, and we compete for ratings here.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that I need to kind of do my part
Respect on that.
to help everybody else. Yeah.
We do got to have those ratings be up and up.
Yep.
Your presence is a huge factor. 214 Broadus. Any good char grilled oysters in DFW? We got to go Fuego Rapido on these. Okay.
Oh, man.
Char grilled oysters in DFW.
The Acme is that's one in New Orleans. What's my guy's name? Oh, somebody please. Bo Bellamy and his brothers have there's an oyster
Bill
house.
Bellamy.
Bill. Bill's back in the day from MTV, right? Wasn't he on always the spring break stuff?
Yeah, Mr. Booty Call.
Yeah, Bill. But
Definitely an oyster guy.
But Bo Bellamy and his brothers have, and they have the oyster house here in town. I need to look at it. I haven't been there yet. But you know what? Yeah, the thing about making your own oysters, though, or doing your own charbroiled oysters, though, it's the hardest part is actually shucking the oysters. You know, getting those things opened up because you don't want to injure yourself. You don't want to make sure you have an oyster knife and all that stuff. But man, you can make some really, really good ones with the Parmesan cheese and the spinach. You can make them like I do them in oyster Bienville or Rockefeller. Like I say, the cheese, the bacon. You can get some seriously good flavored doing that yourself. The hardest part is opening up those oysters. You know, cleaning them up, open them. Any cracked shells, they're bad. Don't use the cracked shelled ones. But yeah, try and make your own, man. It's not hard. The hardest part is opening the oysters.
903 Broadus. Was your teammate Sammy Martin a good teammate at
he was
LSU?
Excellent teammate. Sammy Martin, Brother Martin High School there, I believe. Sammy was one of those guys. He had really thin hair. Sammy was a guy that was super elusive in the open field. He was a track guy, and he could literally, like, his body would be going one way and his legs the other. He had that kind of ability to run, and you hand him the ball. He was probably 165, 168 pounds. Wasn't big at all. But
he had wheels.
But he was so elusive with the ball in his hands.
Dawson might say wiggly.
Very wiggly as a player. Yeah, we're number 23 at LSU. Whoever texts that in, thank you for doing that. Sammy's a damn good dude.
Let's see here. We have the 214. How would you recommend someone getting into scouting for a living?
Yeah, it's hard. It really is. You don't. There's nothing I did in school to do it. I got involved with recruiting. I was in coaching and then went into recruiting and then got a job with the World League. And a guy told me, he said, listen, I'm going to get you a job. You should be in the NFL doing this. I said, man, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. And sure enough, I got a job. I got fortunate. I got recommended. These jobs open and close so fast. So fast. When you think there's one open, it's already closed. And a lot of it is by kind of word of mouth. They got people already hired. I would recommend, like I say, getting into recruiting if you're young enough and you get into working with a college program.
Yeah, climb it that way.
I got to meet when I was at LSU, I got to meet a lot of scouts would come through and I would meet with them and talk about our players and then provide the film and all that. So I was the liaison between the NFL scouts and our program. Got to know a lot of guys that way, but it was really going to work at NFL Europe that got me the job that I was able to do. Because there was nothing I studied in school or anything. I was going to be a college recruiter. That's how I was working. 1989, 1990, I was at Texas A&M and then went to work at the World League. I was prepared to stay in recruiting, once I was working that first year with RC Slocum.
All right, don't let these guys in the 559 draw you off sides, but Broadus, why don't you interact with fans more at remotes? You have a don't bother me vibe.
I do.
You're honest about that.
I do. And, like I said, I feel like that I know that you and Zach do a tremendous job when people, like we're at baseball games and stuff, and I see it. It's not the don't bother me vibe. I don't want to get into a conversation that I can't get out of. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to interact with me, and this is going to sound terrible, some people take it too far. Some people take it way, way, way too far. I could get 1 or 2 questions. I can't get 7 questions, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I put off that vibe because I don't want to disappoint somebody. I would rather you be disappointed in me not talking to you than me having to say, hey, listen, I got to go, and make you feel like trash for asking me like the 7th question about something. So, yeah, I don't mean to put that vibe off, but I do it just so I don't have to like disappoint you by saying, listen, I can't answer your 7th question here. Because a lot of you do. A lot of you will ask 7 questions, and good for you for doing that.
Lisa Lightfoot. She was a trackster.
Lisa Lightfoot.
Got that one confirmed.
Okay.
Shout out to Gail Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out about the Gordon Lightfoot.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Gordon Lightfoot.
All the Lightfoots out there, or the light
from
feet.
The Chickawas down to the big game they call Gitchagumi.
Broadus, somebody wants to know if they could get with your Crown Media business and do a fantasy football show for your new company.
You know what? I've got some fantasy football people in mind for this thing.
Nice, dude.
But like I said, I'm working on all my sponsorships and stuff like that. We maybe will have an opportunity another time, but I got some guys that I know that I'm not a fantasy football player myself, but I've got people in mind that are really good at it, and I want to make sure that I have the right people doing that. Appreciate the offer, though.
469, what is your greatest fantasy?
My greatest fantasy, man. You know what? I lost my marriage because of the Super Bowl.
Sounds bittersweet.
I did. I told you my first wife. When she signed the divorce papers, she signed the papers and she looks at me and goes, "Now go win the effing Super Bowl," and I did later that year.
Man of your word.
Yeah, that was my sports fantasy. I would say that would be the one that I had.
Winning the Super Bowl.
Winning the Super Bowl was because that's what I set out to do.
What about now? Now in your world?
Crown Global Media.
Get that thing off the ground.
I want that thing
into the stratosphere.
I want that thing to be where it is, where the folks are just consuming it in a way that is just that gets. I'm really interested in trying to get people, like I say, my whole thing with the draft show when we started that was to investigate and educate. Crown Global Media for me is the same way. That just to go out there and just make sure that people that consume our stuff, that's my fantasy for that. I'm sure they meant something else, but I answered it a different way.
It's a great fan. They didn't specify.
They did not.
It was just a general fantasy.
It was just a general fantasy.
Broadish, you make in the 817. Broadish, you make a lot of OnlyFans jokes. How many are you actually subscribed to?
One. Yeah.
Just one.
Just one.
That very special someone.
Yes, that very special one. Yeah.
Well, you're a foot guy.
Yeah. No, you got me wrong. Rear guy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's your okay. Yeah, let's do the power rankings here.
Yeah, just the
so
rear.
you're a tush guy first and foremost.
First and foremost, yeah, sure.
And then you're a heart and soul guy, right? Personality guy.
Oh yeah, no. If you're, I would be a smile guy.
Ooh,
smile guy. Yeah.
Teeth.
Yeah. Yeah. Fit. Be fit.
903. Broadish, your dream job as a GM. If you could GM any team in the NFL, would it be the Cowboys?
Yeah, it'd absolutely been the Cowboys because I grew up here. This would have been, the one that I really would love to have done. I'd love to have done the Raiders. I'd love to have been the GM for the Raiders. If I would have stayed in Green Bay instead of moving on to Philadelphia, I would have never got the opportunity to run that draft. But every one of those guys I worked with in Green Bay got a general manager's job. And so it kind of is a little bit of a bittersweet thing. I'm glad I got the opportunity in Philly, but I probably should have stayed and just wrote it out in Green Bay until the right one came along.
817, who's the most annoying team member on the show? Not at the station, but on the show. Obviously, it's going to be Mir Wolchuk, probably more often than not. You can go ahead and give me my credit.
No, I think that there's times where like you will do things that I'll tell you what's interesting about you. You will fight. Like when it comes time to fight about something, you've made me more mad.
That's true.
Like you will, like I've stood up before and just MF'd you, and it's got on the camera, right?
Yes,
hasn't it?
Yeah,
like,
that rolled into the commercial break. That was all time fan cam footage, I would say.
Yeah, I've yelled at Wolchuk before, but I've never like I've yelled at you before.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're a difficult guy to fight with because you're very quick to come back with stuff. You bring up some very good points, and you kind of draw people into like, whoa, wait a minute, what did he just say kind of mode? And then, yeah. But I fought with you more. I fought with Dawson before.
You fought with all of us. I feel like you fought with maybe Wolchuk the most or Dawson the most.
I fought with Dawson before. There's been times,
quite a bit.
When I was working just part-time, like Dawson would say things and I would just go off on him and then he would be like, okay, we're not having you back anymore. Or we'd have to text each other like, hey, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to cross the line. Did I cross? I'm like, no, man, I'm sorry. It's, that kind of thing. But I fought with Dawson quite a bit.
I do love your ability to squash. Like you fight and then next segment, it's over.
No, there was a time, and I tell you a story. There was one time where Mickey and I went at it, and I told Rob Phillips to shut the F up because he was trying to break the fight up. And then Mickey and I went right back into doing broadcasting stuff. You can
close the book immediately.
Yeah, I think that comes from sitting in draft rooms, because there's a lot of times you get challenged on things, and you got to be able to put it aside and move on.
Yeah, that's a great skill set that you have. Okay, we got a lot more texts coming in. We will carry this over. Ask Broadus anything. 20 minutes away from what you drinking, what you thinking, plus some sports. Fred Davis in the building. We got 4 hours of Fan After Dark tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Think Fred might mix it up in the 6 o'clock hour with us as well, and we're back in the nation.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place.
sounds lower fee product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Security.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
No Cowboys offseason here at the Fan. Our insiders are at the start daily, grinding to bring you the latest Cowboys news. When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tommy Neck. All right, we continue. Ask Broadus anything here. Broadus, somebody wants to know, by the way, what you drinking, what you thinking in 12 minutes. So dial it up on the phone lines, 877-881-1053, as Broadus is making fun of someone on television right now.
I'm just saying that Dominic Foxworthy, he looks like he's working with the basement guy.
He's
somebody always talks, oh, you're like a guy in the basement. He's working with a guy in the basement today.
Yeah, he does his...
Who is he working with?
The Dominique Foxworth Show. He hosts it with a young-looking guy, probably in his 20s, and it's a podcast that airs on ESPN. And
he's on ESPN. I give him credit, but it kind of like when they say, oh, you're working with the guy in the...
He looks like he's in his mom's basement right now, just giving sports takes.
I bet you they're good sports takes. He's trying to tell us why... he might be a WNBA expert because every one of the questions seem to be like
WNBA related.
WNBA related.
This guy has not seen the sun in months. That's clear. He's just watching sports.
He looks like a British rock band guy
putting numbers together. He does.
Like he'd be on The Cure.
All right. Somebody wants to know in the 480 from Louisiana. Love to fish.
Yeah.
Saltwater or freshwater fishing? What's your favorite?
Mainly freshwater fish, and when the only time that I ever got to saltwater fish was when I was working on a platform out in the Gulf of Mexico. That was the only time, and that's when we were catching redfish off the platform. I was 100 foot off the water, and we'd go down the stairs and go down to fish, and they'd be like those redfish, triggerfish, all those fish down there. But man, the redfish around those platforms is so good. And but yeah, I mainly my fishing's done. I don't go to many lakes. When I fish at Echo Lake in Brownsboro, and that's kind of where I go. I know the lake. I know where certain things are, like where certain creeks are, where trees are, where things are, kind of, you can fish around and know where to throw things. So that's, if you took me out to another lake and asked me to fish, it might be a little bit more difficult for me because I'm so used to fishing at that one lake.
Lewis Lips,
Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day.
Ron Tugnut,
pitcher. No, goalie. He was a goalie. He was a hockey. I was thinking of Tug McGraw. Ron Tugnut was a hockey goalie.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
He absolutely is and was and forever will be. Okay, 877-881-1053. Ask Broadus anything. Best gumbo in Dallas. This guy's a Nate's guy, but is there another place?
Well, I like Nate's. I think Nate's has got they got the seafood and they got the Creole. They've got two different styles. Shell Shack we are at Shell Shack next week, right?
Yes, we are next Wednesday.
Shell Shack does a really nice
off Henderson
job
here in Dallas.
I tell you what, it's kind of hard for me to. When I know I can make gumbo, it's kind of hard for me to go out and get gumbo, but I do like Nate's. I'm a big fan of Nate's overall. If I was to take people, if I couldn't take them to Shell Shack, I'd take them over to Nate's.
325 just turned on ESPN2 to see what we were talking about, and I think we nailed the description here of this gentleman.
Yeah.
Mom's Basement Sports Takes.
I think the guy probably knows his S, but he looks like, again, he looks like a kind of like he played in a band. Like he's
214. Who has the worst sports takes at the station?
Choppy.
It's funny that you say that because he said, "And why is it Choppy?"
Yeah, Choppy. Choppy has the worst sports take. But Choppy. It's funny. Choppy will have a sports take, and then you can kind of talk him out of the sports take. You know? Like Sean will challenge him. Bobby will challenge you now. Bobby knows like he's got like useless facts and figures and that brain of his.
It's been Bobby versus Chop on a couple of things this week.
Yeah.
Where they're like screaming at each other.
Yeah.
It was Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
I think it was Jacob deGrom. Lot of screaming matches in the morning show this
Sean's
week.
like, yeah, you need to scream more. Scream at each other. Yeah, it's good for ratings.
It's good.
It's good for ratings.
Broadus, what's your favorite thing to do in Oxnard when you're not watching practice?
I'll tell you what, man, we have a lot of fun at the Rudder Room.
It's hard to beat.
It's hard to beat. Like we will generally, as a crew, we'll go out and have some dinner. We like to go to Spencer McKenzie's, get some fish tacos, things like that, get the burrito, right? Kind of thing. And then we head on over, and you can kind of find the who's who of covering the Dallas Cowboys at the Rudder Room. The people there are super nice. Make sure you bring cash. It's a cash-only
It is
place.
cash only.
If you show up, make sure you got some cash on you. They do have an ATM machine in the building. But it's just the owner. Everybody loves to see us all show up. And if you go out there and you're kind of hanging out, make sure you bring like a hoodie or a jacket, because on the beach at night it gets a little chilly. Little chilly.
Without question.
Yeah.
Gotta pack a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. We have Broadus, who's the next DFW team that will win a title. Next title in DFW goes to which team?
Probably the Stars, right? I mean, with the coaching change, that might have taken them back a couple of years. I kind of feel like they're a team that's built to be if they catch some breaks. You think you're not thinking the Mavs, are you?
No, I mean, if Cooper Flagg meets the expectations, then
you
have a real shot. But that's probably starting like a half decade from now.
I just kind of feel like the Stars are. I felt like maybe the last couple of years they positioned themselves to do this, and they haven't followed through. Excuse me. I still think I think the Cowboys are probably the furthest away.
And Broadus, what is your go-to Whataburger order? We've actually gotten a couple of those texts in.
I'm a fan of the number one with cheese.
Just basic Whataburger.
Yeah, with cheese.
Tried and true.
I understand the folks that like the various things that you can, like the patty melts and all those other things. But I'll tell you what, my man Travis Hill and the Dallas Whataburger stores, they do a great job of taking that number one for me and putting cheese on it, and it tastes great every single time.
Broadus, will your Crown Media podcast network have any motorsports?
I'm hoping that, like I said, as I grow, that I can.
It's going to start out.
It's just going to start out
football.
Really football related. It's going to start out NFL, Cowboys, NFL, college football, and then the fantasy football stuff. I'd like to incorporate but it's really going to start out. I'm hopeful to launch this thing the 1st of September before the Cowboys season starts. I think we're on that progress right now, and I'm excited about that. Like I say, but I want to grow this thing. It's really all about sponsorships and stuff like that. It's about, I'm not quitting day jobs or anything like that. This is kind of something I want to do. But I mean, like I say, sponsorships take money to have more podcasts.
Okay, this one's pulling at the heartstrings a little bit. 903, Broadus. Do you think you'll ever find true love again?
Oh, I'm dating a gal right now that totally she's been through a football season with me and understands my goals of what I've been trying to do, and she understands the studio I want to do. I'm 61 years old. Michelle has been super, super great to me. It's been, I feel terrible right now because she's sick because I got sick, but she's been outstanding to me.
Okay, other than the day your son was born, if you could relive any day in your life, what would it be? I'm guessing Super Bowl. But I saw you at that Rangers championship parade.
Rangers championship parade was a blast.
That's all time.
I will say, when I got to LSU's won a couple of national championships in football that I was a part of. I mean, not working for the team, but being in the game. I love those. I would love to relive being 9 below 0 at Lambeau Field for that NFC championship game when we beat Carolina, because I had 8 of my buddies in town for that game, and they were all up in the stands.
Wow!
And so after the game, I gave them all like NFC championship hats, the locker room hats.
Yeah. You got it for them?
I grabbed 8 hats and just made a dash out the door and met them out in the parking lot, and we celebrated out in the parking lot at Lambeau Field while it was about 8 degrees, and it was just so much fun. It really, really was. That was a great time in my life.
Danny Woodhead. Nailed it. Okay, let's go ahead and get you into the 5 o'clock hour. Of course, we have the Expressway G-Bag of the Day with Lucius at 5:30 leading into LA Live. But coming up next, Let's go ahead and get you a little what you drinking, what you thinking. 877-881-1053. Next right here in the nation.
Plant your flags, Tolos.
This is your afternoon show.
The G-Bag Nation.
Right here on 105.3.
age of 50 or more, it was a great show. Anybody younger than 50 was probably going, what are these two old guys? We were talking about 1980s Dallas and stuff like that, you know, people that we knew. And, oh, you remember this guy? You remember that? You know, and Chris is such a wealth of knowledge. So, gosh, he is just incredible to work with.
Yeah, he's the man. He was texting me yesterday when we were talking about the Playmaker story. With the scissor stabbing in the neck of a teammate.
You didn't know that one, did
I did
you?
not know the story. CA apparently has all the deets.
He has all the details on that one.
He's going to spill some tea to us, hopefully, during crosstalk later.
Yeah, I asked somebody from the Cowboys who was there, a part of that, and I got the emoji face with the zipper mouth.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, a shout out to, if I could, before we get started with this, I'm drinking lemonade, by the way.
Okay, very good.
In my Whataburger cup.
I love that cup.
Yeah, I'm drinking some lemonade. I love it. And our guy Travis, who has all the Dallas stores for Whataburger.
Yes.
He says, okay, I'll send you some number ones next week, along with the new prickly pear lemonades that launched this week.
Dude, I got to wash down the chicken tenders last week with the prickly pear. I had the raspberry one and the lemonade one. They are unbelievably good.
Okay, those were on the table, right?
Yes.
That's what I was drinking, too. That right there is great.
Summer refresher for the ages.
Yeah, and I tell you, if you put a little maybe vodka in it or rum.
I was thinking like your transfusion situation.
Yeah, that right there would make a drink.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Great for summer.
But thanks, Travis. Appreciate you listening as always, and get you some Whataburger, folks. Get you number one with cheese.
Yeah.
What do you always go for? You're kind of a different. Like I said, I saw you take four, like a double meat one, and then add two more. Like you took two patties off another one.
Yeah.
To add it
Quad
on.
burger.
So you made the 4 patties and kind of got it all to work.
Yeah. I think my tried and true is just a run of the mill triple meat, triple cheese, meat and cheese only. But sometimes I'll make it a quad.
Little mustard on it.
I do like the mustard. Yeah. The patty melt. I've been going patty melt lately, and then just adding an extra patty.
That
perhaps.
Texas toast is no joke on the patty melt, right?
Undefeated, really is. Yeah. I'm drinking the nitro cold brew still, trying to get to that 7 o'clock, and I'm thinking about Red Panda. Dawson nailed it with the fractured wrist, but they're saying that she's gonna be back in time for next basketball season. The greatest halftime performer of all time, Red Panda. She's a little bit of an
older lady, right?
She is, yeah. We determined
55.
55.
Okay. Why are we still doing the Red Panda stuff? I guess it's a good gig, right?
Yes,
it's a good gig, but
it's highly entertaining.
But the fact that she fell, doesn't that kind of, if your family member's a little concerned for mom? Maybe grandma.
Yeah, I'm sure, but we see it in with athletes all the time, competitors all the time. Families are like, no, you got to be done. She ain't hanging them up. She's too impressive for that. She's got another.
You think she makes good scratch being the Red Panda on the 7 foot?
I'll do some research on that. Like, what's a halftime performer actually going to get for a run of the mill regular season game? But she's doing WNBA, she's doing NBA. I'm sure she's done some college basketball stuff as well.
Yeah.
So she's impressive. The phone lines are lit up, but first we go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius, drinking, thinking.
Yeah. Man, I've had a gallon of water today.
Prepping for the weekend.
I got most of this water done before I even left the house.
It's that time of year, man.
It's that time of year, bro.
I
got a gallon of water in today. I'm thinking I've been without my phone since last Thursday.
I sent you a text about lunch. I didn't hear back. I'm thinking your phone was probably gone.
What's the status here? What are we doing?
I'm supposed to wait for it to hit the mail or something like that.
Oh, tomorrow's the 4th of July. No mail tomorrow.
Exactly.
No mail.
And I just, I'm concerned that nobody else in my house is concerned except for me. I feel like if it was their phone, they'd be trying to look for it. Maybe there'd be a tracking number or something. You know what I mean? People would be checking it. Nobody concerned. Everybody's feet is up.
Oh, Lucy,
when I walk in the house.
phone?
You know what I'm saying? It's not even a hi daddy. It's nothing like that, fam. It's just
just on to the next, dude.
I made it. Oh my God.
Well, that is a long time without the phone.
It's a long time, yeah. It's getting annoying now. At first, I didn't care because it's just bad news out there, but now I can't do my job.
Yeah, that is tough. That is tough.
I can't hit the plug up, fam.
Oh my God.
I can't hit the plug up, bro. I don't want to knock on this door and be like, hey. Hey, can you come outside and talk to me real quick?
Show up unannounced. That's incredible. Yeah, we got to get that phone back for Lucius. Hopefully Monday, I guess, is like the earliest.
No. We're thinking today. I'm hoping today, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're showing up to the mailbox every day, just praying that it's there.
I sure am.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, those with the phone are on the phone line right now, 877-881-1053. The Thursday, the rare Thursday that feels like a Friday. What you drinking, what you thinking? We have a legend on line one, Rodeo. Ron, what you drinking?
I'm drinking that little bit of that Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper, and I'm thinking big butts. Pork, that is.
Oh.
But hey, last night, I was walking home, and I decided to take a shortcut past the cemetery. There was 3 little young ladies over there, and they were scared to death. They walked up to me, and they explained that they were really, really scared to walk past this cemetery. So I agreed to let them walk with me. As we were walking, I told them, I understand. I used to be scared, too, when I was alive. I've never seen anyone run so fast in my life. But, hey, y'all let freedom ring this weekend. Make sure you show up Monday morning with all your fingers and toes. And remember one thing, if you're not drinking that Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron, listening to that 105.3 The Fan, where the F you at, baby?
Let's go, Ron.
There you go, Ron.
He is he continues to impress, and we're all just praying for that guy. He's got the fastball working a little bit. He's still trying to get it back. I think it's tough to go from cold turkey back in the bag, but
he said a little bit of whiskey. I don't believe that. Just a little bit of Jim.
just a splash at the cemetery. Just a splash at the cemetery. Thank you, Ron. All right, line 2, Harrison.
Be well, Ron, man. Be safe, bro.
What you drinking, Harrison?
Be safe.
Hey, I'm drinking this water. What's going on, fellas?
How we doing, sir?
Hey, I called in, Lucius, the Friday before Father's Day, and I told y'all then about Cooper Flag.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the week I told them, while you was out, I think you was at a wedding.
Okay.
I told the fellas, I compared him to Grant Hill, and I said, if he maxed out, I said he'd be the baddest white boy to pick up a basketball in the NBA. Lucius, you remember that.
I do.
But you make sure you save it. Because, what's his name? Polo tried to comment on it, and Jason Kidd made a comment and compared him the same way. And I'm thinking this also. The Rangers, they hadn't matched the chemistry yet between the offense and the pitching. It's a matter of time. They doing good on defense, but the offense, they struggling. But they got to put it together, and they've been able to do it this year. Fellas, y'all have a good holiday, and God bless America.
Hey,
Amen.
God bless America.
Amen.
Appreciate you, Harrison. That's a dang good call. A couple of dang good takes. I think the Rangers' offense is starting to click a little bit. Feeling great about the pitching. Eovaldi, DeGrom, the bullpen. We're rocking and rolling, man. Let's go ahead and go into the All-Star break feeling great. Semien and Seager, the bat's coming alive. This is what we need. This is what we want. Chris, you're on line 3, man. What you drinking?
I'm sitting here sipping on a McDonald's Coke right now, the best Coke in all of fast food. And I'm thinking a couple of things. I got one kind of wax poetic, and then I got a little sports thing for you. The first thing I think right now in this country, as we're about to celebrate July 4th, we need to have some empathy so we can have some unity, so we can have some understanding, so we can have some power in this country. That's what I believe firmly. Take it as you will, whatever side you're on. And sports-wise, I'm really thinking that since the beginning, since the trade happened, I trusted the architect. I trusted Nico Harrison. We got lucky by getting number 1 pick, but everything happens for a reason, and I believe in what he has done so far. So why am I going to abandon ship just because I don't like one move? That's not fair to him as somebody who has done such a great job building that organization back up from where it was. See y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's that's measured. That's probably a little bit more fair than the rest of us. Right up until the Luka fiasco,
Nico Harrison was one of the most beloved front office members in all of DFW sports.
Learning curve was really small for him. Man.
Yes.
He came in and did a really fine job, built really good teams.
But we've also learned it wasn't just the Luka thing. The way that he's gone about treating a lot of special members, longtime legendary members in this organization has definitely rubbed some people the wrong way. I get what you're saying. Hopefully Nico can get back on the good run here of team building, because up until the Luka thing, he was pretty dang dialed. All right, we have another legend on line 4. It's Big Jim. Big Jim, what you drinking?
Well, it's not Friday, it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Not that any day of the week determined what I was drinking in the afternoon, so sipping on some whiskey. Yeah. I got a couple questions for you. We should have called this What You're Drinking and What Brought Us Thinking, so we could ask him some questions. But so I experienced 2 new things recently. One, went to the barber shop. Instead of trimming the hair in my ears, they pulled out some Q-tips and dipped it in some wax.
Yeah.
And that wax, man, my ears look like a baby's butt. You ever had that done, Broadus?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was even talking. Yeah. And wait till they do it. Wait till they do it in your nose. That's another one
you can't do it in your nose. You got to trim those because those nasal hairs keep the bad stuff out.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I went to one of my daughter took me. I've been a little bit dehydrated. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
My daughter took me to this little shop, and they hooked me up to an IV that was loaded down with electrolytes.
Yeah.
And had some B vitamins. You ever done that before?
No, I have not, but I've wished I could have done it after a night of drinking.
Brothers, you gotta hook yourself up. Two other things. I'd like to know, between the 3 of you, when the cameras are off and y'all hang out, who's your favorite team member? Who's the funnest team member to hang out with? Just being funny and having a good time. And then, two brothers, I seen your logo for your Crown Media, Global Media. You're going to have some hats available for us?
Oh, no, yeah, I'll make sure you get one. I'll make sure you get one, sir.
Merch.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, I can't look. Listen, you fellas, great job. Chief, you did a good job on the morning show when you was in there. You did. Chief, I tell you what, you have grown on me so much. I'm an admirer. You're a fine young man. Broadus, I love you. You're the best. I spend more time with you than anybody else because I watch everything you do. You and Jeff and Vach and all of you and everything at .com and Lucius. Boy, I just wish I could spend more time talking. I'd love to sit down with Lucius sometime and just take him out and buy him a steak or whatever. That's a good guy. I'm so thankful for you guys. I hope the Bully and Gavin have a good time. Appreciate you. Thanks for the joy this week and have a good 4th. Don't lose any fingers, anybody.
Yeah.
You got it, Big Jim. Thank you for the call.
I might be working with the 2 funnest people to answer his question.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
No, I'm serious about it. When it comes to just like every day, like something like a funny story or something you're not thinking of, and you just bring it up, and you're like, they're not serious, are they? And then you start cracking up. I think I'm working with Jim. I think I'm working with the 2 funniest ones.
Well, that's very kind. Jim's the man, and there's no question. There's no question. I mean, in terms of some of the hardest laughs that I've had over the last few years, brought us off the air. Has really brought me to tears on some of his rants, some of his stories, dude. Just 10 out of 10. It is a fantastic time. Jim, you're the man. We appreciate you very much. All right, Robert on line 5. Robert, what you drinking?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Robert.
I'm out working, so all I'm drinking is some water and Gatorade right now.
Keep after it.
Got my boys out here with me, Robbie J, Cole, and Lincoln Log.
Lincoln Log.
Right. Yeah, yes, sir. And then once we finish up here, I told them, you come out and work with me today, we'll get some firecrackers for y'all. So that's what we're thinking about, blowing some stuff up on the 4th of July.
There you go. Be safe.
And yes, sir, always. But other than that, man, I'm just Cooper Flag. I hope he fills in that spot in my heart that Luka took away. So that's what we're looking forward to this year, I guess. Hopefully he does something with the Mavs, and he'll be our new Dirk. We'll see about that, though.
Yep.
Hey, I'll drink to that, Robert. Thanks for the call, my friend.
Got the boys out working with him today. The kids are like, Kids are doing a lot of work out there for fireworks.
Got to earn that firework.
Earn that firework tonight, yeah.
All right, it looks like we have a Jared Sandler on line 6. Mr. Sandler, what are you drinking?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm drinking a little bit of water. What I'm thinking is Adolis. When he hit that home run, that man hit that home run the other night to tie the ball game and flex those big, huge human muscles. I was just like, this is just a small sample size.
Oh, boy.
Of what's happening in the future, guys.
Yeah.
And I hate to get emotional, but that man, Eric Nadel, does not deserve what this team is dishing out. That man is been here through thick and thin. That's all I got, guys. Good night.
Oh, my God.
That was...
Oh, my God, bro.
Well done. Well done.
You're diabolical, whoever you are.
Well done.
Fake Jared Sandler.
That was awesome.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, my friend.
Yeah.
We co-sign everything you said. All right, 2 more. We got Mike on line 7. Mike, what you drinking?
I'm drinking some water. I'm over here in Cali by the Hollywood sign.
Oh, you're in Hollywood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
I've been over here for almost a week.
Good for you.
So I'm thinking LeBron James, we don't need him because we got Cooper Flag.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we should go young instead of old. We already got enough old people on our team already.
Okay.
And I had a question. So I called last week about boxing. Yeah, barely even talk about it any. How come y'all never mentioned Virgil Ortiz? Y'all always used to talk about Errol Spence, but I never hear y'all say anything about Virgil Ortiz. He's a hometown man. Errol Spence wasn't even from Dallas. But, yeah, so do y'all have any suggestions where to go eat in L.A.?
Wow, because we're usually hanging out in Oxnard. And so we're like about an hour northwest of that area. Now, you go up the coast. If you're in L.A., you could go up the coast if you like seafood and stuff like that. There's up the coast up towards Malibu and stuff like that. Now, it's a little pricey stuff, but I'll tell you what, man, they've got some seafood places up there along the coast. You can stop at any one of them. But we tend to hang out more in Ventura, which is a little, like, say, hour and a half north of where you're, or actually, north of where you're at right now. So, like I say, we hang out at places of Spencer McKenzie's
for
places
sure.
like that, get fish tacos and things. But L.A., man, you could hit that Open Table app and find out whatever, just plug in there whatever you want to eat, because they got.
I mean, the weather over here is real good, but ain't no place like home.
Oh no, I understand it. Someone told me that it's the best fried chicken. There was a place in L.A. that had the best fried chicken they've ever had in their life, and they said I needed to go try it. And I'm not a big, but you wouldn't think of L.A. being really good on fried chicken, but they've got these places. It's just the ethnic side of that town. Anywhere you go,
wide variety, I would imagine.
Just total wide variety of things. But
Love
you go
it.
up that coast. It's a beautiful view, and there's some really good seafood places to eat at. But it's a little bit more pricey.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Mike. We appreciate it, bro. Virgil Ortiz Jr.
That's Grand Prairie right there, baby.
Yeah, I'm seeing that right here. 27 years old.
What about him, Lucius?
Grand Prairie. This dude.
He's good, man.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a really good fighter. Absolutely.
Held the World Boxing Council interim super welterweight title.
Undefeated right now. Yeah, brother's good, man.
We
just don't talk a whole lot of boxing on this station,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you,
really
Lucius. Yeah, and because I feel like I don't watch nearly enough of it. I always like listen to you and Wolchuk talk about it. Like if I need to know, if I have to watch a fight, I'll like you'll say, hey, you need to watch this one, and I'm like, okay, well, I need to watch this fight then. But are we in boxing season? Is there a boxing season? Is there a time when these bouts are they try and stagger them?
It's that run right here. You've got
because see, we were training camp when you and Wooly went to Vegas.
Yeah, that's the run.
Yeah, so we're in the run. Then.
Yeah, you got Pac-Man coming back too.
Oh wow,
Pac-Man's about to get back in the ring. Of course, you got Canelo getting ready to fight. Yes, we're in that run right now. This is that moment.
Well, thank you, Mike, for putting Virgil Ortiz on my radar.
Grand Prairie, right?
Yeah, Grand Prairie.
All right, here we go.
That's exciting, dude. 7-time national champion, won the 110-pound category at the USA's Junior Olympic National Championships in 2013. So,
I remember he beat up Maurice Hooker at Fort Worth at the Dickies Arena. I went to go see that one. And that's when I decided that Dickies Arena is one of the best arenas to go to.
See, I was going to ask you about that.
For anything.
Yes, bro. Not a bad seat in the house
For
in there.
anything.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that place.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. All right, final one. Mr. Nasty, what you drinking, sir?
I'm about halfway into a pint of 1800, just sipping it, chasing it with some Coke Zero.
Nice.
What I'm thinking is I've been out for a little bit, had to spend some time on the other side of the fence. We got that all figured out.
Yeah.
Debt to society.
So,
Glad to have you back.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I came back and I heard of this documentary about the Titan. So I come back and I start watching this documentary and I was like, man, I've never seen so much time being wasted on something so senseless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get a peek on that documentary. It's nice.
I believe it. Yeah, that story's crazy.
Pointless time being wasted.
Yeah.
To the fullest.
And red flags. And all the red flags he ran. Everybody was telling him, no, no, no. And he kept on doing it because he felt like he had that money.
I'm glad you said that, Lucius. Reminds me of Broadus. Why are you wasting all this time on the Cowboys?
All right, you're wild, Nasty. Get the hell out of here. Welcome back to society, brother. All right, there it is. What you drinking, what you thinking on a Thursday that feels like a Friday.
But I hope they throw him back in.
All right, let's go commercial-free, expressway style, G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, all coming up next right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Franklin Frankel first, the go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for your rights for over 30 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, so they know all their tricks and tactics that insurers use to deny your claim. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Franklin Frankel are here to help. They make it easy, from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win, and they understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. If you or a loved one has been injured, call Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 214 or 817-333-3333, or visit frankelfirm.com. Franklin Frankel, your go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Rolling hot dogs 2 for $5 on a fluffy bun. All beef hot dogs rolling in. Hurry, cause they're on the run. Pick your toppings anyway. Roll into this deal. Pick your 2, big Q2. Roll and mix a meal. Mustard relish, sauerkraut. Ain't no need to scream and shout. Get 2 old beef hot dogs and a big Q for $5. Only at QT. More than a gas station.
It's a Fan Thirsty Thursday, presented by SWELending.com.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become stronger than than ever with the experts on men's health. Men's T Clinic's dedicated optimization tools are designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key areas of men's wellness like hormones, weight, muscle mass, movement, and sexual wellness. It's individualized and comprehensive total wellness through Men's T Clinic's method, and it's yours for the taking today. 5 DFW locations, flexible hours, and affordable plans. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
If you don't know us, we are Rowdy Cowgirls from DFW's #1 sports bar, the Rowdy Cowboy.
Join us for a Texas-sized menu, 69 large TVs, and ice-cold beer. Enjoy an irresistible menu. And speaking of
irresistible cowgirls, you will find us at Rowdy Cowboy. Come by and let's get rowdy. Located at 1713 Crossroads Drive in Grapevine. RowdyCowboy.com.
Cute!
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
At just a few glasses of wine, the cop asked me to get out the car. They arrest me. To get an attorney costs $5,000. It's just a huge expense. My name is Eric Guerra, and I'm still dealing with the consequences of it.
Sponsored by TxDOT.
Here we go. Commercial free right here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Let's get you the G-Bag of the Day and LA Live. Take it to the top of the hour segment here in the nation. Brought to you by the Frankels and also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Lucius.
Shoot. Gotta admit, your boy wasn't ready.
We hit it right on the dot.
I mean, we right in here. All right, here we go. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. If you see anything floating out there this holiday weekend, hit me up at Lucky Lucius, P-L-U-C-I-O-U-S, on all the social medias, which I've been going through like some messages. Some messages, they sent me like 2022.
Oh, wow.
And I'm just not getting to them. Great messages. We do have some good listeners out there. I had to heart some, like, oh, I'm so sorry. This is a great message, man. Shoot. All right, here we go. Our winner and champ right here is a man that was on a bike trail, a cyclist. And I feel like he maybe have heard these other two cyclists probably say something crazy about him. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's just on edge. Anyway, he takes one of these guys' bikes and throws it in the creek. Then he confronts the other two.
Which one is the bitch? What's the hell? Who's the bitch? You. No, yo, dude, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do, man? Who's the bitch? What do we do? You said bitch. No, we didn't. You're good? No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dude, I didn't say anything. Are you sure you're good? I'm sure I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man. And your bike is here. I know. Bitch. What? We're not talking. Hey, you want to try? You want to try?
Want to try?
We don't want to cause problems. No, dude, please.
You just
please
said
stop.
it again, man.
Because you're hitting me. Please, buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared. Come here. Buddy, please stop. Please.
You do it again. You go in the river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You
I'm sorry.
hear me?
Yes. We're sorry.
Do you
I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's 2 bikes there. He could be in the river.
Okay, we're sorry.
I'm a bitch, but I won't do it because you're young as
We're sorry.
I'm 48.
They're sorry.
We're sorry, man.
You want to do it again?
No, we're sorry. We'll leave.
Hey, you know there's a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar, but watch yourself, boys.
Okay, really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Really careful.
Boy, they found the right person, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure
They ran
did.
into the right fool that day.
Yeah.
Dude.
A cougar around here, boys.
Sounds like he wanted him to do it. Like he really wanted him to do it again.
Yeah. Now he's ready to fight.
Absolutely.
Anyone else, he's ready to fight. All right, let's see what else we got. I got a Eric Chia follow. Hold on.
I said I pity the fool.
Ray Charles?
Little Bobby Blue Bland.
I pity the fool.
Yeah, I have an Eric Chia follow combo pack right here.
Oh no.
Combo. Let's see. Bunch of you were filling in on KMC.
Yes.
You guys are talking about the track person whose his little track star fell out in the middle of his race.
Little.
I didn't see it. Woo! Look at you. Wait a minute, dog.
You
You gotta relax, bro.
It was just a very impressive victory.
You gotta relax, bro. He said little. I'll show you a screenshot, son. Yeah, you guys were talking about it, and you know, here you go.
It was captured live on TV. His unit came out. So Robinson is like, while he's running and jumping, trying to fix his shorts, he's trying to get things tucked back in. And even when he goes across the finish line, it's just hanging out there. And this is on live Czechoslovakian TV. I don't know, the Czech Republic, excuse me.
Are you sure this wasn't on the BBC?
I mean, it could have been. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Just took him a second there.
I never forget the story of my brother telling me a fight he had one time in a locker room while he was bucket naked.
Oh.
He went down butt naked. I was like, you know what? Put no shoes on or underwear, nothing. It's like, nah, it had to be handled right then and there.
Still wet from the shower.
Butt naked, dog.
Crazy.
Yesterday, you and Broadus were talking about, hey, Broadus, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, sir.
Appreciate that crawfish boil or whatever. What was that?
Seafood boil.
Seafood boil. Excuse me.
Crab legs, shrimp.
Crab legs, yeah.
Andouille, corn.
Sausage. Yeah, it was fantastic, brother. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
We don't deserve you, bro. Yeah, you and Eric were talking about Dick Night Train Lane yesterday.
That's Dick Night Train Lane.
Okay, so that is him.
Yeah.
Wow, so what an absolute legend, because I only think of him as, one, great nickname guy.
Okay.
Two, interception guy.
Yeah.
I did not know that he was also, because they have him as like the 6th. He comes in at number 6 on this list of hardest hitters in NFL history.
Yeah, this is what the chat GPT says about
I didn't know
it.
Dick laid the wood like that.
You know exactly what you're doing every time you do it, don't you? You're just like 2 steps ahead, right?
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, let me just say.
Fantastic layout right there.
I'm sorry.
Well, tell you what, brother.
Can you play the end of it again?
Stepping on the layout.
No, Luce, I totally forgot we laid out. Lucius, play it again, please. Please play it again.
Oh, man.
Please play it again, because I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to vote for
I
this.
just gave you some props. I mean, the very next move. That's what happens.
As like the 6th, he comes in at number 6 on this list of hardest hitters in NFL history.
Yeah, this is what the chat GPT says.
I didn't know
it.
Dick laid the wood like that. Did you? Hey, let me just say.
Fantastic layout right there. I love that.
I am really impressed.
Nobody was going to give it up.
Nope.
Nope. Nobody's giving it up.
9 seconds, I believe that was.
Yeah.
That was that one?
Yeah.
Wow. Nice work, Broadus.
Thank you. You deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. That's an Eric combo pack right there.
That's a winner right there. Wiener. That's a wiener.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Now, I have a combo pack of church. They added some crowd mics at this church and apparently ended up being a bad idea.
3, drop. To the 1. To the 6. Turn the crowd mics off. Turn the crowd mics off. Turn the crowd mics off. We are. Quickly. Turn the crowd mics off. This is the move. Come on, to the 1. Keep it up. To the 4. Big trash can on the 1. And 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, bring it up. Keep it up. You're ready for rattle. Rattle and E.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Wow.
Man.
Awful singing in that church.
Really bad.
Like, what are you, where are you at? Nobody's on that level right there. Where are you at? Why are you way up there? Come down with the rest of us.
Oh, man, that's good.
And we have another bishop. He misspoke. The musicians are the G-bags of the day in this clip.
This is our first conference, and I think that we have a lot of twerking. I'm sorry, a lot of tweaking. Irvin, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me, Irvin.
Yeah.
Don't laugh at me, Valerie. We have a whole lot of tweaking to do. But we're going to get it done. A whole lot of tweaking. Not twerking, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they played a little Juvenile. Back that ass up in the background.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. That was fast, too.
That was really
They got right
fast.
to it. They got right to it, bro.
They were ready for that.
They were. All right, that's it.
Gosh, that's good stuff right there. Okay, is it your champ? Is that a 2-time champ with the bicycle?
3 would be today, I believe.
3 would be today.
Yeah.
Okay, the bicycle crash out. You could be in the river. We got the Chiafalo combo pack or the church combo pack. This is a good one, man. I think I'm actually going to go with the church combo pack here. That was impressive stuff. So that's my vote, Lucius. What say you?
Oh, take them to the river. Bicycle in the creek thing.
There we go. Tied at 1. Broadus?
I was going to vote for you.
Okay.
But do you know how to create an Insta poll?
The old 3-way tie.
But do you know how to create a poll?
I do. Yes, I do. And
do you know how to read the thing when it's done?
Yes. Okay. We have a tie.
And if you don't, we have plenty of advertisements that'll help you with that.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. I will get that thing on the poll.
Oh, let me just vote. I'll vote for this. Give me the church.
Okay, there it is. 2-1-1. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion, the church combo pack. That's impressive stuff. Now it's time, as we stay commercial free, to go into the Pimp Cup LA Live.
All right, this is Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live, right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high. Ladies!
What is more important to you, beauty or intelligence? Thank you for that question. The most obvious answer would be to choose intelligence because beauty is subjective. We are viewed differently by different people. However, I believe that I don't have to choose between the two because I possess both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, July 3rd, 2025. She said, I possess both. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies. What is a Tolo, fellas?
Turn it on, leave it on, listener.
Off 105.3 The Fan, shout out to you. You are appreciated. I hope you're having a great day, and I hope you have an even better holiday weekend. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Another joke for the ladies.
I used to date a Muslim girl. She came to me early in the relationship and said, would you consider becoming Muslim so we could get married? And I was like, no, I'm Christian. I just want one wife and a girlfriend. Who wants 4 wives? I was raised right, you know? Nobody wants to come home from a night of drinking and be like, I was out with the fellas. I was out with the fellas.
Yeah.
I was out with the fellas. I was out with the fellas.
That's great.
Yeah. Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. I didn't mean to do this. I really had something else planned, but look, Evanescence. You go to those strip clubs back in the day, the little emo girls, they dance to this.
Oh.
They lay on there and do their legs counterclockwise and clockwise. Then they slam their heels on the stage. Nah, man, there's something about this song, though.
It's so good, man.
It's so good. But there's one particular guy on here. In the 2000s, there was always a guy that just, you'll see. I'll see. Can't wake up. Save me. Who is that? Who is that? Who is the can't wake up, save me guy?
Let me see.
Who is that fool? Save me. Like, I know at one point he had to think, this band can go nowhere without me.
Yeah, he knows.
She's killing it, but you gotta have the can't wake up.
He's a star in his role, that's for dang sure.
That's all he did. Can't wake up. I think it's amazing, bro.
It is so good.
I don't know what you do. Like, he probably wrote the whole damn song. That's why he's in the song, probably, right?
Yeah.
He probably wrote the song. He's probably his band. You gotta like practice at his garage, so I get to be in the song and I can go, can't wake up.
Wow, dude. There's a lot of
Is it
people.
Paul McCoy?
Wake up. Save me. There's another song. Hold on, I'm tripping right now, bro. There's another song that does that too. These guys.
Is it Bring Me to Life?
Yeah.
Paul McCoy.
It's another guy. Really meant to say I'm sorry for this. I never meant to be so cold. That guy. Man, that extra guy in the song is so funny to me. Who was that for? I don't know, man. But
Paul McCoy, I think, was the first one.
I didn't have that playing, but it was sitting in here, and I was like, Who is the guy? Can't wake up.
Post-grunge Christian rock band 12 Stones.
Who?
It's Paul McCoy.
That guy when the
extra
wake
guy.
me up and save me.
Yeah. It starts with the ironic chorus shouting, "Wake me up inside, save me." Real classic blend of rock, piano, and powerful vocals.
It's a jam, dude.
No, it's amazing. But he only had one job, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I could have been that guy. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, that's it for me, bro. I'm out of here. They got me as a save me guy. I'm signing up with Evanescence, man. We're going on tour, dude.
I think this thing.
You want a photo for your gram right now before I blow up?
Let's go.
This thing won a Grammy Award for Best Hard Rock Performance
It jams,
in
bro.
2004.
That song will stand the test of time.
She kills it too, man.
Amy Lee.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of members in this band. It's hard to say. A lot of different dudes, but that guy was dialed.
I didn't mean to do that. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night.
So all of my ladies.
I got a question for you fellas right here. I've seen some rage bait, which I'm pretty sure it is rage bait. We'll figure it out. When buying a car, do you ever think about the type of car that women want to see men in?
No.
Did you ever say, man, I can't get that.
No.
I'm not going to get any tail. Or I need to get that because that's going to give me some tail.
I remember being younger before I was driving, and my older cousin was complaining about his car. And I don't even remember what it was, but it was just like some type of...
It wasn't working?
It was kind of a hand-me-down situation, and he was like 16 and he was ticked about it. I'm like in 5th grade going, dude, who cares? You have a car. But he had a different mindset on it. I've never really thought about it. I'm just super practical when it comes to the vehicle.
Okay, I hear you. All right, no, Broadus already said no. Okay, well, I seen this thing on the timeline. It said top 5 cars women like to see men drive, right?
Yeah.
I think this is rage bait. Number 5 on the list is the Audi A8.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 4 is a Maserati Gran Turismo.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of